The deeper you go into the valley, the stronger the natural gas, and the higher the grade of wild animals. All the way into the valley, Chu Zhongshan basically had few wild animals suitable for shooting, so his forward speed increased a lot in the next section of the journey. 6 grade barren spirit fruit, red heart fruit. While avoiding a wild beast whose grade reached the peak of grade 5, Old Huang was withdrawing his mind, and unexpectedly found that there was a spirit tree whose grade reached grade 6 beside the wild beast at the peak of grade 5. On the branches of Liu Pinling tree, 9 dark purple fruits are hanging. Chu boy, don't hurry for the time being. Yelling, he was preparing to avoid the wild beast at the top of Wupin Mountain, and planned to continue to go deep into Chu Zhongshan in the valley. Old Huang motioned him to stop temporarily. Huang Lao, what happened? Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. Just now, Old Huang Mingaming reminded that there is a wild beast whose grade has reached the peak of 5 grades, which is equivalent to the peak of the longevity period of human martial arts, and its real strength is afraid to reach the half-step road period. In the face of such wild animals, the first choice must be to leave immediately. How dare you stay too much? Chu boy, you have a chance to break through the 8th grade. Shenian observed 3 times before and after, and finally determined that the spirit tree around the Wupin Peak wild beast was the red heart fruit of the Liupin spirit tree. Moreover, the 9 red fruits were also in the mature stage. Huang Lao was really happy for Chu Zhongshan. Huang Lao, is there a top treasure here that can improve the quality of flesh? Hearing that Old Huang said that he had the opportunity to break through the 8 grades of flesh here, Chu Zhongshan couldn't bear to ask for confirmation with excitement in his heart. With the enhancement of the realm, the improvement speed of the major system becomes slower and slower. The physical body also has such restrictions, and the restrictions on the promotion of the physical body far exceed the promotion of the realm. Although his initial intention was to take advantage of the strong natural qi in the secret territory for more than 20 days to improve the grade of the flesh to 8 grades, he knew very well that it would be difficult to improve the grade simply by absorbing the natural qi, let alone 20 days, even 2 months. So he was so excited after hearing the information from Huang Lao. Yes, next to the wild beast, there is a spirit tree with grade up to grade 6. Red heart fruit is a spirit fruit specially used to improve the grade of the flesh and purify the blood. As long as you take a red heart fruit, it's easy for the flesh to break through grade 8. Old Huang introduced with envy. If he could have the natural qi suitable for improving the physical level, and obtain the spiritual fruit that can accelerate the breakthrough of the physical level when cultivating the first few levels of martial arts of Overlord Decision, his physical level could not stop at the 5th level, or at least reach the 3rd level. If the grade of the flesh reaches the 3rd grade, the flesh will not be broken because it can't bear the power of siege. Red heart fruit, beside the 6 grade wild animals. Chu Zhongshan frowned when he heard that the 6 spiritual fruits that could improve his physical grade were around the wild beast. Although Huang Lao can use the power of the spirit to help him hide his breath, the location of the red heart fruit is too special for him to take the 6 spiritual fruits under the eyes of the wild beast. Chu boy, it's still some time before the secret land of the wilderness is closed. We can stay aside temporarily. I don't believe that the wild beast will always stay next to the spirit tree. Seeing Chu Zhongshan frown, Huang Lao also has no way. In order not to be discovered by the rules of the secret place, he can't easily use his strength beyond the avenue period, and he can't deal with the wild beast whose real combat power reaches half the avenue period in front of him. In desperation, we can only rely on waiting and luck. Concealing his breath needs to consume the power of the divine soul all the time, so Chu Zhongshan chose a safe distance from the top of the 5 grade wild beast to hide. While running the Overlord Determination method, he continued to absorb the natural spirit and improve the grade of the flesh, while waiting for his mind to monitor the old Huang of the wild beast, hoping that he could bring good news about the wild beast's departure. The 2nd level skill of Overlord Determination has just run, and the natural qi has just entered the body. It hasn't come yet. Huang Lao in his mind suddenly reminds him, Chu boy, there is a strong sword at the peak of the avenue period and an expert at the peak of the 7th level of the qi period. He is quietly approaching the 5 grade wild beast. Huang Lao, the expert at the peak of the 7 layers in the qi transformation period, is he about 20 years old, handsome, and there is a black mole the size of a soybean behind his right ear. Hearing that old Huang mentioned the master of sword, and a descendant of the seven-layer peak in the Qi transformation period. Chu Zhongshan immediately thought of Lin Aoqun of Huashan Sword Sect. Yes, the boy at the peak of the 7th floor during the Qi transformation period does have a black mole the size of a soybean behind his right ear. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Old Huang immediately used his mind to carefully observe the young disciple, and did find the special disease behind his ear. Huang Lao, if you still have an impression, you should still have a certain impression of the youth at the peak of the 7th floor in the Qi transformation period. After Huang Lao's confirmation, Chu Zhongshan has basically decided who is close to the wild beast at the top of the 5 grades. At the same time, he is also reminding Huang Lao of the contradiction between himself and this man. Really, he had seen this young man, whose accomplishments were only at the peak of the 7 layers of Qi transformation period before. After hearing the reminder from Chu Zhongshan, Old Huang frowned and began to recall. In the cave left by the suspected peerless strongman, the token that controls the cave array will frighten the heroes. Chu Zhongshan knew that the super strong like Huang Lao and Jiao and Jun paid little attention to some people with low accomplishments and ordinary qualifications, so he had to give a special reminder. Oh, I remember. After Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Old Huang finally remembered who the man was, and then said in a changed tone, Chu boy, according to my countless experience in watching people, that boy is a narrow-minded villain who will repay for his vengeance. He will hate what happened that day, so you should be careful. Huang Lao, I know. Before the secret land of the wilderness was opened, Lin Aoqun dared to instigate the strong sword to find his own trouble under the condition that many strong men of Ligun's sect were present. If he finds himself at this time, he will not miss the opportunity to kill himself. However, since they have formed a deep hatred against each other, it is also natural for them to take advantage of the Wupin Peak Wild Beast Pit. Old Huang, help me hide my breath. I'm going to give Lin Aoqun a big gift. Standing up, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao, Chu boy, I find you are really full of bad water. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's request, Old Huang thought about it a little and knew his idea. He was very moved by Chu Zhongshan's skill in killing people with a knife. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about Huang's emotion. After identifying the direction, he quietly approached the location of the wild beast. When he was more than 1,000 meters away from the wild beast, Chu Zhongshan not only saw the figure of the wild beast at the peak of Wupin, but also saw the Liupin spirit tree with 9 dark purple spirit fruits around the wild beast. At the same time, he also saw Lin Aoqun, who was less than 100 meters away from him, and the peak strongman of the Great Road period, who was determined to kill himself before the opening of the secret land of the wilderness. Carefully hide your body to avoid being found by the powerful man in front. Chu Zhongshan first carefully observed the wild beast. Because the wild beast is crawling on the ground, its height cannot be accurately judged, but the length from head to tail is less than 2 meters, which is enough to say that it is not big. He leaned slightly, and when he really saw the face of the wild beast, Chu Zhongshan showed a look of consternation on his face, because the wild beast in front of him is not too big. Its shape and appearance are very similar to the local dog he raised in his hometown before crossing. Huang Lao, what is the origin of this wild beast? To calm his consternation, Chu Zhongshan asked the well-known Old Huang for confirmation. Chu boy, at the beginning, I just used my mind to observe the grade of the wild beast. I didn't notice its real appearance, so I didn't find its particularity. Following the sight of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao also saw the appearance of the wild beast, but it was because he saw the appearance of the wild beast that Huang Lao said in shock. Unexpectedly, the divine beast that has disappeared for tens of millions of years in the eternal continent will appear in the secret land of the wilderness. Divine beast. There was a wild beast like a local dog in front of him, which was said to be a divine beast by Huang Lao. Chu Zhongshan was also shocked and asked, That's right. He calmed down his shocked mood a little and organized words. Huang said in detail, Chu boy, the wild beast in front of us is called the devouring beast. It is the offspring of the devouring beast who lives by devouring the void. Its reputation in ancient times far exceeds that of the so-called 4 divine beasts. Devour the beast. While listening to Huang Lao's introduction of the origin of the wild beast in front of him, Chu Zhongshan quickly mobilized the memory in his mind and searched for information about the devouring beast, but the final result was nothing. Chu boy, the devouring beast is a very special beast. When it was born, it was an ordinary beast of no grade. just like the watchdog raised by ordinary people. However, if you are lucky and open the blood of the ancient divine beast in your body, it will continue to be promoted and finally become a devouring divine beast. The devouring beasts that really grow up are terrible because they use endless emptiness as a source of strength to improve their strength and grade, and the endless emptiness means that their strength can be improved without limit. According to what I learned from a relic left over from ancient times, there was a devouring beast in ancient times. At the beginning, because of its low grade, the devouring spirit of heaven and earth was basically used as the promotion energy. It was not very different from ordinary exotic animals, so it didn't attract much attention at that time. However, after it has been promoted to the 3rd grade, and its blood has evolved into a divine beast, the means of swallowing the void began to frighten. Because the endless void swallowed up will cause a black hole formed by the destructive force. You have also seen the power of the black hole to destroy everything. When the devouring beast was promoted to the 2nd grade, the ancient continent was faced with the crisis of being completely destroyed by the black hole. Helpless, the top-ranking strong on the 9 layers of the ancient continent fought against the devouring beast together. However, the 2nd-class devouring beast not only has a stronger and stronger ability to devour the void, but also its own strength is incomparable. Almost all the 9 layers of the supreme-level strong men who jointly shot were killed and devoured by the devouring beast. What's more frightening is that with the help of nearly 9 layers of blood essence and the power of God and soul of the supreme power, as well as the endless void around the ancient continent, the devouring beast is promoted to the 1st grade. When introducing the devouring beast to the 1st-class beast, Huang Lao's face showed a trace of panic. Because when he found the information about the devouring beast in the ruins at that time, there were very clear depictions on the surrounding walls. Those depictions were very compelling, which made him feel personally and impressed him very deeply. In the face of the 1st-class devouring beast and the danger of imminent destruction in the ancient world, all the warriors in the ancient continent united to deal with the devouring beast. But the final result was that countless people were devoured and became the energy for the devouring beast to finally advance to a higher level. Seeing that the ancient continent is about to be destroyed by the devouring beast, and seeing that hundreds of millions of warriors in the ancient continent are about to die of the devouring ability of the devouring beast, a palm that blocks the sky and blocks the sun, and the void that has never been destroyed, directly slapped the devouring beast to death, which solved the crisis of the complete destruction of the ancient continent. Speaking of this, old Huang looked very complicated and said, "Chu boy, this is the reason for the collapse in ancient times. The existence in front of us, which is similar to the shape of a local dog, turned out to be the culprit of the destruction in ancient times, which is really the expectation of Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, in the age when my body was not damaged, not many people knew the real reason for the collapse of ancient times, so I just told you that the things about the air-eating beast and the divine beast must be kept secret. Don't let others know that the air-eating beast has the ability to destroy everything. Otherwise, after being known by some other people with intentions, they will try their best to find the air-eating beast. If someone succeeds in stimulating the ancient blood of the air-eating beast, it will bring a devastating blow to the eternal continent. Huang Lao, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person with a big mouth." In response to old Huang's sentence, Chu Zhongshan looked up and looked directly at the whoopin air-eating beast. It didn't look like the air-eating beast that old Huang said. However, both of them consciously avoided talking about the sun-blocking palm that destroyed the devouring beast, as if they had found something in advance. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan's direct vision was too urgent, and the empty devouring beast seemed to be aware of it. The originally crawling body directly stood up and stared at the hidden position of Chu Zhongshan with red eyes. Not good. Chu Zhongshan didn't expect that the perception of the empty eater was so sensitive. He was alert just because of his gaze. I wanted to immediately use the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao in advance to escape the scene, but just before he got up, a very fierce sword light went straight to the thin waist of the empty beast. Seeing the extremely fierce sword light, Chu Zhongshan was overjoyed. Originally, he was still considering how to make the wild beast conflict with the strong of the sword sect. Unexpectedly, the powerful man of Jianzhong took the initiative to stand up, which not only lifted his temporary crisis, but also gave him the opportunity to pick red heart fruit. With the help of the cover of the strong trees in the valley, and the means of Huang Lao using the power of the divine soul to cover up his breath, taking advantage of the opportunity of the strong of the sword sect, and the air-eating beast, Chu Zhongshan chose a more hidden position with lightning speed to continue to observe the battle between the strong and the air-eating beast in the period of the avenue. As a powerful person who controls the power of the law, the sword technique of the strong person of the sword sect is not only extremely fierce, but also contains great destructive power in the sword chi. Where the sword chi passes, countless trees, branches, leaves and weeds are twisted into powder. Facing the sword chi of the powerful and powerful, which contains the power of law, the empty eater didn't pay attention at all. He just opened his mouth like yawning and let the sword chi shoot into his mouth. The sword chi shot into the mouth of the empty devouring beast, neither sent out the explosion sound nor saw any discomfort of the empty devouring beast. It seemed as if it yawned bored, and then looked at the strong man of the sword sect with disdain. "Ayaquin, get out of here quickly, find Marshal Uncle Wu and ask him to come and help." Seeing the sword power of the law contained in his carefully prepared move, not only did he not hurt the wild beast in front of him, but also the wild beast dealt with it easily. The strong sects knew that they were probably not the opponent of the wild beast in front of them. Therefore, he quickly ordered Lin Ayaquin, who was hidden in the dark, to hurry up and move the rescue soldiers. "Uncle Lin, hold on. I'll invite Uncle Wu right away." After hearing the instructions from the strong man of Jianzhong, Lin Ayaquin hurriedly came out of the dark and left while exercising his body skills and martial arts skills. At the same time, he turned back and told the strong man of Jianzhong, "Old Huang, please pay attention to the battle between the air-eating beast and the strong of the sword sect with your mind. I'll eliminate the hidden danger." Seeing that Lin Ayaquin was going to invite the strong man at the top of the king's territory, Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was to stop him. Although the air-eating beast in front of us is very strong and has the fighting power beyond its own level, it has not really grown up after all. It can surpass one of its own high-level opponents, or can cope with it, but I'm afraid it may not be an opponent if it surpasses two of its own high-level opponents. The strong man at the peak of the king's realm of Wanyi sword sect came to help. Not only the precious wild beast of devouring the air will be obtained by the sword sect, but also the red heart fruit that can improve the physical grade will fall on his hand. In any case, Chu Zhongshan couldn't let Lin Ayaquin invite the top strong in the king's territory. In order to enable Lin Ayaquin to invite the top strongman of Jianzhong king's realm smoothly, the strongman of Jianzhong in the De Dao period took the initiative to entangle the empty devouring beast, which led to the attention of one person and one beast in the battle, and let Chu Zhongshan leave the hiding place smoothly. When the figure was completely out of the sight of the strong sword sect and the empty devouring beast, Chu Zhongshan directly displayed the lower-level body skills of Xuanpin and quickly chased away according to the breath left by Lin Ayaquin. Although Lin Ayaquin left first, the cultivation at the peak of the 7th floor during the Qi transformation period and the special environment of the wilderness secret place limited his speed of leaving, which made him barely reach the speed of Huang Pin's primary body method and martial arts. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, who started later, didn't take long to catch up and crossed Lin Ayaquin in an instant. "It's you." Seeing the person standing in front of him, it was Chu Zhongshan who had been haunted and tortured in his dreams. A strong murderous spirit rose from Lin Ayaquin. "Yes, it's me," nodded. Chu Zhongshan looked at Lin Ayaquin with disdain. Seeing the enemy whose accomplishments are far better than his own, his first reaction is not to immediately look for an opportunity to escape, or to quickly find a way to ask for help. On the contrary, Silk does not hide his murderous spirit. If Lin Ayaquin is not a fool, he is dazzled by hatred. "Chu Zhongshan, the secret place of Purgatory City, I dream of cutting off your head with my own hands to repay the humiliation I received that day." "Take out the inferior life spirit sword," said Lin Ayaquin, gnashing his teeth. "Really, I almost forget who you are." Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said indifferently. "Chu Zhongshan, don't deceive people too much. Lin Ayaquin is an elite villain with peerless talent. He is one of the 4 gentlemen of Huishan sword sect. He is the future of Huishan sword sect." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's despised attitude, Lin Ayaquin, who felt insulted, retorted loudly. Unfortunately, just when he boasted about how powerful he was and how noble his identity was, a cold light flashed across his neck and made the words that had not been boasted stop at his mouth. You don't keep your word." Holding his neck in one hand and pointing to Chu Zhongshan in the other, Lin Aoqun said sadly and angrily. Then he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. "Chu boy, such a person also deserves to be a hidden danger." Looking at Lin Aoqun, who fell to the ground and died, Huang Lao's attitude was very disdainful and ironic. This, in the face of Huang Lao's satire, Chu Zhang Tianxi doesn't know how to answer. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, although Lin Aoqun was too arrogant and confident at that time, his strength should not be underestimated. Arrogance and self-confidence are just annoying, but they won't give people the feeling of idiocy. But Lin Aoqun's reaction just now. "Idiot!" Reach out and take away the storage bag around Lin Aoqun's waist. After Chu Zhongshan leaves a comment, he plans to return to the place where the Strong of Jianzhong fights with the empty-eating beast. Due to the influence of cultivation and environment, Lin Aoqun was not too far away from the battle site, so Chu Zhongshan soon returned to his original hiding place. Through the gap between leaves and branches, Chu Zhongshan found that the battle between the Strong of Jianzhong and the empty-eating beast was much more intense than he thought. At the beginning, the empty devouring beast easily swallowed up the sword power of the sword sect and exerted the sword qi containing the power of law. Chu Zhongshan thought that the Strong of the sword sect was far from the opponent of the empty devouring beast, and the killing of one person and one beast might not take too long. However, after the real fight, he found that the air-devouring beast was far from the opponent of the Strong of the sword sect. The air-devouring beast could devour the sword qi containing the power of law, but its body defense could not resist the attack of the sword qi. After discovering this situation, the strong people of the sword sect began to use the exquisite sword technique and the power of inferior real weapons to attack its body. Moreover, the attack position cannot be separated from the thin waist, back, tail, and forehead at the key points, which makes the air-eating beast busy with evasion and defense and unable to fight back at all. Looking at the empty-eating beast gradually falling downwind, Chu Zhongshan was a little worried. If the empty eater gains the upper hand and eventually devours or drives away the strong sword of Jianzhong, he has a certain chance to pick the red heart fruit. However, if the strong sword sect has the upper hand and kills or drives away the empty-eating beast, I'm afraid Liupin red heart fruit won't have its own share. Chu boy, don't worry. The empty eater is different from ordinary exotic animals and wild animals. It is not only powerful, but also has wisdom that is not inferior to human beings. It has begun to find ways to deal with the strong ones in the Avenue period. Feeling the growing irritability in Chu Zhongshan's heart, Huang Lao, who knew the source of irritability, quickly comforted. Has begun to use the trick, Huang Lao's reminder, so that Chu Zhongshan can't help but carefully observe the battle of one person and one beast, but he didn't find that the devouring beast had any planned action. 10 miles to the west, there is a wild beast reaching the peak of the 4th grade. Looking at Chu Zhongshan's frown, and knowing that he couldn't find the plan of devouring the empty beast, old Huang gently reminded him. "Oh, I see." Huang's reminder made Chu Zhongshan consciously observe the battle position of one person and one beast. After careful observation, he found that the empty devouring beast gradually deviated from the red heart fruit of the Liu Pinling tree it guarded. Perhaps it was worried about causing the opponent's vigilance. The air-eating beast deviated from the battle very slowly, which led to Chu Zhongshan's failure to detect it at the beginning. Good chance! Chu Zhongshan felt the cunning of the empty eater when he took the initiative to deviate from the position of the Liu Pin spirit tree. For him, it was also a good opportunity to pick the spirit fruit. Chu boy, although I don't know how long the empty devouring beast has guarded the spirit tree, it will dare to leave temporarily, which means it has the means to protect the spirit tree. Therefore, when picking the spirit fruit later, you must be careful. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's posture of being ready to move, he was afraid that when he was impulsive, he rushed directly to the spirit tree, so old Huang quickly reminded him. "Old Huang, don't worry, I know what to do." To comfort the worried Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan continued to stare at the killing of one person and one beast. As like as 2 peas and 6 animals in a tree, Chu Zhongshan cannot see the shadow of a man or a beast. He has moved the true yuan in the field and spread the method of attribution to form 5 identical rosefinches. The 5 rosefinches were ordered to stop temporarily. Chu Zhongshan quietly stepped back for a distance and hid in a place more suitable for hiding. After hiding, the order to pick spiritual fruits was issued. When the first rosefinch using genuine illusion flew to the side of the spirit tree and was ready to pick a red heart fruit at the top, a big mouth suddenly appeared from the bottom of the root of the spirit tree and swallowed the rosefinch directly. Seeing that the rosefinch of genuine illusion was swallowed, Chu Zhongshan didn't care. After Huang Lao's reminder, he realized that there might be hidden means of devouring empty animals around the spirit tree, so when he used the true yuan to transform the rosefinch, he not only didn't leave any consciousness on the rosefinch, but also only used 1/1000th of the true yuan. That is to say, the rosefinch he just transformed has only the period of body refining, so the rosefinch is swallowed, which has no impact on him. When the first rosefinch is swallowed, the second and third rosefinch reach the spirit tree at the same time, and their sharp claws directly grasp the spirit fruit. Just now I swallowed the blood of genuine Huanhua. I didn't expect that 2 rosefinches would pick the spirit fruit at the same time. In desperation, it had to aim at one first, intend to swallow this rosefinch, and then deal with another rosefinch. Seeing that there was only one empty eater next to the spirit tree, Chu Zhongshan must use the true element attribute to conjure up 10 rosefinches, and then let the 10 rosefinches cooperate with the remaining 3 rosefinches to attack the spirit tree at the same time. In the face of the attack of 13 rosefinches, the big mouth suddenly couldn't react. Because the empty eater didn't consider the human sea tactics of Chu Zhongshan when he left his back hand, he was completely stunned there. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan knew that there was only one line to do things, and everything could not be done. He only picked 8 of the 9 fruits of the 6-product spirit tree, leaving one as an explanation to the empty eater. For Chu Zhongshan's pretentious attitude, old Huang snorted with disdain. Then, as soon as his face changed, he quickly reminded, "Chu boy, put away the red heart fruit and leave here quickly." The empty devouring beast has found that the spirit fruit has been robbed, and it is trying to get back. Because Huang Lao has been using his mind to pay attention to the killing of one person and one animal. After Chu Zhongshan picked 8 red heart fruits, he immediately found the abnormality of empty eating animals, so he quickly reminded him. Regardless of continuing to hide, Chu Zhongshan directly rushed out of the dark, reached out to take the 8 spiritual fruits picked by the rosefinch, scattered 13 rosefinches, and then directly used the power of the divine soul injected by Huang Lao to continue to go deep into the valley at the speed of the peak of longevity. Wang. Shortly after Chu Zhongshan left the scene, he temporarily got rid of the empty-eating beast of the strong sword sect and returned to the spirit tree. When he found 9 spirit fruits on the 6-product spirit tree, there was only one left. He immediately roared angrily. When the roar was over, he opened his mouth directly, swallowed the only one left on the spirit tree, and began to identify the residual breath at the scene. After determining the breath of the murderer who stole the spirit fruit, the devouring empty beast jumped at the strong sword sect who was fighting with another wild beast. Far away from the scope of Liu Pinling tree, he found a relatively hidden place. Chu Zhongshan temporarily hid it and mobilized Genuine to calm down his nervous mood. After he took out the fruit, he just got it. Pinda's 6th-grade red heart fruit is dark purple in color. The fruit has no fragrance but contains a heavy flavor. Chu boy, it seems that my judgment has made a mistake again. When Chu Zhongshan observed the red heart fruit, Huang Lao also used his mind to observe. After discovering the energy contained in the red heart fruit picked by Chu Zhongshan, he said in a bitter tone, "Huang Lao, can't the red heart fruit improve the grade of the flesh?" Huang's misjudgment made Chu Zhongshan completely nervous. The reason why he took the risk of picking red heart fruit is to improve his physical quality. If the red heart fruit cannot achieve this goal, then the hard work just now is not in vain. Chu boy, can you hear me finish? You're expressing your own exclamation. Chu Zhongshan's questioning attitude made Huang very dissatisfied. After serious criticism, he began to explain the reasons for his misjudgment. According to the grade of red heart fruit, the 6th-grade red heart fruit can only help the flesh break through the limit of 8 grades, but the red heart fruit you just picked has changed. The energy contained in the spirit fruit is more condensed, and the quality of energy is more pure, which can directly help the flesh break through the 7 grades. Really? Huang Lao's further explanation of red heart fruit made Chu Zhongshan's small heart pull up directly. The real value of the spiritual fruit that can directly improve the 7 grades may reach the 5 grades. That's right. Huang Lao confirmed his evaluation of red heart fruit just now. Then, he said in an unusually dignified tone, "I guess it must be the reason why the 6th grade red heart fruit can reach this level. I'm afraid it wants to use these spiritual fruits to help it achieve a certain evolution, which is likely to be the evolution of blood. Chu boy, you took away the 8 red heart fruits of the empty eater in one breath. According to its character, you will never let go of it. After it solves the strong sword sect, it will desperately chase you and recapture its 8 red heart fruits. Therefore, you can't stay now. You must continue to go deep into the valley. Take out several jade boxes from the storage bag, put the red heart fruit in them respectively, and then put them into the storage ring." Chu Zhongshan directly gets up and leaves the hidden place and continues to go deep into the valley. In less than 10 minutes after Chu Zhongshan left his hiding place, the air-eating beast that solved the strong sword sect appeared at the place where he had just rested and sniffed with his sensitive nose. The air-eating beast also chased away according to the route of Chu Zhongshan going deep into the valley. "Huang Lao, I don't feel very good. It seems that I have been stared at by prey. This feeling is very dangerous." 10 minutes after leaving the hiding place, Chu Zhongshan, who was accelerating, suddenly stopped and said in a dignified tone. The super sixth sense didn't know how many times he had saved him, so he believed that the danger was approaching. For Chu Zhongshan's warning, Huang didn't answer for the time being. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said in the same dignified tone, "Chu boy, you feel right. The empty devouring beast has solved the strong man of the sword sect. Now it's chasing after you." After a little meditation, Chu Zhongshan asked, "Old Huang, are there any wild animals with more than 4 grades around?" Both exotic and wild animals have their own sense of territory. The higher the grade of exotic and wild animals, the stronger the awareness of territory, and it is easy not to allow the same kind to approach. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan plans to use the high-grade wild animals to get rid of the pursuit of air-eating animals for the time being. "Chu boy, I know what you mean, but this road won't work." Chu Zhongshan didn't need to say it clearly. Old Huang also knew what his idea was, but he directly denied the plan. The empty devouring beast is different from ordinary exotic and wild animals. It is still the offspring of the divine devouring beast. It contains the noble blood of the divine beast in its body. This noble blood of the divine beast naturally has a strong deterrent power to exotic and wild animals. Ordinary monsters and wild animals don't dare to deal with the empty eater at all. Even those wild animals with more than 4 grades are not afraid of the empty eater in strength, but they won't deal with the empty eater who breaks into the territory unless it takes the initiative to attack. "Mr. Huang, please check to see if there are strong human beings above the avenue period around." The means of using high-grade wild animals to deter air-eating animals did not work. Chu Zhongshan immediately started his brain and thought about other ways. From the sword sect strongmen in the period of Dao, he thought of the human strongmen who entered the secret land of the wilderness. According to the experts sent by the 9 forces and the 8 scattered cultivation to enter the secret land of the wilderness, the number of strong people above the avenue period is more than 40. Maybe there are several such strong people who just enter the valley at this time. Chu Zhongshan mentioned the strong man of mankind. Old Huang immediately brightened his eyes, immediately searched with a strong mind, and soon found 2 targets. "Chu boy, 70 miles to the west, there is a strong man at the peak of the king's realm, a strong man at the peak of the avenue period, and a young man with a strange breath at the 6-story peak of the Qi transformation period. 70 miles to the east, there is also a strong man at the peak of the king's realm, a strong man at the peak of the avenue period, and a cultivation at the peak of the Qihai period. But his strength is comparable to the super genius at the peak of the middle level of the divine soul period." Huang Lao's face changed when he mentioned that his cultivation was at the peak of the sea in the Qi period, and his strength was comparable to the peak of the middle level in the soul period, as if he suddenly thought of something. At the peak of the 6th floor during the Qi transformation period, a young man with a strange breath heard old Huang mention the young man 70 miles away from the west. Chu Zhongshan suddenly flashed another enemy in his mind, Xuan Huang. Then he described the appearance of Xuan Huang in detail to Huang Lao and asked him to use his mind to see if he was this person. "Chu boy, that's the man." Using the divine idea to compare the appearance, old Huang confirmed the description of Chu Zhongshan just now. "Sure enough, it's him." After getting Huang Lao's confirmation, Chu Zhongshan nodded secretly and said to himself. Then he began to think about which direction he should choose to go. There is no need to prove the strong people 70 miles to the east. Chu Zhongshan knows that they must be the strong people of the Qin Empire. Because among the young people entering the secret land of the wilderness, only Qin Wushwang has the cultivation at the peak of the Qihai period, and the strength at the middle peak of the Divine Soul period. If you choose to go to the east, with his unparalleled relationship with Qin and the domineering style of the Qin Empire, you will certainly deal with the empty eater. By the means of the king's top strongman, the strength of the air-eating beast is probably not the opponent of the king's top strongman, even if it is against the sky. Then when the air-eating beast is killed or repulsed, he must explain to Qin Wushwang how he provoked the god-eating beast, which will eventually expose the existence of the red heart fruit. As the top spiritual fruit to improve the physical quality, Chu Zhongshan believes that the strong of the Qin Empire may also be jealous. Moreover, he himself has 8 such spiritual fruits. If you lead the empty devouring beast to the strong one of the West Magic Heart sect, you don't have to worry about being questioned afterwards, but you should consider how to get rid of the pursuit of the strong one of the Magic Heart sect. After all, the Devil Heart sect has too many young talents who died in his hands, and the relationship between them has long been like water and fire. After thinking about it, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to go to the direction of Magic Heart sect. He has the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao to improve the speed and the means that Huang Lao can hide his breath. As long as he can get rid of the pursuit of the strong in the period of the Great Road, after the strong at the peak of the Demon Lord's Kingdom in Fagang, then he can use the high-grade wild animals to completely get rid of the pursuit of the strong in the period of the Great Road. After making a decision in his heart, Chu Zhongshan didn't hesitate to use the power of the spirit injected into the Danshan by Huang Lao, which directly turned into a lightning bolt and went straight to the direction of the strong man of the Evil Heart sect. Less than a minute after Chu Zhongshan left, the air-eating beast that came after him appeared at the place where he had just stayed. After using the breath to completely determine the escape route of Chu Zhongshan, the air-eating beast continued to speed up to pursue. For Chu Zhongshan, who used the power of the soul to improve his speed, the journey of 70 miles was just 3 blinks. Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of joy when he was less than a kilometer away from the strong man of the Evil Heart sect, because he found that the king of the Evil Heart sect was fighting a wild beast at the peak of the 4th grade alone. The level of the wild beast at the peak of the 4th grade is equivalent to the peak of the Great Road period among human warriors. However, the special environment in the secret land of the wilderness allows the wild beast at the peak of the 4th grade to give full play to the junior high-level strength of the king's land. Therefore, the wild beast at the top of the 4 grades can barely resist the attack of the strong at the top of the king's territory. However, judging from its obvious disadvantage and the easy attitude of the top strong in the king's realm of the Devil Heart sect, the 4-grade top wild beast is not the opponent of the top strong in the king's realm at all. As a result of continued killing, the 4-grade top wild beast will undoubtedly die. After quickly observing the general situation of the scene, the heavenly horse in the middle of Chu scattered the power of the spirit in the meridians, used its own true yuan, and then used the lower-level body method and martial arts of Xuanpin to directly rush to the Xuanhuang in the battle. While rushing, Chu Zhongshan shouted, "Xuanhuang, do you dare to fight with me alone?" The sudden appearance of Chu Zhongshan and his loud roar almost made Xuanhuang faint. Seeing clearly that the person who rushed over was the Empress of Chu who he dreamed of killing, Xuanhuang immediately asked for help from the strong man at the peak of Dajiaki. "Martial uncle, this boy is Chu Zhongshan who slaughtered countless talented disciples of our Evil Heart sect. Kill him quickly." Unfortunately, in the face of the request of Xuanhuang, the top power of the Great Road period of Morxinzong did not immediately kill Chu Zhongshan, but looked at the direction behind Chu Zhongshan with a dignified look. "Xuanhuang, don't imagine that the elders around you can help you, because I also have helpers of the same level." When rushing to Xuanhuang, Chu Zhongshan also found the dignified color on the strong man's face in Dajiaki period and the direction he was watching now. He guessed that he was likely to have a misunderstanding, so he took advantage of the situation to call the empty eating beast that was about to be pursued behind him his own helper. At the same time, he took out a wooden box, specially opened a gap from the storage bag, and then directly threw the wooden box to the strong man at the peak of the avenue period. If you want to make the empty eater think that the strong ones in the king's realm of the evil heart sect and the strong ones in the De Dao period are their own helpers, it is difficult to do it only by words and situation. You must be equipped with bait that can cause the struggle between the two sides. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan had to waste a red heart fruit as the fuse to provoke the struggle between the two sides. Seeing the wooden box thrown by Chu Zhongshan and the gap on the surface of the wooden box, the first idea of the peak strong man in the period of Magic Heart Sect Avenue is to use the palm containing the power of law to directly shoot back the damaged wooden box, and then use the power of shooting back to shock Chu Zhongshan to death here. However, just as he had just mobilized the power of the law and had not come and photographed it, he felt a familiar heaviness from the crack of the broken wooden box. This sense of heaviness is very similar to the special environment of the wasteland. The power of the law wrapped the palm of the hand. The strong man at the peak of the Great Road period of the Magic Heart Sect directly reached out to catch the wooden box and opened it. Seeing that the other party not only reached for the wooden box, but also opened it directly, Chu Zhongshan knew that most of his plan had been successful, so he rushed to Xuanwang at a different pace, ran directly from his right side, and then continued to go deep into the valley. Looking at the murderous Chu Zhongshan, he suddenly changed his direction and fled. Xuanwang was like a fool. He really didn't understand what Chu Zhongshan was doing. After seeing the spiritual fruit in the wooden box, an unimaginable expression flashed on his face. Although he didn't know the origin of the spirit fruit in the wooden box, from the pure energy contained in the spirit fruit and the extreme hunger of his flesh caused by this energy, let him know that this spirit fruit may have unimaginable temptation to improve the quality of his flesh. At the same time, the spirit fruit also contains a trace of special energy, which makes the blood in his blood vessels boil gradually. It was precisely because the spirit fruit in the wooden box was full of unimaginable temptation to the strong at the peak of the De Dao period that he ignored Chu Zhongshan, who ran away with the trend for the time being. Although Xuanwang was very dissatisfied with this, he could only temporarily suppress his dissatisfaction in the face of the elders of the sect. At the same time, when he looked at the spiritual fruit in the wooden box, uncontrollable greed flashed in his eyes. At the peak of the Magic Heart Sect Avenue period, when the strong man observed the red heart fruit in the wooden box, the chasing empty eater also just arrived at the scene. Although the murderer's breath has left, but the scene has its carefully cultivated spirit fruit breath, so the air-eating beast did not immediately chase Chu Zhongshan. His sharp eyes directly stared at the peak strongman of the avenue period, who was observing the red heart fruit. The fierce gaze of the air-eating beast immediately made the strong man of the peak of the road period, who was observing the red heart fruit, feel it. He looked up and saw the air-eating beast. After discovering that it was only a wild beast of the peak of 5 grades, the strong man of the peak of the road period of the Magic Heart Sect flashed a cold idea. Although the wild beast at the peak of the 5 grades can give full play to the strength of the junior middle school of the avenue period, he is the strong man at the peak of the avenue period. How can he be afraid of the air-eating beast suddenly coming? Take out an intact wooden box from his storage ring, move the spiritual fruit in the damaged wooden box to the intact wooden box, and recollect his storage ring. After that, the peak strongman of the avenue period took out his real weapon, an inferior real weapon like a hook, and rushed to the empty eater first. In the face of the peak strongman of the avenue period, who took the initiative to attack, the air-eating beast attacked without showing weakness, and one person and one beast were torn together in an instant. Chu Zhongshan, who quickly fled the scene, did not immediately use the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao into the Danshan, but still used the power of Zhenyuan to cooperate with the martial arts of Xuanpin's lower body method to go deep into the valley. After traveling for more than 30 seconds, he heard a rumbling explosion behind him. Without looking back, Chu Zhongshan knew that the top strong man in the period of Magic Heart Sect Avenue had started with Fagang. Now that the two sides have already dealt with each other, his plan of bringing disaster to the east is even successful, so he doesn't hurry to escape now. First, let old Huang determine the scope of the 3-grade wild animals within 100 miles, so that he can make good use of the 3-grade wild animals to get rid of the chase of the strong ones of the evil heart sect after the strong ones at the peak of the king's territory of the evil heart sect repel the empty beasts. After determining the specific location of Sampan Peak Wild Beast, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao to continue to pay attention to the killing of one person and one beast, and hurried to the location of Sampan Peak Wild Beast. Chu boy, I don't think you need to use Sampan wild animals to avoid each other's pursuit for the time being. Just when Chu Zhongshan was less than 10 miles away from the position of the wild beast at the top of the third grade, Huang Lao, who had been paying attention to the battle, suddenly said, "Huang Lao, what happened?" After hearing Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly asked, "Although the strong man at the peak of the Magic Heart sect is certainly not the opponent of the Empty Eater, there is also a strong man at the peak of the king's territory at the scene." By means of the strong man at the peak of the king's territory, the final result of the Empty Eater is either to be killed or to escape in confusion. Chu boy, you and I underestimate the means of devouring empty beasts. As an empty devouring beast with divine animal blood, the means is beyond your imagination. First, he lamented the mysterious means of the empty eating beast. Then, old Huang told Chu Zhongshan about the battle process just now. After hearing Huang Lao's story, Chu Zhongshan was also shocked and stunned. At the same time, a glimmer of hope gradually rose in his heart, hoping that the secret land of the wilderness can be closed quickly, so that he can leave the secret land of the wilderness as soon as possible and get rid of the threat of empty eating animals as soon as possible. According to Huang Laogankai's description, as soon as the strong man at the peak of the Great Road period started with the swallow air, he fell into the disadvantage. The swallow air beast at the peak of the 5 grades seemed to ignore the limitation of his own grade. As soon as he fought, he showed the strength of the 4 grades, and the strong man at the peak of the Great Road period retreated step by step. The king's top strongman, who has been playing with the top 4 wild animals, immediately put away his playing attitude when he saw that his fellow disciples were in danger. After solving the top 4 wild animals in 3 times and 5 times, he blocked the attack of the empty beast for the top strongman in the Avenue period. In the face of the strong at the peak of the Great Road period, the air-eating beast has played the strength of the 4 top wild beasts. In the face of the strong at the peak of the king's territory, the air-eating beast has improved its strength at one time and directly erupted into the strength of the 3 middle level, which is in a situation of equal strength with the strong at the peak of the king's territory. At the same time, with the improvement of grade and strength, the defense of the air-eating beast is also strengthening. Therefore, after fighting with the top strong in the king's territory for dozens of moves, it gradually prevails. Finally, the top strong in the road stage have to fight against the air-eating beast with a joint force. Huang Lao, according to your judgment, who will win in the end? Forcibly pacify the shock brought by the empty devouring beast. Chu Zhongshan is eager to know who can finally win. If the 2 strong men of the evil heart sect win, he can continue to use the shock of the 3-grade wild animals to avoid the pursuit of the strong men of the evil heart sect. If the air-devouring beast finally wins, he must speed up and go more than 140 miles to the east to find the help of the strong men of the Qin Empire. The final result, I think, should be a loss to both sides. By observing the process of the fight between the 2 sides and the continuous use of secret methods, and then combined with his own experience, Huang gave his own judgment. Cause destruction to both sides. After hearing Huang Lao's speculation, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. If it is the result of losing both sides, as Huang Laogang said, he doesn't have to continue to use the deterrent power of 3-grade wild animals. Because of the special environment of the wilderness secret place and the sinister complexity of people's hearts, they will choose to find a hiding place at the first time and then close the door to heal their wounds, so they won't have time to pursue themselves. The result came out. Huang Lao, who has been using his mind to pay attention to the struggle, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Chu boy, the result is the same as I speculated. The result of the final killing of the air-eating beast and the 2 human strongmen is that both lose. However, the last blow of the air-devouring beast has contained the ability to devour the void, which makes the top strong in the king's territory suffer very serious injuries, and the top strong in the Avenue period almost lost half of their lives. Huang Lao, where's the empty eater? Compared with the injuries of the 2 strong men of Morxinzong, Chu Zhongshan really cares about the empty eater. In the special environment of the wasteland, only the empty devouring beast with divine animal blood is his biggest threat and makes him really feel at a loss. Overload uses the ability to devour the void, so that the injury of the empty eater is also very serious. At least during the period when the secret land of the wilderness is opened, it may not be looking for your trouble. Taking the risk of using the supreme mind, old Huang carefully observed the injury of the empty-eating beast, and then gave Chu Zhongshan a reassuring reply. During the period when the secret land of the wilderness was opened, the empty eater could not recover his injury, which made Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief. Without the pressure brought by the empty eater, his gaze was transferred to the two strong men of the evil heart sect. After thinking again and again, Chu Zhongshan decided to take a risk. Old Huang, please keep an eye on the peak of the main road period of the evil heart sect and the two strong men at the peak of the king's territory. When they have determined the place to heal their wounds, tell me the specific location. Chu boy, what do you want to do? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan paid attention to the strong man of the evil heart sect, old Huang asked with great vigilance. Huang has not seen Chu Zhongshan's courage once or twice. He knows that he is sometimes cautious and mature, but sometimes he has the courage to poke a hole in God. Two purposes, one is to recapture the red heart fruit, and the other is to weaken the strength of the evil heart sect. Chu Zhongshan honestly confessed his thoughts. With the careful cultivation of air-eating animals, the real effect of red heart fruit has reached the top level of 5 products. Moreover, red heart fruit is a top treasure specially used to improve the physical quality. Chu Zhongshan is not willing to give up the red heart fruit in the hands of the top strong in the De Dao period, nor to make red heart fruit a powerful resource for the enemy. At the same time, this time, the secret land of the wilderness was opened. Among the 9 forces, only 3 sects sent 2 strong men at the peak of the king's land. One of the 2 King Realm peak strongholds of the Demon Heart sect has been destroyed by the second-class peak wild beast Tooth Blood Beast. If you destroy the top strongman in the King's Realm, you can not only eliminate the overall strength of the Magic Heart sect, so as to prevent the outbreak of civil strife in the future, reduce the pressure of the sect, but also prevent the secret realm harvest of the Magic Heart sect this time. Chu boy, as the saying goes, a thin and dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even if a strong person at the peak of the king's territory is seriously injured, it's not something that you, a peak martial artist in a small chi-changing period, can deal with. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's honest statement of his purpose, old Huang admired his courage and quickly persuaded him not to take easy risks to provoke the top strongman in the king's territory. Huang Lao, don't worry. I'm not an idiot who ignores everything when my mind is hot. Without 100% confidence, I won't do it easily. Chu Zhongshan can understand Huang Lao's worry. Not to mention the strong man at the peak of the king's realm, even the strong man at the peak of the divine soul period can't resist the dying counterattack before heavy damage, but the opportunity is rare. He wants to try. Forget it, let's talk then. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had made up his mind, old Huang knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he planned to see if he had a chance to destroy the top strongman in the king's territory through his own judgment. If the opportunity was not suitable, he always insisted that the time was not ripe, and forced Chu Zhongshan to finally give up the idea of provoking the top power of the king's territory. After all, if you want to master the every move of the top strong man in the king's realm, you also need his mental power. Since there is no danger for the time being, Chu Zhongshan doesn't have to continue to be close to the territory of the wild beast at the top of Sanpin Mountain. After Huang Lao reselects the direction, he continues to go deep into the valley. Of course, it is on the premise of not deviating from the peak of the king of the Devil Heart sect, and the strong looking for a place to hide and cultivate. Chu Zhongshan quietly climbed in the grass, used Genuine to control the frequency of his heart, and then stared at the tree hole in front of him and the Xuanwang guarding next to the tree hole. Chu boy, listen to my advice. Don't provoke the strong man at the top of the king's territory for the time being. Even if he is seriously injured now, you can't easily provoke him. Looking at holding the knife, secretly mobilizing the true Yuan, a soon-to-start Chu Zhongtian, Huang Lao for the last persuasion. Old Huang had planned to use his divine power to monitor the strong of the evil heart sect, and delay the chance of Chu Zhongshan's adventure to find the top strong in the king's. However, what he never thought was that the 2 strong men of the evil heart sect were so seriously injured that they didn't even have time to find a place to hide. They casually found a tree hole where the Jiupin wild beast lived as a place to close the door and heal their wounds. The retreat and healing place they chose was just on the route of Chu Zhongshan going deep into the valley, and finally found their hiding place. Old Huang, you don't have to persuade me. I know. In the face of Huang Lao's endless persuasion, Chu Zhongshan bluntly advised him to shut up. He didn't know the horror of the king's top strongman. He also knew that even the seriously injured king's top strongman could not be easily provoked by him. However, when he decided to take the opportunity to destroy the peak strongman of the road period of the evil heart sect and the king's top strongman, his mind was suddenly in a special artistic conception. Only you know your own situation best. The idea was suddenly in a special mood, which was related to his idea of bold adventure. If he can take the initiative to attack, sneak attack, and kill the top strongman in the king's territory, and find the pure fruit, his idea may break through a new realm, and make him break through the divine soul period early enough. If you listen to Huang Lao's persuasion, and take the initiative to retreat in order to protect your own safety, your mind will not only lose the chance of transformation, but may even affect the breakthrough of the next divine soul period. Therefore, he didn't listen to Huang Lao's persuasion. He had to try whether he could kill the top strong in the king's territory. In fact, he forced himself into Liangshan. Alas, seeing the determined Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao finally sighed helplessly, because he didn't understand why Chu Zhongshan, who was always cautious and never joked about his life, had to risk sneaking into the strong man at the top of the king's territory. Even the strong man at the peak of the king's territory is seriously injured, which is a very dangerous move. After all, Chu Zhongshan is the key to his physical recovery in the future. He can only try his best to help him reduce the possibility of danger, so he can mobilize the power of the spirit to continue to inject into his danshan to facilitate his next action. 1. Observe the situation at the scene, recite the countdown in your heart, disperse the true yuan in the middle of Chu, and then use the power of the spirit injected by Huang Lao to quietly approach the Xuanhuang who is in the state of breath regulation. Less than 10 meters away from Xuanhuang, Chu Zhongshan suddenly accelerated and cut off his head without his being aware of it. Reaching out to catch the head falling from the air, he conveniently took away the storage bag around Xuanhuang's waist. Chu Zhongshan stepped back more than 10 steps and chose the position of attack. After he continued to use the power of God and soul injected by Huang Lao, he began to use his first card, Miki Fist. With the improvement of cultivation and the continuous understanding of the four divine beast boxing presented by Jiao and Jun, he has a deeper understanding of Miki boxing and a faster speed. In the past, it took him at least 2 to 3 seconds to cast the Miki Fist, but now it takes only 1/3 of a second to cast the Miki Fist. 1/3 of a second is not enough to blink. Using the Miki Fist formed by Huang Lao's injection of the power of the divine soul, the position where Chu Zhongshan stands makes layers of ripples in the void of the secret land. At the same time, a breath of destroying the sky and the earth wiped out all the vitality within a radius of 10 meters. Chu boy, beat out the chi-killing fist quickly, and then use the power of the spirit to retreat for kilometers. Chu Zhongshan showed his chi-killing fist so fast that Huang Lao didn't realize that he used the power of the spirit he injected into the danshan. Therefore, when he found the breath of destroying heaven and earth formed by Chu Zhongshan's Miki Fist, he knew the power of Miki Fist and quickly reminded him. At the same time, in order to avoid Chu Zhongshan retreating too slowly, when he just hit the fist, Huang used the power of the divine soul to wrap Chu Zhongshan back for the first time. No, there is an enemy attack. At the moment when Chu Zhongshan's Miki Fist was hit out, the sound of panic from the top of the king's territory came from the tree cave less than 20 meters away from him. When the destructive power formed by Miki Fist is about to blow to the tree cave, the strong man at the top of the king's territory just runs out of the tree cave. Seeing the destructive power that is less than half a meter away from him, the top strongman in the king's territory has no time to dodge. He can only temporarily mobilize the power to suppress the injury and defend against the attack of destructive power in an all-round way. As for his fellow disciples behind him, the strong at the top of the king's territory can't take into account for the time being. Boom! With the destructive power formed by Miki Fist, it all exploded on the defense of the strong at the peak of the king's territory. Taking the tree hole as the origin, a violent roar was heard thousands of kilometers around. With the violent roar, all objects within a kilometer radius were ground into powder by the destructive force formed by Miki Fist. Looking at the empty scene between kilometers, Chu Zhongshan was afraid to step back a few steps at a time. I don't know how many times I have used Miki Fist. He knows the power of Miki Fist. Otherwise, he will not directly use Miki Fist as the final means to sneak attack the top strong in the king's territory. However, all this in front of us is really the result of Miki Fist. Chu boy, remember later. Huang Lao, who is well aware of the power of Miki Fist, was not surprised by the scene caused by Miki Fist. He warned in a serious tone. The power of the divine spirit I injected into your Danshan is only for you to increase your speed and run for your life, not for you to fight the enemy. If you use the power of the divine spirit I injected into your Danshan next time and play a card without limiting your power, I will never inject any power of the divine spirit before you break through the period of the divine spirit. Huang Lao, I remember. After hearing Huang Lao's reminder, Chu Zhang genius reacted and finally knew the power of Miki Fist. Why did it suddenly become so terrible? Originally, all this was due to the use of Huang Lao's spiritual power injected into Danshan. Then he began to expect himself to break through the spiritual period and have his own spiritual power. If the power of his own soul is used, what degree can he achieve the power of his cards? This is what he expects most in his mind at this time. Boy, you want to die. When Chu Zhongshan apologized to Huang and promised not to use the power of the spirit in the future, a figure suddenly appeared in the sand under the powdered tree. Chu Zhongshan was startled by the sudden figure. After hearing the sad and angry curse of the figure, Chu Zhongshan knew that the strong man at the top of the king's territory was not dead. Facing the power that can destroy everything just now, the strong ones at the top of the king's territory can resist it. He finally knew why old Huang died and advised him not to easily provoke the strong ones at the top of the king's territory. Dare not observe the state of the strong at the peak of the king's territory, Chu Zhongshan mobilized the power of the divine soul just added by old Huang and planned to quickly escape the scene. As for the idea of entering the special artistic conception, whether it will eventually lose the opportunity, he can't care so much for the time being. In this case, life protection is the most important. Chu boy, wait a minute. However, just before he came and left, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly warned. Huang Lao, what's the matter? He didn't stop mobilizing the power of the spirit, but Chu Zhongshan turned around and interrogated Huang Lao while looking up to see the state of the top strong man in the king's territory. When he saw the state of the top strong man in the king's territory, he was secretly relieved. At the same time, he also understood why old Huang wanted him to wait. Because the top strong man of the king's realm who came out from the ground looked terrible at this time. He not only lacked arms and legs, but also lost half of his head. At the same time, the breath on each other's body is very light and dark, so light and dark that it can't even reach the realm of divine soul period. Chu boy, it seems that your judgment is correct. When the king's top strongman was fighting with the empty eater, his body suffered unimaginable heavy damage, and even the power of God and soul was hurt to at least 8 layers. Otherwise, with the power of God and soul of the king's top strongman, it only needs 4 layers of God and soul power to easily block the power of Miki Fist. Chu Zhongshan can only see the physical injury of the top strong man in the king's realm, but he can't see his internal injury. However, as a once supreme strong man, Huang can see the injury of the other party's divine soul. Old Huang, is there any threat to me from the top of the king's realm of the evil heart sect? Although the other party was seriously injured, the Miki Fist formed such a terrible force just now that it could not kill the other party. Chu Zhongshan began to think of Huang's saying that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse and asked nervously, Chu boy, I'm afraid now, you didn't have great courage at the beginning. Feeling the tension in Chu Zhongshan's heart, old Huang looked very unhappy and asked, Huang Lao, it was the boy who was obsessed for a while. Don't be angry with the boy. Hearing the displeasure in Huang Lao's tone, Chu Zhongshan quickly apologized and said good words. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's humble words, old Huang snorted coldly to show that he would not forgive easily, but he still truthfully told Chu Zhongshan the real situation of the other party. Don't worry, Chu boy, the other party's body is not only destroyed, but also the power of God and soul is difficult to gather. They can only reluctantly give full play to their high-level strength in the Qi transformation period. There is no great threat to you. Speaking of this, Huang Lao's tone suddenly turned and said in a somewhat contradictory tone, Chu boy, there's one thing I don't know if I should tell you. Huang Lao, with our relationship, what else can't we say? It is rare to see old Huang worried. Chu Zhongshan knew that his next words might involve some secrets, so he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Seeing Chu Zhongshan very interested, Old Huang finally gritted his teeth and said something that made him feel contradictory. In addition to absorbing the soul power scattered between heaven and earth, the innate Lingbao Dinghun can also actively absorb and refine the body and soul power and convert it into pure energy. The transformed pure energy can not only accelerate the recovery of my soul power, but also help you quickly refine your mind. Huang Lao, do you want to use the soul-fixing gourd to absorb the body of the soul that has been severely damaged in front of you? He pointed to the top strongman in the king's realm who was trying to condense the body of the soul, and Chu Zhongshan asked. That's right, Huang Lao admitted without denying. Then I'll absorb it directly. What are you doing? After picking out the messy hair in front of his forehead, Chu Zhongshan asked puzzled. Use the soul-fixing god gourd to absorb the spirit body of the top strong in the king's territory, so as to restore his own spirit body and help him refine his mind. If there are such good things, we need to interrogate his attitude, which makes Chu Zhongshan very incomprehensible to Huang Lao's practice. Chu boy, I use the innate Lingbao to refine the body of other people's spirits. Don't you feel disgusted or angry? Chu Zhongshan's insipid reaction made Huang Lao very uncomfortable. Because refining the body of other people's gods and souls, and becoming a means to increase their strength is taboo in the spiritual world. Anyone can hunt him down after discovering it. How did the powerful spellmaster become extinct at the beginning? It's not because the spellmaster wizards created a skill that can refine the power of other people's spirits and enhance their spiritual power, which was chased by the most powerful people. No, I feel normal. Chu Zhongshan responded calmly to Huang Lao's rhetorical question. Alas, Chu boy, I really don't understand you. Chu Zhongshan's calm and understanding attitude made Huang Lao completely believe that he didn't mind refining the body of other people's spirits at all, which made him sigh. Huang Lao, I know what you mean. In fact, Chu Zhongshan knew what Huang meant when he began to interrogate him. Originally, he didn't want to explain much, but he was afraid that Huang Lao would misunderstand himself. Finally, he explained his view on the body of refining the soul. Huang Lao, if you take the initiative to refine the body of other people's gods and souls, I'm sorry, I will definitely stop you, because this is completely the means of people in the devil's way. However, refining your opponent, especially the spirit body of the great enemy of life and death, I feel there is no problem. Moreover, if you don't refine the spirit body of your opponent, we'll try to make him disappear later. It's also a good thing to use waste. I see. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation and thinking of Chu Zhongshan's clear character of love and hate and his arbitrary style of action, Huang finally understood why he was able to look at the state of mind of refining the soul. Chu boy, you don't need to intervene in refining the body of the spirit, so next you'd better look for the storage ring left after the death of the top strongman in the Avenue period. After understanding Chu Zhongshan's idea, Old Huang has no psychological burden on refining the spirit body of the top power in the king's realm. Huang Lao, you are busy. After responding to Old Huang, Chu Zhongshan quickly came to the body of the top strong man in the king's territory. Because the king's peak strongman lacks arms and legs, the missing arm happens to be wearing a storage ring, and the body of the peak strongman in the Avenue period is also ground into powder, so he must look for it carefully. It took him nearly 3 minutes to find a storage ring 10 meters away from the body of the top strongman in the king's territory. After seeing the storage ring, Chu Zhongshan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the structure of the storage ring is different from that of the storage bed. The storage ring can withstand strong power attacks. When recalling the power of destroying the sky and the earth formed by the Miki Fist just now, he was still worried that the storage ring would be destroyed, thus losing the collection of the peak strongmen of the Avenue period and the peak strongmen of the king's territory, as well as the red heart fruit he used as bait. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Chu Zhongshan can basically conclude that it belongs to the peak strongman of the Avenue period. His hands quickly knot and print it directly on the storage ring. Different from the storage bag, the owner of the storage ring can arrange some simple master recognition arrays to make it difficult for those who get the storage ring to get the treasures in the storage ring. However, for the array master Huang Lao, the master of the array, the master recognition array of the storage ring is just a child's play. He created a kind of handprint according to the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan. It can help him easily break the master recognition array of the storage ring. A few marks were simply made, and printed on the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan's consciousness easily entered the storage ring. He turned a blind eye to the upper-level spirit stones of the 3rd and 2nd grade in the storage ring, and was indifferent to the high-grade pills in the storage ring. His consciousness began to open the wooden boxes that could contain spirit fruits. Because there are not many wooden boxes that can contain spiritual fruits in the storage ring, when he entered the consciousness of the storage ring, he soon found the existence of red heart fruit. Just when he took out the wooden box with his mind, opened the wooden box, and saw the red heart fruit in the wooden box, the whole sea of knowledge seemed to explode, startling Huang Lao, who was refining the body of the soul. After feeling the change of knowing the sea and the sky in the middle of Chu, Huang Lao stared and stared there. As a supreme power, Huang Lao, who has experienced the transformation of his mind, clearly knows the meaning of the sea explosion in Zhongshan. However, this change of knowing the sea can only occur when the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, and the consciousness is promoted to the divine mind. The idea of Chu Zhongshan is still a certain distance from the transformation. How can it break through at this time? Could it be that he just got another chance against the sky? Compared with the body of refining the soul, the improvement of the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan is the most important. Therefore, Huang Lao temporarily stopped refining the body of the soul of the top strong in the king's realm, and then used his mind to check his state at this time. After careful inspection, old Huang gradually figured out the reason. It was precisely because he found out the reason that he felt a trace of envy and jealousy for Chu Zhongshan's qualification and luck. The change of Chu Zhongshan's understanding of the sea just now is actually the process of mind degeneration. The degeneration of mind does not mean that his cultivation has entered a half-step into the divine soul period, but that he is really on the edge of breaking into the divine soul period, so that he can break through if he wants to break through, or he can choose not to break through temporarily if he doesn't want to break through. At the same time, even if he does not break through the spirit period, he can also have the real strength of the spirit period, so that he can have the combat effectiveness of different levels of the spirit period. When the change of knowing the sea was completely over, the god of Chu covered the wooden box with complex feelings, and then put the wooden box into his storage ring. Through the change of knowing the sea just now, he finally understood the opportunity of his mind in a special artistic conception. At the same time, he finally understood why Qin Wushuang's cultivation was only the peak of Qihai period, and did not break through the divine soul period, but he showed the breadth of divine soul period. It turns out that all this is due to the transformation of ideas into divine thoughts. Chu boy, in the age when my body was not damaged, there was a legend that before the martial arts broke through the divine soul period, after the idea broke through the divine mind first, they will have the opportunity to get the legendary divine eye. I don't know if you have this opportunity. Quell the shock of Chu Zhongshan's consciousness of secret love for God, Huang said in a complex tone. Divine eye. Hearing Huang Lao say God's eyes, Chu Zhongshan's heart moved. Because just when his consciousness degenerated, he accidentally felt something more in his right eye, but no matter how he looked just now, he couldn't find out what was more. Yes, it is said that there are 3 eyes in the world, representing punishment, destruction, and rebirth, but I have never heard of anyone who has them. Mentioning the 3 god eyes in the rumor, there is an indescribable meaning in Huang Lao's tone. Punishment, destruction, and rebirth. Chu Zhongshan repeated Huang Laogang's introduction to the 3 divine eyes, and a strange feeling gradually rose in his heart. This feeling seems to be related to his copy and paste program, the purple blood being transformed in his body, and the inexplicable things in his right eye. This inexplicable feeling made his mind gradually agitated, so he quickly adjusted his state of mind, and forcibly expelled this feeling from his mind. Chu boy, the 3 god eyes are just rumors in ancient times, and their credibility is not high, so you don't have to take them to heart. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was deeply fascinated by the shock brought by the 3 god eyes, old Huang quickly comforted him. Huang Lao, don't worry, I'm fine. When old Huang comforted, it happened that Chu Zhongshan forcibly expelled the feeling caused by the 3 god eyes, so he quickly signaled that he was okay. Chu boy, since your mind is transformed into divine mind earlier than cultivation, what you need to do next is to continue to improve your physical grade, and then I will use the energy transformed by the fixed soul divine gourd to continue to enhance your divine mind, and strive to break through the divine soul period. You can hit the peak of the divine soul period in a very short time. Seeing Chu Zhongshan quickly adjust his state of mind, old Huang was deeply satisfied. At the same time, he also began to give advice for his next practice. Chu Zhongshan doesn't have any opinions about this, and he knows that in addition to the ones mentioned by Huang Legang, he still has many martial arts that need to be practiced. For example, you can advance to the potential of Daoyi. For example, the fist technique of 4 divine beasts presented by Jiao and Jun. 3 hours into the valley of Chu Zhongshan, his eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his expression gradually rose, a trace of irritability. After looking around for a week, he chose a sky tree with a height of 50 meters. After climbing to the top of the tree, he looked north but found that he still couldn't see the edge of the valley. Huang Lao, what happened to you in the valley? Choose to let me come here. From the top to the waist of the tree, standing on a branch of the tree, Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. After breaking through his mind, Chu Zhongshan found the top strongman of the king's territory in the deep pit of the broken tree cave. He wore the arm with the storage ring. After taking off the storage ring on the broken arm, he didn't stop, but chose to continue to go deep into the valley. However, after walking for nearly 3 hours and hundreds of miles into the valley, Chu Zhongshan didn't get to the edge of the valley or find any amazing treasures, which made Chu Zhongshan very confused about why old Huang wanted him to enter the valley. Chu boy, to be honest, I don't know what's in the valley. For Chu Zhongshan's question, Huang Lao can only truthfully respond. At the beginning, I just found that many martial artists who entered the secret land of the wilderness chose to enter the valley. I think there may be some amazing treasures hidden in the valley, which allowed you to enter the valley. At this point, Huang Lao also had some questions in his heart. I'm afraid no one in the world knows how big the secret place is except the rules of the secret place. Because in the age when his body was not damaged, every time a strong man entered the wilderness, the place he experienced was nearly 9 floors different. Without the array he arranged millions of years ago, let alone finding the innate Lingbao Dinghun God gourd, he could not find it even in this valley. Since the environment is different every time the secret land of the wilderness is opened, why do the 9 forces and 8 strong men from the southern region consciously enter the valley at the same time? After millions of years of evolution, the rules of the secret land of the wilderness have changed, and the environment in the secret land has been completely fixed without any change. If this is the case, then he feels a little sorry for Chu Zhongshan. Because Jiao and Jun used his mind to help Chu Zhongshan draw a detailed map of the secret land of the end of heaven, but he destroyed it on the spot, and boasted that he had a way to make Chu Zhongshan feel like a fish in water in the secret land. Huang Lao, I feel I can't go on aimlessly like this. We must find out what the purpose of those strong people who enter the valley is. Jump down from the branch, Chu Zhongshan suggested. The pure heart fruit, which improves the physical quality, has transformed his consciousness into a divine mind. The harvest of the valley has made him very satisfied, but people's desire is unlimited and their thirst for knowledge is strong. The strong forces of the 9 forces and the 8 scattered cultivation have entered the valley, making him eager to know the secrets hidden in the valley. Chu boy, what do you want to do? For Chu Zhongshan's proposal, old Huang looked forward to him and saw what good ideas he had. Because he also wanted to find out what was hidden in the valley and how the strong people who entered the secret land of the wilderness knew the valley in the secret land. It seems that we need to find some people who know the situation and get the secrets of the valley from them. There was no need to think about it at all. Chu Zhongshan knew his next action. Old Huang, help me check to see if there are human warriors around, especially the strong ones from the 9 forces. Chu boy, there are 6 martial arts in the north 70 miles away, but the strongest of the 6 martial arts has reached the peak of the king's territory. Can you get the secret hidden in the valley from them? As early as Chu Zhongshan planned to find others to inquire about the secrets of the valley, old Huang had already checked the movement within 100 miles. Therefore, when Chu Zhongshan asked, he directly informed Chu Zhongshan of his inspection. The most powerful person who reaches the peak of the kingdom must be from the 9 forces. Because only the 9 forces have the ability and courage to send the strong at the peak of the king's territory to enter the dangerous secret land. Of course, Liyun sect and Magic Heart sect must be excluded, because the 4 top kings of the 2 sects were either killed by him by means of killing with a knife or by means of sneak attack. Among the remaining 7 forces, Huang Lao, the strong man of the Qin Empire and the sister flower of the Yan family, has seen it. If it is the strong one of these 2 forces, he must have pointed it out directly just now. In other words, the group of martial artists he just found is likely to be the strong ones among the remaining 9 forces, so he needs to know whether these people are enemies or friends. Old Huang, would you please describe to me the appearance of the martial artist whose cultivation is in the Qi transformation period among these people? Among the 9 forces, Chu Zhongshan knows very few people, but among the talents in the realm of Hueki period, except the Chu family, he knows almost 1 or 2. Therefore, he hopes to identify the martial artists in Hueki period to determine the origin of each other. Among the 6 martial artists, there is only one martial artist who has achieved cultivation during the Qi transformation period. He is a boy with a baby face. The size of this boy. Old Huang checked the accomplishments of the 6 martial artists, and his mind finally locked the only martial artist in the Qi transformation period on the scene. Originally, he wanted to describe the warrior's appearance in detail, but when he said that the other party was a babyface, Chu Zhongshan directly interrupted Huang Lao's description. Huang Lao, they are from the Xia family, one of the 9 forces. Chu boy, how is their relationship with you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan only by describing each other's baby face, you can know the origin of each other. Old Huang knows that he must know each other, but the premise is to know his relationship with each other. General, for the Xia family, Chu Zhongshan only contacted Xia Luo. Although Charlotte had shown kindness before the closure of Shura secret place, Chu Zhongshan was not sure that the other party could tell the secret in the valley. Without much consideration, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to contact the Xia family. After all, he has no grudges with the Xia family. Even if he can't get any secret land about the valley in the end, there will be no conflict between them. The breakthrough of mind not only made Chu Zhongshan's strength really reach the divine soul period, but also made a breakthrough in his body method and martial arts. The body method and martial arts of the lower level of Xuanpin, which originally broke through not long ago, directly entered the realm of Dasheng, which is not far from breaking through the peak of the lower level of Xuanpin. With the speed of Chu Zhongshan's full exertion of body method and martial arts, it took less than 3 minutes to get around the strong men of the Xia family. Reminded by Huang Lao, he stopped less than a kilometer away from the Xia family warrior, and then walked directly to the Xia family warrior. Among the strong members of the Xia family who are recuperating in situ, one of them has a face full of grievances and a baby face. He is a teenager who has only 4 peaks in the Qi transformation period. He is being scolded by a strong member of the longevity peak. Although he was scolded and his face showed an expression of grievance, the boy's eyes looked around restlessly and saw Chu Zhongshan walking slowly. The young man immediately said happily, "Elder martial brother Chu. Younger martial brother Xia." The young man who is being scolded by the strong man of longevity is no one else, but Charlotte, whom Chu Zhongshan met in the Shura secret realm. First, he said hello to Charlotte. Chu Zhongshan then hugged his fist with both hands and saluted all the strong people of the Xia family at the scene, saying, "Chu Zhongshan has seen your predecessors." The sudden appearance of Chu Zhongshan made several strong people in the Xia family who were recuperating immediately open their eyes. After seeing that the visitor was Chu Zhongshan of Liyun sect, a look of doubt flashed on the faces of several strong people. Although they are one of the 9 forces, the Xia family and Liyun sect have little contact with each other because of their distance. Except for the high level above the peak of the king's territory and the occasional meeting due to the interests of the southern region, the people below the peak of the king's territory basically have little contact with the younger brothers of Liyun sect. Originally, they wondered why Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to show up to meet each other, but when they found the spirit of Chu Zhongshan and the cultivation at the peak of the Qihai period, both the strong at the peak of the Avenue period and the strong at the peak of the King's realm were stunned. It is very rare not only in the southern region, but also in the central region, where there are a large number of talents. Qin Wuxuang of the Qin Empire was able to do this because the Qin Empire had a set of secret methods specially used to practice ideas, and Qin Wuxuang's own qualifications were amazing. Otherwise, Emperor Qin could not have named him unparalleled. Originally, they thought that among the young generation in the southern region, except Qin Wuxuang, it was impossible for anyone to change their mind earlier than their cultivation, but the emergence of Chu Zhongshan changed their mind. Ha ha. It's Chu Xiaoyu from Liyun sect. Nice to meet you. It was precisely because Chu Zhongshan's idea transformed into a divine idea, which revealed his amazing talent that was not inferior to Qin Wushuang, which attracted the attention of several strong men in the Xia family. The top strong man in the king's realm who had the strongest cultivation on the spot took the initiative to stand up and respond. "See you in the sky, Master Xia." After Huang Lao secretly reminded him, Chu Zhongshan knew that he was the top strong man in the king's realm with the highest cultivation on the spot. He had a correct attitude and a salute. "Well, it seems that you have a good relationship with Xiao Luo. You don't have to be so polite with me." After swinging, the strong man at the top of the king's territory motioned that Chu Zhongshan didn't have to be polite. "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, how can you enter the valley alone? You are the strong man of your sect." Chu Zhongshan's ability to change his mind also made the strong man who drank and denounced Charlotte stunned there. Charlotte took the opportunity to rush to Chu Zhongshan. When he was happy, he asked some questions that he didn't understand. "I don't know. After entering the secret land of the end of the world, I will practice alone." Mention this, Chu Zhongshan is also very helpless. Although at the beginning, in order to help Huang Lao obtain the treasures in the secret territory array, he deliberately chose to walk alone. When entering the natural wilderness secret territory, the sects did not leave any means to contact each other, so that he could not contact the strong sects at all. Otherwise, he would not have been unaware of the secrets hidden in the valley until now. "Chu Xiaoyu, you entered the valley alone." At the beginning, the king's top strongman who was shocked by Chu Zhongshan's amazing talent didn't notice this, but he suddenly realized it in Xia Luo's question and answer with Chu Zhongshan. "Yes," nodded, Chu Zhongshan replied without any concealment. "Chu Xiaoyu, I have to say that you are not only gifted, but also a rare genius in the south. Courage and luck are also rare in this world." After being confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, the top strongman of Wangjing was shocked and sighed again. In the secret valley, the strength of the wild animals in the valley is extremely strong due to the strong natural gas. The reason why they choose to rest is that they have to rest in place due to the excessive consumption caused by fighting with the wild animals. But Chu Zhongshan broke into the valley alone, not only was not eaten by wild animals, but also kept the same speed with them unharmed. How can this not shock the top strongman of the king's territory? The elder has been rewarded. Chu Zhongshan said modestly, "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I'm afraid you didn't come to me when you showed up suddenly. Is there anything we can do for you?" Charlotte was very happy to see the family elders praise Chu Zhongshan so much. As a disciple of great power, in addition to his outstanding accomplishments, it is more important to make friends with more outstanding talents. There are as many as 40 Xia disciples who have entered the secret land of the wilderness, and there are many people with better talents and qualifications than him. The reason why he can be brought into the valley alone is that he has a good personal relationship with Qin Wushuang, which makes the elders of the family have to value him. Now, Chu Zhongshan has shown his unparalleled qualification and is one of the 9 forces. His overall strength ranks the second Ligun sect, which makes Xia Luo even more proud. As long as the relationship between him and Chu Zhongshan is closer, it will be valued more by the family elders. For Charlotte Sweeping, the strong man at the peak of the king's territory was not angry. The Xia family is different from the other 4 families. Because of their blood and inheritance, the offspring of the whole family are far inferior to the 4 families. The small number of children means that there is little chance of the emergence of talented people. Therefore, among the 9 forces, the Xia family has always ranked last in terms of overall strength. However, as an ancient family that has been inherited for more than 400,000 years, the Xia family has a set of survival rules suitable for itself. That is, investment. Investment is not to take out a lot of money or spiritual resources to support one or several talents, but to make good friends with those demon-level talents who have super talents but have not yet grown up in advance. As long as they can win their friendship before they grow up, the Xia family will get strong support in the future. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why the Xia family can inherit for more than 400,000 years. Although he didn't quite know the degree of Zhongshan's qualification, from his breath and young face, the strong man at the top of the king knew that he was not old, that is, he was only 18 or 9 years old. Being able to reach the peak of Kihai period at this age is enough to prove that his talent has absolutely reached the demon level. Facing Charlotte's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed to say, but after seeing Charlotte's sincere eyes, he finally said the reason for his appearance. Younger martial brother Zia, I had been practicing in seclusion before entering the secret land of the wilderness, and I didn't know the specific information of the secret land of the wilderness. When I entered the secret land of the wilderness, I lost contact with the elders of the sect, and I didn't know what secrets were hidden in the secret land valley, so that everyone would choose to enter here. Chu Zioyu, you don't know the secret in the valley. After hearing the question of Chu Zhongshan, the eyebrows of the strong man at the top of the king's territory wrinkled slightly. Because disciples like Chu Zhongshan, who are even better than demons, do not recognize which forces are the object of key protection and will be given the top treatment. In such a dangerous environment as the wasteland, it's incredible not to arrange close protection for the strong in the king's territory. Now we don't even tell the important secrets after the opening of the wasteland, which can't be described too much. Thinking of this, the king's top strongman looked at Chu Zhongshan with a trace of doubt. If you go back to your predecessors, you really don't know. The doubt in the eyes of the king's peak strongman made Chu Zhongshan know that his performance had made the other party suspicious, so he took a deep breath and decided to give full play to his film Emperor performance strength and strive to make the other party believe in himself. Elder, to tell you the truth, I was forced to find it and enter the valley in front of me. Because the younger generation killed some of the talented disciples of the Magic Heart sect in the Shura secret realm before breaking through the Qi transformation period, the Xuanwang of the Magic Heart sect always hated the younger generation. Therefore, when he met the younger generation, he directly provoked the strong ones in the sect's longevity to pursue and kill the younger generation. Fortunately, I have some strength and some means to protect my life. I managed to escape from the chase of the powerful people of the Evil Heart sect. That's why I entered the valley by mistake. Grandpa 3, I met Elder Martial Brother Chu in the Shura secret place. I learned from a wounded disciple of the Magic Heart sect that the 1 king and 4 princes of the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect were all killed by Elder Martial Brother Chu. Although I don't know why the strong family questioned Chu Zhongshan, the shrewd Charlotte knew it was time to get close to Chu Zhongshan, so he took the initiative to explain for Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zioyu, I don't know who you are in Lian sect and follow. Seeing that his younger generation took the initiative to explain for Chu Zhongshan, the doubts of the king's peak strongmen have been reduced by half, but the other half need to be confirmed from the position of Chu Zhongshan in Lian sect. The younger generation follows Zhao and Jun. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his teacher's inheritance because it's no secret at all. However, what he never thought of was that after he said he was following Zhao and Jun, the doubts in the eyes of the top strongmen in the king's territory disappeared in an instant, and a kind smile appeared on his face. No wonder you don't know the secret of this valley. No wonder you don't have the protection of strong sects around you. It turns out that your master is Zhao and Jun. Master, I know my master. The change of the tone and expression of the strong at the peak of the king's territory can be seen clearly by the sky in Chu. Seeing the thorough news questioned in the other party's eyes, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to draw closer to each other, so that he could really know the secrets hidden in the valley. Alas, Elder Martial Brother Zhao is still the best person in the southern region. I'm not qualified to get to know him, but my brother is a life and death friend and has a lifelong friendship with him. The king's top strongman smiled bitterly and then pointed out their relationship with Zhao and Jun. After hearing the other party's explanation, Chu Zhongshan was also surprised. Because in his opinion, Zhao and Jun is the kind of person who is arrogant and not good at communication. People like this are difficult to make friends, let alone friends of life and death. Grandpa 3, you mean my grandpa and elder martial brother Chu's master are friends of life and death? Charlotte asked in the same shock. The family brother of the top strong man in the king's territory, that is, Charlotte's grandfather, is the last patriarch of the Zia family. He is also the strongest of the only 2 supreme strong men in the Zia family. He has the absolute right to speak and decide in the Zia family. Ignoring Zia Luo's shock, the king's top strongman smiled and said to Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zioyu, since you are Brother Zhao's apprentice, you are not an outsider with us. Next, I'll tell you the secret hidden in the valley. As the top 10 secret places in the southern region, the space of Tianhuang secret place is very large, and after each secret place is opened, the entry positions are also different, so that no one can accurately describe the detailed road map inside Tianhuang's secret place. However, 100 years ago, there appeared in the Qin Empire a number of talented prophets that were rare in 10,000 years. The prophecy of this talented prophet has reached the point where one can see through a person's destiny in the next 100 years and predict the future of the supreme power more accurately. The talented prophet of the Qin Empire, through the experience and knowledge of different warriors entering the wilderness secret place, and then combined with strong prophecy and amazing memory, roughly described the detailed map of most areas of the wilderness secret place, which made the strong people who later entered the wilderness secret place not only harvest more precious resources, but also increase the probability of life preservation by at least 7 layers. Before the opening of this time's secret land, when the top level of our 9 forces met with the supreme power of the 8 scattered cultivation, the talented prophet of the Qin Empire predicted that the secret land of natural famine was about to undergo drastic changes. Upheaval represents opportunity, and the opportunity in the secret land of the wilderness lies in this valley. According to the prediction of the talented prophet of the Qin Empire, there is a wasteland with amazing storage and at least 3 grades or more in this valley. What, the barren pulse of more than 3 grades? Huang Lao, who listened carefully, couldn't help exclaiming when he heard that the strong man at the top of the Xia family's kingdom mentioned the famine. Old Huang, be quiet. I'll say it when I leave. Chu Zhongshan, who was startled by old Huang, quickly motioned him to be quiet, and then continued to listen to each other. In fact, he was also startled by the secret just now. Barren stone, like spirit stone, is a kind of stone with rich natural qi inside. It is an auxiliary treasure that can help martial artists improve their physical quality. The barren vein, like the spirit vein, is a mineral vein containing a large amount of barren stones. Tianhuang is a secret place outside China. The spirit vein of Sanpin is already the top mineral vein in the southern region, which cannot be owned by the 9 forces, and the precious value of the barren pulse that reaches the 3rd grade may be compared with the spirit pulse of the 1st grade. After all, barren veins only exist in the secret land of the wilderness. If you want to get barren stones, you can only get them in the secret land of the wilderness. It is impossible to get them outside the secret land. Chu Zioyu, you also know that for those martial artists who enter the secret land of the wilderness, the most precious treasure is not those rare treasures, but the natural qi that can improve their physique and enhance their potential. However, the natural gas in the secret territory is too scattered. If you want to rely on meditation and absorption, the efficiency is low and time is wasted. Therefore, the high-quality waste stone containing sufficient natural gas is the real reason why we strong people above the avenue stage enter the natural secret territory. Unfortunately, the secret land of the wilderness is opened every 10 years, and each time it is opened for only 1 month. Moreover, there are many dangers and countless wild animals in the secret land of the wilderness, which leads to the strong people who enter the secret land every time. The number of natural stones they finally harvest is very small. Not to mention meeting the daily cultivation, there are even some guard tokens for refining the next time to enter the secret land of the wilderness. I see my elbow. I see. After hearing each other's explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why the 9 forces sent at least 4 strong men in the De Dao period this time, and all the leaders were the top strong men in the king's territory. It turned out that their goal was the 3-grade wasteland hidden in the valley. Elder, I wonder if you know the specific location of the barren vein in the valley? Chu Zhongshan asked with great expectation. Although he has red heart fruit, which can improve the grade of flesh, there are only 8 red heart fruits, which is too small. Although he has the ability to copy and paste red heart fruit, he can paste red heart fruit without limitation. As a 6th-grade spiritual fruit, red heart fruit has been carefully cultivated by air-eating animals. If he wants to paste such spiritual fruit, the number of spiritual stones consumed is very terrible. At the same time, as the top spiritual fruit, red heart fruit is only suitable for breaking through the great realm and is not suitable for daily cultivation. Therefore, in the face of the secret that may be the barren pulse of more than 3 grades, Chu Zhongshan can hardly hide his inner excitement and desire. No, according to the talented prophet of the Qin Empire, the location of the Sanpin wasteland is deep in the valley, but he can't give an accurate number of the specific distance. He shook his head, and said with the same depressed look, "It has been nearly 6 days since the secret land of the wilderness was opened." Apart from most of the time spent looking for the valley, they have gone deep into the valley for more than 5 days. In addition to constantly meeting powerful wild animals, let alone wild veins, even a low-grade waste stone has not been found. "Thank you for your help. I can't thank you enough." Since the other party didn't know the specific location of the barren pulse, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt a retreat. Unlike the other party who can only go deep into the valley step by step, in case of encountering high-grade wild animals that are difficult to deal with, he can use the peak strength of the imperial territory. Shen Nian is the supreme old Huang. He can not only search a wider range, but also avoid more high-grade wild animals in advance, which will not affect his speed of going deep into the valley. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, it's too dangerous for you to go into the valley alone. Otherwise, you can stay with us so that you can take care of each other. Seeing that the heart of heaven in Chu was separated, Charlotte urgently proposed. As for Charlotte's reminder, both the strong at the peak of the king's realm and the strong at the peak of longevity are wearing a kind smile and obviously agree with Charlotte's just proposal. Chu Zhongshan was very moved by the goodwill of the Xia family. He also wanted to stay with the strong men of the Xia family, but considering his special situation and the competition after finding the barren vein, he finally shook his head and refused. "Younger Marshal Brother Xia, I have many enemies. Staying with you will not only affect your forward speed, but also cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble, so I'd better leave." Elder Marshal Brother Chu, we Xia family as. Hearing the reason why Chu Zhongshan refused, Charlotte quickly explained and persuaded him. However, just before he explained, the king's top strongman interrupted him directly. "Xiao Luo, let Chu Xiao leave." 3 grandfathers. Seeing that the family elders agreed with Chu Zhongshan to leave alone, Charlotte asked puzzled. However, the king's top strongman didn't explain the reason to him, but kindly told Chu Zhongshan, "Our deep line is basically a straight line. If you encounter irresistible danger, you can come back to us immediately, and we will do our best to help you." "Thank you, sir, I'm leaving." The promise made by the top strongman in the king's realm made Chu Zhongshan feel the sincerity of outsiders to himself for the first time. Although Zhao Enjun was a big reason, he was still very moved. "Chu Xiao, pay attention to safety." Nodded, the king's top strongman signaled that Chu Zhongshan could leave. When the figure of Chu Zhongshan disappeared completely, the strong man at the peak of the kingdom explained to Xia Luo. Xiao Luo, Zhao Enjun, the master of Chu Zhongshan, was called the Bloody Butcher because he was the main cause of the civil strife during the civil strife of Lian's sect, and because he slaughtered too many people, so that the blood dyed the whole law enforcement peak red. However, the world doesn't know that he has another title, which is called casual practice in the sect. It means that although he comes from a famous sect, his practice and experience are no different from casual practice. He is always alone. Any practice resources are earned by himself, and few people can go with him. Chu Zhongshan is so much like his master Zhao Enjun, whether it's his character or his style of doing things, that's why I agree with him to leave alone. So it is. After nodding, Charlotte finally understood why Grandpa San Yi didn't let him continue to persuade Chu Zhongshan. Xiao Luo, a man of Chu Zhongshan's character, is hard to really identify with a person, but if you can win his friendship, he can become your brother who lives and dies together. After looking at Charlotte, he thought of his brother. The king's top strongman said with emotion, "Whether you sincerely deal with Chu Zhongshan depends on your own ideas. Huang Lao, what do you think of the secret of hidden barren veins in the valley?" After leaving the powerful Xia family for decades, Chu Zhongshan temporarily found a hidden grass, took a short break, and then began to discuss with Huang Lao about the barren pulse. "Chu boy, you can't understand the prophet mentioned just now." Without expressing his views, Huang wanted to determine the real ability of the prophet first. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan said, "No, I really know and understand the prophet because of the eastern hegemony of the Tianlong emperor. Boy, I can use the prophecy to predict the impending changes in the secret land of the end of the world and the hidden 3-grade famine pulse in the valley of the secret land. This kind of prophecy has the strength. Even in the age when my body was not damaged, no prophet can do it." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had never heard of the prophet, old Huang began to doubt the authenticity of the hidden ore veins in the valley. "Huang Lao, I think the prediction of the prophet of the Qin Empire should be true. Because when we avoided the pursuit of air-eating beasts, didn't we also see the people of the Qin Empire?" As for Huang Lao's question about the ability of the prophet of the Qin Empire, Chu Zhongshan calculated a little, and then directly retorted. Chu boy, it's still hard for me to believe that today, millions of years later, there will be such a prophet in the remote southern region. Chu Zhongshan's speculation is also very reasonable, but Huang Laota is hard to accept this reality. As the real core of the eternal continent, the central region is the holy land of cultivation that all martial artists really yearn for. Whether it is the power of more than second class, the strong aura of heaven and earth, the ubiquitous genius and treasure, or the strongest of the main cultivation system and auxiliary system, it should appear in the central region. As an auxiliary cultivation system, the most mysterious and elusive prophecy even let the people in the southern region have the upper hand, which made Huang Lao, who was once a genius in the central region and showed great arrogance in his bones, unacceptable. Huang Lao, whether you believe the prediction of the prophet of the Qin Empire or not, our next task is to try our best to find the wasteland and strive to get enough benefits before others find it. I don't understand why Huang Lao is holding on to the prophet of the Qin Empire, but Chu Zhongshan is now all thinking about the famine. Because whether he can find the famine vein in advance determines whether he can continue to rapidly improve his physical quality after the closure of the wilderness secret place. Chu boy, if that prophet's prediction is true, you may really develop this time. Whether the prophet of the Qin Empire is really as he imagined depends on whether there are more than 3 grades of barren veins in the valley. If so, Huang Lao also admires his excellence in accepting the reality. If not, although Chu Zhongshan lost an opportunity against the sky, he can retain his pride and face as a genius in the central region. Having made a decision in his heart, old Huang immediately began to prepare for the search for Sampan Wasteland. Huang Lao, even if you don't say it, I know that I will develop after finding the Sampan shortage. For Huang Lao's inexplicable emotion, Chu Zhongshan felt whether he was stimulated by the prophets of the Qin Empire and said some waste, so his tone inadvertently showed a trace of impatience. Smelly boy, what do you know? As if he could hear the impatience in Chu Zhongshan's tone, Huang Lao's face sank and criticized severely. Old Huang, don't be angry, the boy didn't mean it. Seeing that Huang was really angry, Chu Zhongshan quickly made an apology and flattered him. Humming to the cold sky in Chu, old Huang explained without anger. In fact, what the world doesn't know is that as long as the grade reaches more than 3 grades, there is a certain probability that the best waste stone or the best spirit stone will be produced at the real core of the ore vein. The best barren stone, the best spirit stone. Hearing Huang Lao's explanation of the barren pulse and the spiritual pulse, Chu Zhongshan said with a tight breath, in the eternal continent, Lingxi is divided into 4 grades and 10 grades. Among them, from grade 10 to grade 8 are the lower-level spirit stones, from grade 7 to grade 5 are the middle-level spirit stones, and from grade 4 to grade 2 are the upper-level spirit stones. After reaching grade 1, they are called the best spirit stones. In the southern region, the lower-level spirit stones can be seen everywhere, while the middle-level spirit stones are more precious. The upper-level spirit stones are very rare. Generally, only the forces with more than 5 grades, or the strong ones whose cultivation reaches more than longevity, can have a large number of upper-level spirit stones. The quantity of the best spirit stone is very rare. Even the strong at the peak of the imperial realm are difficult to find. Because the spirit stone of this grade is the exclusive item of the supreme strong. Cut. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's gaffe, old Huang sneered with disdain and then continued, You're so excited about the best spirit stone. If you know the treasure I'm going to talk about next, won't you faint with excitement? Huang Lao, is there a treasure more precious than the best waste stone in the waste vein? Stimulated by the top-grade barren stone, Chu Zhongshan's heart beat faster. Hearing that there were more precious treasures than the top-grade spirit stone, Chu Zhongshan felt that his breathing began to be difficult. He knew it was because his heart was too fast. Mobilize genuine intention and adjust the frequency of calling. He soon recovered his calm. After Chu Zhongshan completely restored calm, old Huang began to explain. If it is the 3rd grade spiritual pulse, the best spiritual stone is the most precious treasure in the spiritual pulse. But if it is the 3rd grade barren pulse, the core of the barren pulse will produce a few barren milk with abundant energy. Raw milk. Chu Zhongshan didn't feel much surprise when he heard of the milk shortage. Although the value of spiritual milk is far more than that of the 2nd-class upper-level spiritual stone, compared with the 1st-class spiritual stone, the role of Millennium Spiritual Milk in assisting cultivation is far less than that of the best spiritual stone. I'm afraid that the same effect is also true for the raw milk like spiritual milk. Chu boy, who is more valuable than the best spirit stone? Feeling Chu Zhongshan's disappointment, old Huang smiled knowingly and asked. Of course the value of the best spirit stone is high, Chu Zhongshan responded without thinking. If it's Wanian spirit milk compared with the best spirit stone? Old Huang continued to ask. Wanian spirit milk. With a cry of surprise, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly asked, Huang Lao, do you mean that the barren milk at the core of the barren pulse can be compared with Wanian spirit milk? No, the value of raw milk is much higher than Wanian spirit milk. Old Huang's comment made Chu Zhongshan's mood finally calm and excited together. Fortunately, he had long been psychologically prepared, soon calmed down his excitement, and then began to ask Huang Lao to come. Huang Lao next, I'll trouble you to make a great power and use the supreme mind to thoroughly check the location of the barren pulse. Alas! After hearing Chu Zhongshan's request, Huang couldn't help sighing. It is different from looking for high-grade wild animals to check the location of wild veins with divine thoughts. Because the high-grade wild beast contains strong energy in its body, and the mind can be easily found as long as it is swept. However, the wild veins hidden under the ground or in the mountains need to be searched inch by inch, which is a great burden for the consumption of mind. However, in order to enable the central heaven of Chu to obtain the benefits of the wild veins in advance, it is also to prove that the prophet of that realm cannot appear in the southern region. Huang Lao can only check it inch by inch with his divine mind. When Huang Laoli used his mind to check the barren vein, Chu Zhongshan kept moving at a normal speed and continued to go deep into the barren vein, so as to provide Huang Laoli with more search areas. Half a month later, Chu Zhongshan leaned closely against a big tree, gasped heavily, looked up at his back from time to time, and his expression showed a trace of fear. Half a month ago, after discussing with old Huang about the way to find the barren pulse, Chu Zhongshan chose to continue to go deep into the valley and look forward to finding the barren pulse one day earlier. To find the exact location of the barren veins, old Huang needs to concentrate on searching with his mind. For the time being, he can't find the high-grade barren animals in the valley in advance. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan can only rely on his strong sixth sense to judge whether there are high-quality barren animals ahead. Fortunately, the super sixth sense didn't disappoint him. The warning in advance made him avoid the territory of 4-grade and 3-grade wild animals dozens of times and didn't encounter fatal danger. However, after half a month's search, not to mention the barren pulse, even a low-grade barren stone was not found. Moreover, because Huang Lao continued to use his mind, he had to rest temporarily in order to restore his consumed mind. In desperation, Chu Zhongshan had to choose a hiding place for the time being. He also planned to take a rest. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he finally found a long-abandoned wild animal tree cave. Originally, I wanted to hide in the tree hole for a while, and then continue to look for the location of the barren pulse after waiting for old Huang to completely recover his mind of consumption. Who knows that a wild animal, shaped like a squirrel, before he crossed accidentally broke into his resting tree hole. Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was to escape immediately in the face of the squirrel wild beast, who had just been promoted to the 4th grade. Fortunately, the squirrel wild animals entering the tree cave did not expect that there were human beings in the abandoned tree cave for a long time. For a moment, they were in a state of stupor. Fortunately, old Huang was worried that he was using all his thoughts to find the barren pulse and could not take into account the central heaven of Chu. He injected enough spiritual power into his Danshan in advance so that he could directly explode the speed of the avenue period and quickly escape from the tree cave with the help of the wild beast. However, as if he had been provoked, the revived squirrel wild beast immediately chased him out and kept chasing him. Fortunately, the wild beast that has just been promoted to the 4th grade has not fully adapted to the strength after the breakthrough. For the time being, it cannot play the speed of the 4th grade, so that Chu Zhongshan can temporarily escape his life. Looking back at his back, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly called Huang Lao and asked him to continue to inject the power of God and soul so that he could continue to run for his life. As wild beasts, in addition to having strong flesh, fighting power beyond their own grades and strong sense of smell, they are also the main reason why Chu Zhongshan has been unable to escape. Chu boy, there is a river 5 miles northeast. Try to hide in the river. Can you temporarily escape the pursuit of wild animals? After checking for half a month in a row, even as a supreme strong man, his mind has consumed nearly 80%. Only 20% of the power of divine thoughts left, making his viewing range narrower and his strength weaker. Otherwise, Chu Zhongshan would have been able to use the shock of other high-grade wild animals to scare away the chasing squirrel wild animals. Mobilizing the power of the spirit just injected by Huang Leagang, Chu Zhongshan appeared in front of the river like lightning, looked at the river with stable water flow, and turned around to look behind him. Feel the wild squirrels coming closer and closer. Looking at the steady river in front of you, Chu Zhongshan finally clenched his teeth and jumped into the river. At the same time, Huang Lao also reluctantly dispersed the power of less than 2 layers of divine thoughts to help him pay attention to whether there are wild animals in the river. Fortunately, except for some ordinary aquatic organisms, there is no aquatic wild animals in the stable river, which makes him safe for the time being. Use Genuine to temporarily stay 3 meters underwater. At this position, you can observe the situation on the bank through the clear river. 30 seconds later, a squirrel wild animal about 2 meters high with a big hairy tail appeared on the shore. The sharp little eyes looked straight at the water, and the mouth made a squeak sound. Wait for more than 3 minutes, watching the calm lake without any movement. The squirrel wild beast simply climbed directly on the bank, waiting for the sky in the middle of Chu. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help laughing bitterly as he watched the dead squirrel wild beast crawling on the bank and staying in the water. He didn't expect to chase his own squirrel wild beast, so cunning and dead brain. Chu boy, since the wild animals are clinging to the shore, you might as well sink into the bottom of the river and see if you can leave here from the bottom of the river. Huang Lao had no choice but to stick to the shore for the wild animals. Unless Chu Zhongshan can bear it, and let him try his best to restore his consumed mind. As long as he can recover the consumed mind, he can not only give full play to the strength of the road period while avoiding being detected by the secret territory rules as far as possible, but also temporarily be equal to the wild animals, and then use the mind to find the territory of high-grade wild animals, so as to scare back the squirrel wild animals in front of him. Unfortunately, it is less than 9 days since the closure of the secret land of the end of the world. The time is not enough to give him enough recovery time, and Chu Zhongshan is absolutely unwilling to waste his time waiting. All right, I don't know how deep the river bottom is or whether there are wild animals in the river bottom. However, in the face of the current dilemma, sinking into the river bottom is probably the only way. Mobilize Genuine to increase his weight, and then control the slow sinking of his body. Old Huang is more vigilant, exudes all his thoughts, and pays attention to the situation around him at any time. After sinking for half an hour, the depth of sinking was almost more than 10,000 meters, and his feet were stable on the real object. At this time, the terrible water pressure under 10,000 meters made his Jiupin flesh feel a trace of pain. He tapped the soles of his feet and found that the objects under his feet were very soft, some like mud. He knew he had really fallen to the bottom of the river. Deep into the bottom of the river, he still didn't find any wild animals in the water system. It should have been a good thing for Chu Zhongshan, but he didn't feel very good at this time. Because of this strange phenomenon, he felt that he was at the bottom of the river. I'm afraid it was unusual. If it weren't for the strong sixth sense that didn't send out a warning, Huang Lao, who has been using his mind to pay attention to the situation around him, didn't find any abnormalities. He had long wanted to lift his own weight and then quickly escape from the bottom of the river. Chu boy, go north for kilometers. Since the sky in the middle of Chu began to sink, old Huang, who had never spoken, suddenly opened his mouth and ordered, "Okay." Deep into the bottom of the river, the means possessed by Chu Zhongshan have lost their function. At this time, the only thing he can rely on is Huang Lao. Therefore, he can only obey any orders of Huang Lao honestly. At the bottom of the river 10,000 meters below, the completely unfamiliar environment made him dare not easily display his body method and martial arts skills, so he had to rely on rowing. Fortunately, Genuine filled all parts of his body, so that his rowing speed was not slow. In more than a minute, he rowed to the position designated by Huang Lao. When he stabilized and began to observe the environment in front of him, he was stunned. After rowing to the position designated by Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan was a little stunned. Because of the location designated by Huang Lao, stones of different sizes are scattered at will. Looking down at the scattered stones, he found that there were more gravel ahead. Before Huang Lao reminded him, Chu Zhongshan stepped on one piece of gravel after another and rode towards more gravel in front of him. He rode nearly tens of thousands of meters. He was completely stunned by a mountain with a length of tens of kilometers and a height of about kilometers in front of him. At the bottom of the river 10,000 meters below, a broad mountain peak was submerged, and the vegetation that could not survive in the water was still growing on the mountain peak. Huang Lao, what's the matter with the mountain in front of you? Pointing to the mountain in front of him, Chu Zhongshan asked in a very puzzled tone. The mountain peak is composed of soil and stones. After drying over time, it finally forms a solid mountain peak. When the mountain is immersed in the water, the soil that can connect the stones will gradually soften and fall off. It is impossible to maintain the shape of the mountain in the river unless the whole mountain is formed by a boulder. If it was completely formed by boulders, there could be no vegetation on the surface of the mountain, so he was completely confused by the mountain in front of him. Chu boy, row 900 meters to the east. There was no reason for Chu Zhongshan's doubt. Old Huang continued to command. Without refutation, Chu Zhongshan obeyed his orders and rowed 900 meters to the east. When he stabilized his body and looked forward, he accidentally found a hole about 2 meters high at the bottom of the mountain ahead. Chu boy, go in. Originally, he wanted Huang Laoli to take a look at the situation in the hole with his mind to ensure whether it was safe. Then he chose whether to enter or not. However, before he came and opened his mouth to remind him, Huang Laoli's voice sounded. Being at the bottom of the river 10,000 meters deep, Chu Zhongshan could not adjust his mood through breathing. Chu Zhongshan could only use Zhenyuan to calm himself down, and then rode into the cave. It seemed as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. After entering the cave, the river immediately disappeared. Chu Zhongshan seemed to feel that he had entered a new environment. After looking around for a week, Chu Zhongshan found himself in a long passage. The depth of the passage was very dark, as if he could not see the end. After taking a deep breath, he immediately felt the incomparably strong air of the end of heaven, and his expression flashed a trace of surprise. Huang Lao, what's this? Chu Zhongshan asked with some doubt, but some were not sure. Chu boy, the prophet of the Qin Empire, predicted correctly. There is indeed a barren vein hidden in this valley. As for how many products this barren vein belongs to, we still need to go further to know. After looking for the barren pulse for half a month, he suddenly appeared in front of him. According to him, old Huang should be happy, but he was really not happy at this time. Because the emergence of the famine pulse directly proves that the prophets of the Qin Empire have broken through the legendary realm, which is the supreme realm pursued by thousands of prophets in the central domain all their life. After getting a positive answer from old Huang, Chu Zhongshan thought he would be ecstatic and even laugh excitedly, but his mood calmed down instantly. Take out a night pearl from the storage bag. With the help of the light of the night pearl, Chu Zhongshan began to go deep into the ore vein step by step along the channel that I don't know whether it was artificially excavated or naturally formed. Looking at the calm and abnormal Chu Zhongshan, old Huang quickly put away his complex mind, used his mind and began to cooperate with Chu Zhongshan to go deep into the ore vein. Chu boy, a little. Less than 100 meters ahead, he used his mind to observe Huang Lao around and suddenly gave a voice to remind him. Old Huang, what happened? In the dark and silent passage, except for the footsteps, breathing and heart sound of Chu Zhongshan, everything was silent and frightening. At this time, Huang suddenly reminded that Chu Zhongshan thought there was any danger. He subconsciously took out his life spirit knife and showed a warning posture. Chu boy, don't be nervous. Take 3 steps forward and look at the stone wall on the left. Motioning Chu Zhongshan to relax, old Huang then ordered. Instead of putting away his life spirit knife, Chu Zhongshan took 3 steps forward according to Huang's instructions. With the help of the light of the night pearl, he carefully observed the stone wall on the right, and then saw a stone emitting the spirit of the end of the world. Use the Benaming spirit knife to pull down the stone. After putting away the Benaming spirit knife, hold the stone emitting the chi of heaven with your right hand, and then run the skill of Overlord's decision on the 2nd level to test the concentration of heaven's power in the stone. As the body refining skill absorbed the natural chi in the stones, a thick natural chi poured into his body from the stones, making him obviously feel the trend of physical enhancement. 3 minutes later, the stone in his hand completely changed into a pile of powder. The 2 hands were bound and printed to form a column that can test the grade of the flesh. Then a straight hook fist was directly blasted on the column. Finally, the 13 numbers engraved on the column barely lit up. Huang Lao, this is the barren stone. The stone that can contain the natural qi is the same as the spirit stone that contains the aura. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan can determine that the stone in his hand is the waste stone. At the same time, through the promotion of the flesh by attracting the natural qi just now, let him determine that the grade of the waste stone in his hand should not be low. Yes, judging from the natural gas gushing out of the waste stone when you just absorbed the natural gas, this is a lower-level waste stone with a grade of 9. Huang Lao not only confirmed that the stone in his hand was barren stone, but also gave the real grade of barren stone. Raise your palm and blow hard. After the powder on your palm is blown away, Chu Zhongshan continues to go deep into the attitude vein. In the following period of time, he found the residual barren stones on the walls around the passage. Among them, the lowest grade was the lower grade of 9 grades found at the beginning, and the highest grade reached the middle grade of 8 grades. After going deep into the channel for more than 2 hours and moving forward for nearly 30 li, Chu Zhongshan stopped and looked at the front with a dignified look. Consciousness began to discuss with Huang Lao. Huang Lao, according to your old experience, is this passage under our feet artificially excavated or naturally formed? Chu boy, to tell you the truth, the channel in front of us is neither natural nor man-made. Instead, it is like a channel left by some wild beast. Huang Lao also responded with some uncertainty. Unlike Chu Zhongshan, who is bent on going deep into the ore vein and looking for higher-grade barren stones, when he is alert to the dangers around him, Huang also carefully observed the traces left on the wall when the channel was formed. Through the traces left on the wall, he suspected that the reason for the final formation of the channel might be that some kind of wild animal forced through the mountain. He couldn't accurately judge what kind of wild animal it was before he really saw it. The channel formed by the forced passage of wild animals. Hearing Huang Lao's speculation about the formation of the cave in front of him, Chu Zhongshan was very surprised. However, when he carefully recalled the passage he had just passed, the bumpy road under his feet, and the traces of waste stones on the wall were collected. Chu Zhongshan's speculation about Huang Laogenkai was gradually convinced. Huang Lao, through your old experience, how long has the passage formed by wild animals passing through the mountain been formed? Since he believed that the channel was formed by wild animals, he must determine the approximate time when the channel was formed. If the channel is formed within a month, he must consider whether he will continue to go deep into the vein. For a month, he was not sure whether the wild animals that had crossed the mountain had left the mountain. Being able to form such a deep channel with its body is enough to show that the strength of the wild beast is very strong. At least, it must be a wild beast above the peak of the 4th grade. If the passage has been formed for more than a month, he will choose to take risks and continue to go deep into the ore vein, so that he can find high-grade barren stones, so that he can still take advantage of the qi of the wilderness to continue to improve his physical level after leaving the secret land of the wilderness. Chu boy, just put your heart in your stomach. Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to explain. Old Huang also knows what he is worried about, so he has already determined the specific time of the formation of the channel through the traces left on the scene. According to my judgment, this channel has been formed for at least 100 years, so you don't have to worry that the wild animals that formed the channel are still staying in the depths of the ore vein. In that case, I'll rest assured. The channel has been formed for more than 100 years. After hearing the answer given by Huang, Chu Zhongshan was relieved. Then, holding the night pearl in his hand, he began to use Zhenyuan to improve his speed and speed up his penetration into the ore vein. He ignored the residual waste stones on the stone walls on both sides of the channel for the time being. Although he didn't show his body method and martial arts, when Zhenyuan increased his speed, he increased his speed by at least 10 times. With the increase of speed and further deepening into the ore vein, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt that the concentration of natural gas was increasing exponentially. After 100 miles into the vein, the concentration of the natural gas is more than 100 times that when he just entered the channel. Even if he didn't use the barren stone, with the concentration of the natural gas at this time, he was 100% sure to make his flesh grade break through the 8th grade within 5 days. The concentration of more than 100 times the natural waste gas made Chu Zhongshan pay attention to the residual waste stones on the surrounding walls. After cooperating with Huang Lao, he harvested 1007 grade medium-grade waste stones, 706 grade medium-grade waste stones, 505 grade medium-grade waste stones, and 34 grade upper-grade waste stones in the next section of the journey. Only the barren stones collected on the walls around the passage are enough for him to raise the grade of his flesh to the peak of grade 8, and then break through to the peak of grade 7 with the help of red heart fruit. Of course, Chu Zhongshan's ambition is not just the peak of 7 grades. He wants his physical grade to be equal to his cultivation level, and the two go hand in hand. Therefore, he needs more barren stones and more high-grade barren stones. Mobilize genuine between his fingers, he pulled down a piece of upper-level 4-grade waste stone left on the wall. Chu Zhongshan raised the night pearl and planned to continue to go deep into the channel. A faint majesty of the wild beast made him stop his steps. At the same time, he also took out his life spirit knife and interrogated Huang Lao like facing the great enemy. Huang Lao, you didn't say that the channel was formed at least 100 years ago. Why is there a high-grade smell of wild animals ahead? Chu Zhongshan didn't know how many wild animals of different grades he had seen after entering the secret land of the wilderness, especially in the valley. He was very familiar with and understood the smell of wild animals. At this time, the pressure from the channel is at least the pressure generated by wild animals with more than 3 grades. In the face of this level of wild animals and the straight channel in front of him, it's strange that Chu Zhongshan didn't feel panic. Chu boy, don't panic. You're going deeper and feel the smell of wild animals at the end of the passage. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's panic like a great enemy, Huang Lao's reaction was very calm. He even begged Chu Zhongshan to move on. All right. Huang Lao's too calm performance temporarily eased Chu Zhongshan's panic. He believed that Huang Lao would not harm himself. The wild beast at the end of the passage may be another form of existence. However, he didn't put away the benaming spirit knife in his hand. He still held the benaming spirit knife in his hand and looked deep with care. Although he knew in his heart that the original life spirit knife in his hand could not play any role in the face of wild animals with more than 3 grades, the spirit knife in his hand also added a little confidence to him. Step by step into the channel, the pressure in the depth of the channel is becoming more and more powerful, but from the more and more powerful pressure, Chu Zhongshan gradually felt a dead spirit. Dead breath. Only dead creatures can produce this breath. At the thought of this, the original cautious and in-depth speed immediately increased and came to the end of the channel in the blink of an eye. Then, at the end of the passage, he saw a giant snake beast with a body of more than hundreds of meters, and a body of more than 2 meters thick lying there quietly. As the head of the snake turned inward and the tail of the snake turned outward, Chu Zhongshan stretched out his hand to pull out the body of the snake and looked at the body in front of him. What kind of wild animal among snakes is it? But old Huang suddenly opened his mouth and stopped him, and ordered in a dignified tone, "Chu boy, step back now." "Huang Lao, what's the matter? The wild beast in front of him has died for a long time and there is no danger." Why does Huang Lao look like a great enemy? However, Chu Zhongshan knew that Huang would not do this for no reason. He must have found something unusual, so he immediately stepped back and while stepping back, put the night pearl in his hand through the wall above the body, so that he could continue to observe the body of the wild beast. When he retreated to a distance of more than 30 meters, old Huang asked him to stop. "Old Huang, what happened at the end?" After stabilizing his body, Chu Zhongshan asked. "Chu boy, do you know how long the wild beast in front of you has been dead?" Instead of answering Chu Zhongshan's question, Huang asked the time when the body died. For the problem of Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan was immediately troubled. According to the airflow and humidity in the passage, the pressure of the special environment in the secret land of the wilderness, and the appearance of the body preserved, the time of death of this wild snake in front of us will not exceed a week. However, old Huang Mingaming said that the passage formed by the wild beast through the mountain has been formed for at least 100 years, which is obviously inconsistent with the current appearance of the body in front of him, which makes him unable to judge the specific time of death in the wasteland. Chu boy, whether it's a human warrior, a strange beast, or a wild beast, has strong strength before his death. The higher the realm, the longer the dead body will be preserved. Yes, even if it is a strong person at the peak of the imperial realm, the corpse can only be kept for a month at most. The dead time of the wild beast in front of us has exceeded hundreds of years, but the corpse is lifelike for a long time. Do you know what this represents? Looking at the bodies of snakes and wild animals 30 meters away, old Huang said in a complicated tone. Could it be that? Huang's explanation, especially the sentence of the corpse of the strong man at the peak of the imperial realm, made Chu Zhongshan suddenly realize that the grade of the wild beast in front of him is likely to surpass the peak of the second grade and reach the first grade. In other words, the snake wild beast in front of us is likely to be the supreme wild beast before death. Yes, it's a wild beast that has reached grade 1. It's a wild beast that has just been promoted to grade 1. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't dare to say the real grade of the wild beast, old Huang said it for him. Chu boy, whether it is a strong man or a strange beast or a wild beast, only when the strength reaches the supreme level, the flesh can last forever and never die. Huang Lao, since the snake wild beast in front of us is a first-class product, it is equivalent to the supreme level of human martial arts, so its strength must be the top existence in the secret land of the wilderness. With such strong strength, who can kill it? And judging from the passage caused by its crossing the mountain, it was obviously running away at that time, and the process of running away was very embarrassing. It's difficult not to have a stronger title of supreme wild beast in the secret land of the end of heaven. After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the body of the wild beast and the wall where it stayed, and a doubt flashed in his mind. It's not the hand of the supreme level wild beast, and it's the hand of the secret land rules. Huang Lao replied in a dignified tone. Why should the secret territory rules kill a first-class wild beast? Can the existence of the supreme wild beast threaten the safety of the secret territory rules? Huang's explanation made Chu Zhongshan a little confused. Although the rules of the secret land of the wilderness have generated their own consciousness after years of accumulation, which can restrict the supreme strong from entering the secret land to avoid damage to the secret land, why should it kill the supreme wild animals born and bred in the secret land? Unless the supreme wild beast can seriously threaten the safety of the consciousness of the rules of the secret place. Chu boy, who has independent consciousness of the secret land rules, is afraid that the supreme wild beast will control and replace it and become the new master of the secret land rules. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's doubts, old Huang didn't want to answer. Because his question just now involves the way of practice in a higher realm, but considering that the consciousness of Chu Zhongshan transformed into divine thought before the cultivation, and then he still needs to risk taking the corpse of the supreme wild beast, he finally decided to introduce the way of practice in the realm above Daoki. Chu boy, you also know that the strong man at the peak of longevity can only control the power of law to advance to the Avenue period, but do you know the difference between the Avenue period, the king's territory, the emperor's territory, and the supreme level? Huang Lao, you talk about some waste. You and Shifu often take my cultivation as too low, and it's not easy to know too high realm as the reason. They never disclose any information about the realm above the Avenue period to me. How can I know the difference between these realms? Hearing that Huang Lao took the initiative to interrogate the difference between the above 4 realms, Chu Zhongshan suddenly thought of the situation he had encountered before and couldn't help complaining. All right, your master and I didn't tell you in advance for your own good. If it weren't for your idea earlier than the transformation of cultivation, I wouldn't tell you the difference between these realms now. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's complaint, Huang didn't give him a good face. After a face-to-face criticism, he began to introduce the differences between the 4 realms. Through Huang Lao's general introduction, while understanding the cultivation methods of the realm above the Avenue period, he finally knows why the strongest force in the southern region is only in Sanpin. It turns out that the 3 realms of De Dao period, Wang Jing and Huang Jing, are actually a great realm. This realm is called the law period, which is the process of understanding, knowing, and finally relying on the law. According to how much you can use the power of the law, it represents the level of the law. Being able to borrow the power of the law below the 3rd level is called the Avenue period, which is the early stage of the law period. If you can borrow the power of the law above the 3rd floor and below the 6th floor, it is called the King's realm, commonly known as the King, that is, the middle level of the law. Being able to borrow the power of the law above the 6th floor and below the 10th floor is called the Imperial realm, commonly known as the Emperor, which is the high level of the law period. There is no common name for being able to borrow the power of the law of the 10th floor. Because the strong who can borrow the power of the 10 layers of laws are basically closed, so that they can finally achieve perfect control through the borrowing of the power of the 10 layers of laws. If you can perfectly control the power of the law, you can successfully break through the supreme level. Because Daeyaki, Wangjing, and Huangjing belong to a big realm, they can only represent one rank in the ranks of forces. In other words, the strongest one in a family is the peak of Qi refining period, so this family is the Shippenshi family. The strongest person is the peak of physical training period, so this family is Jiupin aristocratic family, and so on. Of course, those who can be called aristocratic families, at least those with more than 8 grades, can get this honor. When the strongest person in a family reaches the peak of the imperial realm, then the family or power can be promoted to the 4th grade aristocratic family. Only when the strongest person breaks through the supreme level and reaches the peak of the supreme level can the family be promoted to the 3rd grade aristocratic family. This is why among the 9 forces in the southern region, only the Qin Empire and the 3 sects are promoted to the 3rd grade, and the 5 families are the 4th grade aristocratic families. This is because it is difficult to improve the supreme level. Chu Boy, do you know why the rules of the secret territory do not allow the supreme level strong to enter the secret territory, and why it wants to kill the supreme level wild animals in the secret territory? Because it is afraid of the supreme strong, it can use the power of the law of control to suppress the rules of the secret land, destroy the awareness of the rules of the secret land, and become the real master of the secret land. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan calmly accepted the information of the above 4 realms during the De Dao period, Old Huang nodded with satisfaction and finally pointed out the reason why snakes and wild animals were killed. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan motioned to understand. Chu Boy, although the supreme level wild beast has been killed and the power of the divine soul has completely dissipated, the breath of the power of the law still remains in the supreme level corpse. If you dare to touch it easily with your current strength, the reverse bite of the power of the law is enough to kill you. I see. After hearing Huang Lao's detailed introduction of the corpse of the supreme wild beast, Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help thanking Huang Lao. If Huang Lao didn't remind him in time, he would certainly stretch out his hand to pull the body of the wild beast. As a result, he would either lose his life or suffer heavy losses by the force of the law. In the dangerous secret land of the wilderness, when you are seriously injured, you have to wait until you give your life to God. Whether you live or die depends on the mood of God. At the same time, he is also deeply reflecting on his recklessness and carelessness. In the past, I have always followed prudence in my actions, and rarely been so reckless and careless as today. This is not only due to the smooth practice in this period of time, but also related to the soaring self-confidence after the transformation of consciousness and mind. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's remorse and reflection, Old Huang nodded with satisfaction. One of the essential elements for the strong is to be able to find their own problems and take the initiative to reflect. After Chu Zhongshan found his own problems and explained them through self-reflection, Old Huang said excitedly, "Chu Boy, next, I'll give you an unimaginable opportunity. Old Huang, do you want to use the bodies of wild animals to help me improve my strength?" Huang didn't mention any chance at first. He only mentioned the unimaginable chance after seeing the supreme wild animal body, so Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was the wild animal body. Yes, nor is it. Huang Lao gave an ambiguous statement. Chu Boy, the corpse of the supreme-level wild beast, moistened by the power of law, is not only extremely hard, but also the residual energy in the flesh is not suitable for improving your strength. However, I can use the body of the spirit to control the bodies of wild animals and really give full play to my supreme strength. Huang Lao, although your spirit body is also the supreme level, the energy used by the wild beast is the natural gas. It is not the same type of energy as the genuine you use. You can use the dead body of the wild beast to give full play to the supreme level. Chu Zhongshan thought carefully about the idea put forward by Huang Lao and found the contradiction. Chu Boy, I'm glad you can think of this. It shows that your mind has not been troubled by the information I just introduced about the realm above Dadyaki. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan soon found the contradiction of using wild animal corpses, Huang always praised him with satisfaction, and then began to say his plan. Use a large number of spirit stones and barren stones, and then I can use the bodies of wild animals by using the conversion and integration of the body of gods and souls, and really show my supreme strength. Although the method proposed by Huang Lao was not difficult, Chu Zhongshan didn't feel very excited. The supreme level wild beast needs to give full play to its supreme level strength. It doesn't need Huang Liaming to say how many spirit stones and wild stones it needs to consume at one time. He can also imagine what a terrible number it is. Although he is not very excited, he can take the corpse of the supreme wild beast as a card to protect his life. In case of the dilemma of death, even if he consumes a lot of spirit stones and wild stones, he can accept it. What's more, Chu Zhongshan is also willing to pay for being able to use the bodies of wild animals to revive Huang Lao's supreme strength and means to meet his wishes and consume more aura and waste stones. Huang Lao, I accept the opportunity you said, but we are now facing two problems. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan pointed to the corpse of snake wild animals with a length of hundreds of meters in front of him and said, "The first problem is how to take away the corpse of wild animals." Then he pointed to the surrounding walls and said, "The second problem is how many high-quality waste stones can we finally harvest?" Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was willing to accept the opportunity he just proposed, Huang felt very excited. As Chu Zhongshan guessed just now, in addition to his desire to reshape his flesh in the more than 1,000,000 years since he lost his flesh, Huang's biggest idea is to make use of the Supreme Corpse so that he can regain his power millions of years ago and let him vent his depression about losing his flesh. Unfortunately, the supreme-level strongman is not only powerful and rarely dies unexpectedly, but even if he is besieged by more than 3 supreme, in the face of the situation of death, his final choice is to explode his flesh. Even the most powerful people who die will choose a very hidden and basically undiscovered independent space as the body of burial before the death. Therefore, to find a supreme-level corpse is almost as likely as a warrior to break through the supreme level, which is the main reason why he is still very excited after seeing the wild animal corpse that is not suitable for the Lord. Ha ha! Hearing the two problems put forward by Chu Zhongshan, old Huang chuckled and then opened his mouth to solve them. The first problem is very simple. I will teach you a kind of handprint, which can temporarily shrink the body of the wild beast, and then you can put it in the empty storage bag. After leaving the secret land of the wilderness and returning to the hidden Dragon Peak, I will use the power of the Divine Spirit to completely refine the body of the wild beast, so that the body of the wild beast can be temporarily integrated into the body of the Divine Spirit. As for the second problem, it's even simpler. I've just used the power of restoring the third layer of mind to roughly check the storage of waste stones in the vein at the end of the passage through the corpse of waste animals. The storage of waste stones in this vein is definitely beyond your imagination. In that case, do it according to your old intention. Seeing that the two problems raised by himself were easily solved by Huang, Chu Zhongshan could only follow his meaning. Chu boy, look carefully at the handprint I taught you. Word of warning, after Chu Zhongshan's consciousness returned to the sea, Huang Lao began to print slowly. Although there are only 9 handprints produced by old Huang, these 9 handprints are very complex. Chu Zhongshan felt that his understanding was good enough, but it took nearly half a day to learn. Chu boy, the handprint I taught you just now is actually a kind of magic. This kind of handprint can not only shrink the body, but also shrink your opponent. It is a small punitive means. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had mastered the handprint of shrinking the body, Huang Lao told him about other functions of the handprint in order to strengthen his impression. In fact, since he knew Chu Zhongshan and began to teach him the handprint of his first spell, old Huang has been quietly casting a plan, a secret method that can quickly improve his cultivation after his physical body is reshaped. This set of secret method is completely composed of hundreds of different fingerprints. All the fingerprints he taught Chu Zhongshan come from this set of secret method. Of course, this set of secret methods not only can quickly improve his cultivation after his physical body is remodeled, but also has many benefits for Chu Zhongshan. Really, the mark taught by old Huang can not only reduce the huge corpse of the wild beast in front of him, but also reduce his opponent. Chu Zhongshan was surprised, and a very evil plan flashed in his mind. That's right. If you don't believe it, you can wait until you leave the secret place and find an opponent to try to see if the fingerprints I taught you can reduce your opponent. As if he felt the mind of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao also encouraged him very evil. Go. Ignoring the encouragement of old Huang's evil, the 10 fingers of Chu Zhongshan tied the seal and directly printed the seal on the huge corpse of snake wild animals. Under the influence of the mark, the snake wild beast shrinks rapidly. In just 3 seconds, the body hundreds of meters long is shortened by only more than 10 centimeters, just like a small gray snake. Huang Lao, can you directly put it into the storage bag? When the body of the wild beast was reduced to only more than 10 centimeters, Chu Zhongshan did not put it away recklessly, but carefully interrogated Huang Lao first. After all, at first, he almost lost his life because of his recklessness, so he had to be careful. Don't worry, Chu boy. The mark I taught you just now can not only reduce the body of the wild beast, but also bind the energy in the wild beast. Touching the body of the wild beast will not cause the reverse phagocytosis of the energy in the wild beast. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was not acting recklessly, old Huang was deeply relieved and motioned that he could directly put away the bodies of wild animals. After the corpse of the wild beast was put into the storage bag, Chu Zhongshan pulled down the night pearl originally built into the wall above the wild beast, and then held the night pearl to the original position of the head of the wild beast. Then he saw that the potholes at the end of the passage were covered with countless waste stones, emitting a strong sense of the end of the world. Reach out and pull down a barren stone with a head the size of a baby's fist and a very gray color. Use the Overlord determination skill to try to absorb the natural gas in the barren stone a little. Suddenly, he was startled by the concentration of the natural gas in the if. He first absorbed the natural gas in the lower-level waste stone of the 9th grade. Like a drop of water, the natural gas in the waste stone in his hand was as abundant as a lake. Chu boy, the grade of this barren stone in your hand has reached the 3rd grade and upper-level barren stone. When Chu Zhongshan judged the grade of the barren stone by absorbing the quantity of the barren gas in the barren stone, he had already used his mind to check Huang Lao and directly point out the grade of the barren stone. Then he couldn't help sighing. Since there are 3-grade and upper-grade barren stones in the depths of the barren veins, it proves that the barren veins in front of us must be 3-grade or above, which also indirectly proves the power of understanding the prophets of the Qin Empire. At this moment, he had to believe that the auxiliary cultivation system of the prophet in the southern region exceeded the Holy Land central region in his heart. Looking at the countless barren stones on the wall at the end of the passage, feeling the abundant natural barren gas in the barren stones in his hand, the energetic Chu Zhongshan directly took out his life spirit knife and began the collection of barren stones. After digging for nearly 3 hours with Benaming spirit knife, the number of waste stones collected reached more than 100,000, most of which were middle-grade waste stones of grade 4 and upper-grade waste stones of grade 3. After sorting out the collected barren stones, a little Chu Zhongshan looked up at the passage less than 10 meters into the storage ring prepared in advance, and his face showed unwilling and complex emotions. Mr. Huang, I'm not only slow in collecting waste stones, but also inefficient. I wonder if you can do anything. In 3 hours, the excavation progress was less than 10 meters, and more than 100,000 pieces of barren stones were collected. I'm afraid it's difficult to collect enough barren stones before the secret land is closed. At the same time, he must prepare a sufficient number of waste stones in advance to prevent Huang Lao from having enough waste stones for his consumption when he uses the body of the supreme waste beast. Moreover, the process of mining barren stones bit by bit is a great test of one's patience. Chu Zhongshan's patience is very good if he absorbs the natural qi in the waste stone and improves the grade of the flesh. However, his patience is not very good if he mines the waste stone bit by bit. Helpless, he had to ask Huang Lao in his mind to see if he had a good way. Chu boy, I thought your boy wasn't going to ask me. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan finally noticed the disadvantages of mining barren stones, old Huang sarcastically said with some dissatisfaction. Old Huang, time is pressing. You always have something to pay attention to. You'd better tell the boy quickly. When the end of the wilderness, the boy will let you criticize and teach. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Huang Lao's tone, Chu Zhongshan quickly apologized. Chu boy, you are very smart on weekdays. Your brain claws turn very fast. How come you are a little stupid now? Old Huang is just dissatisfied with the clumsiness of Chu Zhongshan when collecting waste stones just now. He is not really angry with him. If you think about it, you who have the perfect elixir field can use the attributes of genuine to turn into a sufficient number of spirit objects. You can use these spirit objects to help you collect waste stones, which can not only save your physical strength, but also improve the speed of collecting waste stones. Yes, with a hard pat on the head, Chu Zhongshan scolded himself with some annoyance. Then, he began to mobilize the true meta attribute and began to think about what kind of creatures could be suitable for the task of collecting barren stones. The 4 divine beasts can be used to assist in combat, but they are not suitable for excavating wasteland veins and collecting wasteland stones. So which creatures are suitable? When he saw that the wall had been cut out of large and small holes by himself, a very ugly and disgusting animal came to his mind. I remember catching that kind of animal more than once before going through the inflammation. Then, a small ugly creature with a length of more than 10 centimeters, a sharp mouth and ears appeared in the passage. Looking at the creature he transformed into, it was exactly the same as the animal he captured before crossing. Chu Zhongshan showed a happy smile on his face. If the most suitable creature for drilling holes must be the one living in the dark, and the one suitable for living in the dark is the disgusting and annoying mouse. After giving the illusory mouse the instruction to excavate the barren veins and collect the barren stones containing barren gas, the illusory mouse squeaked and began to collect the barren stones on the wall with sharp claws and teeth. It is only used to excavate wasteland veins and collect wasteland stones without using too many real yuan. Therefore, the mouse transformed by Chu Zhongshan only moved 1/10,000th of the real yuan in his perfect danshan. Next, he transformed nearly 5,000 mice to dig wasteland veins and collect high-grade wasteland stones. Under the guidance of Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan used Benaming Lingdao to choose a position with relatively tight and hard walls, and also began to dig wasteland veins. However, unlike those rats who are desperately digging up wasteland and collecting wasteland stones, he turns a blind eye to the wasteland stones that pierce the walls of the passage, and is only bent on splitting the barrier formed by the wasteland stones and soil in front of him. 5 hours later, with the power of the spirit constantly injected by Huang Lao and the sharpness of Benaming's spirit knife, he fully penetrated the passage of more than 300 kilometers. Huang Lao, how far is it from the best barren stone and milk? Continuously excavating the barren veins, although it uses the power of the spirit that Huang Lao constantly injects into the danshan, which has no impact on his own genuine, it consumes a lot of physical strength. While panting, Chu Zhongshan asked, "Chu boy, use the heart-piercing stab of the basic knife technique to directly penetrate the wall in front of you." Ignoring the fatigue of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang continued to command. "All right, raise the Benaming spirit knife in your hand, use all the real yuan in the danshan, and use the heart-piercing stab in the basic knife technique to directly penetrate the wall in front of you." With the piercing force formed by the basic saber technique, it broke through the wall in front of him, and a heavy feeling like Tianwei came from the empty hole, which almost made Chu Zhongshan kneel to the ground. "Chu boy, step back for a distance." Seeing Chu Zhongshan struggling to resist the terrible pressure from the hole penetrating the wall, Huang Lao's face changed and immediately reminded him to step back. After hearing Huang Lao's order, Chu Zhongshan quickly used his body method and martial arts and retreated nearly 50,000 meters before reluctantly withstanding the heavy terrorist pressure. "Huang Lao, what is hidden behind the wall I pierced?" When the body can bear the pressure, Chu Zhongshan quickly asks Huang Lao for evidence. "Chu boy, I'm not sure what's behind the wall, so I can't tell you for the time being." For Chu Zhongshan's verification, Huang didn't give the answer he wanted. Later, Huang Lao used his mind to collect hundreds of 5-grade waste stones from the surrounding walls, and used his mind to arrange a complete version of the waste-gathering array. Then he ordered Chu Zhongshan, "Chu boy, if you want to know what's behind the wall, first raise your physical grade to grade 8, and then raise your physical grade to the peak of grade 7 with the help of the effect of red heart fruit. At that time, you can know what amazing treasures are hidden behind the wall." Seeing that Huang didn't answer his questions, he urged him to improve the quality of his flesh. Chu Zhongshan had a guess at the terrible pressure just flowing out of the penetrating hole Confucius. As Huang Laogang said, if you want to know whether your guess is correct, you must raise the grade of the flesh to the peak of 7 grades. Take a deep breath and calm down the tense mood just now. Chu Zhongshan steps into the full array of Banju desolation and bends his knees. First, I felt the natural qi in the Juhuang array. By feeling the concentration of the natural qi, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why Huang Lao didn't directly use the 3-grade upper-level waste stones when arranging the waste-gathering array. Because the concentration of the natural gas formed by the gathering wasteland array made of middle-level wasteland stones in the 5 products, is almost close to the gas state. The terrible pressure formed by the gas of the end of the world has made his flesh feel a trace of pain, and his breathing began to be difficult. If you directly use the 3rd grade upper level waste stones to arrange the gathering waste array, the terrible pressure formed by the natural gas may kill him. Under the pressure of the natural chi, the Jiupin flesh body forcibly operated the Overlord's 2nd level skill and began to absorb the natural chi in the Juhuang array. As the 2nd layer of the body refining skill began to operate, the natural chi closed to the gas and liquid poured into his body, making his physical grade rise rapidly. Half an hour later, Chu Zhongshan felt that his body seemed to be pulled higher, and not too many black stains gradually appeared on the surface of his body. He knew that this was caused by his body breaking through the small stage of the big grade. In other words, in half an hour, his physical grade successfully entered the middle level of the 9th grade. An hour later, the feeling of being elevated hit him at once, and the black stains on the surface of his body increased. He knew that the grade of his flesh had successfully reached the top of the 9th grade. 2 hours later, with a more dense breath of the end of heaven, it was instantly absorbed into his body. A loud roar came out of the whole body, and a momentum of pure broken flesh rose rapidly from him. Just when Chu Zhongshan used the wasteland gathering array arranged by Huang Lao to quickly improve the quality of the flesh, 6 people, including Qin Wushuang, from the Qin Empire, also appeared in front of the river. Some people find it incredible that Qin Wushuang, who is the youngest and has the lowest cultivation, stands in front of everyone. The remaining 5 people protect Qin Wushuang in a safe area with a guard formation. Take out a map from the storage ring, and then according to the logo on the map, Qin Wushuang's eyes soon turned to the place where Chu Zhongshan jumped into the river. After seeing the squirrel wild beast crawling on the bank, his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. That position. Stretch out a hand to point to the location of the squirrel wild beast, Qin Wushuang ordered. Then, a strong man at the peak of the avenue stage turned into a huge palm and directly grabbed the squirrel wild beast crawling on the bank. As a native wild beast in the secret land of the wilderness, sensitive vigilance is one of the means for them to survive. Therefore, the squirrel wild beast felt it as early as Qin Wushuang and others appeared by the river. The reason why it didn't leave immediately was that there was a strong person in Qin Wushuang's team who made it afraid. It was afraid that it would arouse the vigilance of that strong person if it got up and left. Second, it is also unwilling to leave now. Because at the beginning, the weak human brought its insult, which made it eager to swallow the weak human alive in order to vent its hatred. However, when it appeared among the strong human beings by the river, the strong human being who was slightly stronger than it took the initiative, it knew that it could not continue to defend and had to flee as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you annoy the strongest one in this group, its life will be lost here. The big furry tail instantly increases, grows and thickens, like a giant iron bar smashing at the top of the avenue period. Boom! The giant tail collided with the giant palm and made a deafening roar. With the violent roar, with the help of the rebound formed by the giant tail and the giant palm, the squirrel wild beast jumped directly across the river and appeared on the bank of the river. Squeak! With the help of the strong rebound formed by the giant tail and giant palm, the squirrel wild beast jumped directly to the other side of the river, and then roared angrily at Qin Wushuang and others. After discovering that the king's top strongman in the other party's crowd had a move to deal with it, the squirrel wild beast immediately turned around, and then took the opportunity to run along the river to the dense forest on the bank, and disappeared completely. Damn livestock, don't let me meet you here, or I will peel you alive. Looking at the squirrel wild beast that fled into the dense forest and put away the huge palm formed by the power of the spirit, the strong man at the peak of the avenue period also cursed, "My subordinates, damn it, didn't kill the wild beast." After returning to Qin Wushuang's side, the strong man at the peak of De Dao period knelt down on one knee and apologized. With a wave of his hand, Qin Wushuang motioned the strong man at the peak of the avenue period to get up. Then he raced to the bank of the river and stared at the river. The remaining 5 strong men hurriedly appeared on the bank of the river and continued to guard the safety of Qin Wushuang with a guard formation. Qin Wushuang, standing on the bank of the river, began to check the situation at the bottom of the river by using the power of his mind he had just mastered. However, his mind didn't change for a long time, less than 2 months earlier than the sky in Chu, so the range of his mind was only 100 meters. The mine that can extend 100 meters extends into the river. Affected by the water pressure at the bottom of the river, it can barely see the position of 80 meters at the bottom of the river. At this distance, it can't see the real bottom of the river at all. In desperation, Qin Shuanghao only ordered the old man with the strongest cultivation nearby. Minglo, please use the power of your mind to check the situation at the bottom of the river. Yes, 99 Prince. Facing Qin Shuang's orders, Ziwei was already the old man at the peak of the king's realm, and there was no unhappy response. Then, a huge mind stabbed directly into the water and quickly swept to the bottom of the river 10,000 meters below. The mountain at the bottom of the river, the end of the passage. With the help of the complete edition gathering wasteland array arranged by the 5 grade wasteland stones, Chu Zhongshan successfully broke through the grade of flesh to 8 grades in less than 3 hours. After carefully reading and understanding the 3rd level of the Overlord's determination, he continued to absorb the natural qi that is still very abundant in the Zhuang array and is still close to the gasification. He continued to quickly improve the physical grade and strive to reach the peak of the 8 grades as soon as possible. Just when Chu Zhongshan just raised the flesh level to the lower level of the 8th grade with the help of the 3rd level of body refining skill and the abundant natural qi in the Zhuang array, he has been using the power of divine thought to observe the Huang Lao, an independent space treasure in the wall, and suddenly felt a wave of powerful power. This powerful power fluctuation is clearly caused by human powerful and wasteful hands. Therefore, Old Huang immediately mobilized his mind in the independent space and directly passed through the thick peak wall and the 10,000-meter deep river, which appeared over the river. When seeing the squirrel wild beast escape into the dense forest with the help of the rebound force, after seeing Qin Shuang and other 6 people check the bottom of the river, Huang Lao's face at the end of the channel changed. If you want to accurately find the barren vein hidden at the bottom of Wanmi River, you can either enter the barren vein by mistake under the coincidence of Chu Zhongshan, or you can get the information in advance and have a very detailed circuit diagram. Thinking that the young man whose idea was earlier than that of cultivation and transformation introduced by Chu Zhongshan was the 99th prince of the Qin Empire, and thinking that the news of hidden sampan famine in the Valley of the Wilderness appeared in the hands of the prophets of the Qin Empire, Huang knew that he still underestimated the power and means of the prophets of the Qin Empire. He took back his mind over the river and carefully observed the state of Chu Zhongshan at this time. Old Huang was a little worried. According to Chu Zhongshan's current speed of improving the physical grade, when he raises the physical grade to the upper level of grade 8, and then uses the red heart fruit to break through grade 7 and rise to the peak of grade 7, Qin Shuang and others on the riverbank will almost enter the barren vein. Although Chu Zhongshan once said that he had a good relationship with Qin Shuang, in the face of 3 amazing treasures in the independent space behind the wall, any friendship is not as tempting as treasures. Seeing that Qin Shuang and others have the strongest strength and reach the peak of the king's realm, he plans to use his mind to check the situation at the bottom of the river. Huang Lao mobilizes the power of restoring the 5 layers of his mind, and then uses tens of thousands of 3-grade upper-level waste stones to lay a set of 6-grade magic array in front of the entrance of the mountain channel to temporarily block the time for Qin Shuang and others to enter the waste vein. Later, he collected more than 10,000 pieces of 4-grade middle-level barren stones, and then used the cultivation of the array master to forcibly improve the grade of Zhuang array and enhance the natural qi in the array, so as to help Chu Zhongshan break through the physical grade faster. The gathering wasteland array formed by the middle rank, wasteland stones of the 5 grades, and the heavy feeling formed by the qi of natural wasteland have made Chu Zhongshan feel a little difficult. Fortunately, it was only after he broke through the 8th grade that he barely adapted to the pressure formed by the natural shortage in the Zhuang array. However, after Huang Lao used the 4th grade medium-level waste stone to improve the grade of Zhuang array, he just adapted to the pressure and was instantly raised dozens of times, which made his sitting body hard and bent a lot. Clench your teeth, adhere to the suddenly increased pressure in the array, accelerate the operation of the body training period, absorb the natural qi in the array, and quickly improve the body grade. 5 minutes later, his physical grade was directly promoted to the middle level of 8 grades. 10 minutes later, his physical grade was directly promoted to the upper level of grade 8. 15 minutes later, the meat grade will be upgraded to the peak of 8 grades. Just when Chu Zhongshan's flesh grade was raised to the peak of grade 8, old Huang's voice sounded in his mind. Chu boy, take the red heart fruit quickly and strive to break through the flesh to the peak of grade 7. There are still 3 days before the secret land of the wilderness is closed. There is still plenty of time. Moreover, there are only 2 people in the open famine pulse, he and Huang Lao. Why is Huang Lao's tone so urgent? Barren veins and valleys. Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered that the reason why he found the hidden barren vein in the valley was that he learned from the top strongman of the king territory of the Xia family. The top power of the Xia family's kingdom was learned from the prophet of the Qin Empire. The prophets belonging to the Qin Empire could not tell all the secrets they predicted to others. They would certainly leave the core secrets to their own people. In other words, it may be difficult for others to find the hidden wasteland in the valley, but for the strong of the Qin Empire, they may have a way to find the specific location of the wasteland. The reason why Huang Lao's tone is urgent is that the strong men of the Qin Empire have reached the wasteland and began to enter the wasteland. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan didn't have time to use the secret method to test the grade of his flesh. He directly took out the prepared red heart fruit and took it, and then quickly improved the grade of his flesh with the help of the medicine of red heart fruit. Using all his mind, the strong man at the peak of the king's territory of the Qin Empire soon found the mountain hidden at the bottom of the river. The mind circled around the mountain and did not find any access to the mountain. The strong man at the peak of the king's territory was secretly relieved. Later, he reported to Qin Wuxuang everything he saw with his divine mind. 99 Prince, the barren vein is indeed 10,000 meters from the bottom of the river. My subordinates have just checked it with their mind. There is no hole in the mountain into the barren vein. I think the barren vein has not been excavated. Very good. Qin Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the observation of the top strongman in the king's territory. Different from the purpose of their forces entering the secret land of the wilderness, other forces enter the secret land of the wilderness, either to improve the physical fitness and enhance their potential, or to find waste stones containing the qi of the wilderness for daily cultivation and make guard tokens. The purpose of Qin Wuxuang is the 3 most important treasures in the barren vein. Because of these 3 treasures, the first treasure can help him break through the soul period, enhance his potential 100 times, and let him directly have the strength of longevity at the moment of breaking through the soul period. The second treasure can help the prophets of the Qin Empire really break through the realm that thousands of prophets dream of. The third treasure is to help his father and emperor to really enter the peak of the title, so that the Qin Empire can be officially promoted to the second-class power, and then open the ancient transmission array to restore contact with the central domain. Therefore, the 3 core treasures hidden in the valley are the tasks he must complete this time when he enters the secret land of the wilderness, which can't be missed in any case. Otherwise, it may be a great disaster for the Qin Empire. Rendu and Wang Zong, you 2 stay on the shore to prevent those forces who want Mantis to catch cicadas and yellow finches from taking advantage of us. Since the wasteland at the bottom of the river has not been excavated, the 3 most precious treasures at the core of the wasteland have not been taken away. In order to prevent the other 8 forces from disturbing him to take the treasure, Qin Wuxuang ordered the strong ones in the early stage of the 2 kingdoms. In the face of Qin Wuxuang's order, the 2 primary strong kings did not hesitate to answer the order. If things can't be violated, you can let them in, but it will take some time. It's unrealistic to expect the subordinates of these 2 great road periods to resist them. Therefore, Qin Wuxuang left a word before entering the water. Your Highness, please rest assured that your subordinates and others know what to do. One of the slightly stronger peak strongmen of the Avenue period responded. Let's go, he nodded to the 3 people around him. Qin Wuxuang jumped into the river first, and then quickly sank to the bottom of the river. The remaining 3 strong men followed suit and dived into the bottom of the river. 30 miles away from the river, there is a relatively bright open space. From the 9 major trends, except for the other 8 strongest forces of the Qin Empire, all gathered in the open space. The king's top strongman from Huishan Sword Sect looked at the people of Ligan Sect and Moyan Sect with a slight frown on his face. After seeing Qin Wuxuang and others enter the bottom of the river, the top strongman of Huishan Sword Sect asked the top strongman of Ligan Sect, younger martial brother Wu. I don't know where elder martial brother Huang and elder martial brother Li are, and why they didn't abide by the original agreement of our 8 forces. Elder martial brother Liu. I really don't know the trace of the 2 elder martial brothers. Facing the interrogation of the peak strongman of Huashen's sword sect, the peak strongman from Ligun's sect replied bitterly. This time, the senior leaders of the 4 major sects of the sect, Feng Zhu and the First Faction, voluntarily abstained, and the veterans simply did not want to pay attention to it, which led to the joint allocation of the quota of entering the wilderness secret territory by the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit. Among the 40 places in the secret land of the wilderness, except for the disciples below the Kihai period, which are determined by the big ratio of sects, and the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit cannot intervene, the remaining places are basically occupied by these 2 sects. If it weren't for the fact that Jiao Enjun took the initiative to lead the way and open the secret territory before the opening of the wilderness secret territory, the senior management of the law enforcement peak and the Merit Hall temporarily assigned a place for fear of causing Jiao Enjun's displeasure. I'm afraid he, the strongest person who came to the heart refining peak, would not get this opportunity. Although he was lucky to enter the secret land of the end of heaven, he could not intervene in any affairs related to the secret land of the sect. Fortunately, his state of mind is very peaceful, and he knows that he has no ability to intervene in sectarian affairs, so he looks for his own opportunities alone. If it weren't for the strong man of Huashen's sword sect who invited him personally, he wouldn't have come to the meeting at all. Seeing the bitterness on the face of the strong man surnamed Wu, the strong man at the peak of the king's realm, who understands the dispute between Liyan sects, is not interrogated too much, but turns his attention to the strongest man of the evil heart sect, who is also a strong man at the peak of the Great Road period. Faced with the interrogation of the top strongman of Huashen sword sect, the strongman of magic heart sect is also 1 question and 3 unknowns. Elder martial brother Liu, Qin Wushuang of the Qin Empire and others have entered the bottom of the river. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid all the benefits belong to the Qin Empire. When he saw the king's top strongman of Huashen sword sect and wanted to wait for the king's top strongman of Liyan sect and magic heart sect, the king's top strongman from the Gale family reminded him anxiously. The strong man of the Gale family reminds that the strong man at the peak of the kingdom of Huashen sword sect also knows very well, but if he wants to follow Qin Wushuang and others into the wasteland, he must conflict with the strong man of the great Qin who is guarding the shore. The consequence of conflict with the strong of the Qin dynasty is to offend the Qin Empire and act like a tyrant of the Qin Empire. They will retaliate after the end of the secret territory. If the 3 sects and 5 families unite, the Qin Empire should also consider the consequences of revenge. But if the strongest of Liyan sect and magic heart sect did not participate in this conflict, the top strongmen of Huashen's sword sect were worried that the Qin Empire would use this as an excuse to resolve the alliance of the 3 sects and deal with them alone. Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of the king of Huashen's sword sect, the king of the Wind family made a look at the king of the Chu family. Then, the top strongman of the king territory of the Chu family stepped forward and said to the top strongman of the king territory of Huashen's sword sect, Elder martial brother Liu, by means of the Wanyan prophet of the Qin Empire, I think he will leave Qin Wushuang and others with detailed clues to take treasure. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid this trip to the secret place will not only be fruitless, but also delay the preparation of the next secret place apocalypse. After all, we waste most of our time in this valley. The reminder of the top strongman of the kingdom of Chu family makes the top strongman of the kingdom of Huashen Jianzong show a sudden enlightenment. If they don't immediately follow Qin Wushuang and others to find the famine vein, they won't get any harvest after the famine secret place is closed. The famine stones in the sect's inventory are not enough to cope with the next opening of the famine secret place. If his hesitation affects the interests of the disciples of Jianzong after the next opening of the secret land of the wilderness, he will be the eternal sinner of Jianzong. Thinking of this, the top strongman of Huashen sword sect said with gnashing teeth, Let's go. Seeing that the top strongman of Huashen sword sect finally agreed to take action, the top strongman of Huashen sword sect from Feifeng family and Chu family smiled with understanding, and then followed the top strongman of Huashan's sword sect and rushed to the river bank. However, the two top strongmen in the king's territory didn't notice. Lu Yuan, who had been standing next to the top strongman in the king's territory of Huashan's sword sect, noticed their knowing smile just now. Although Lu Yuan noticed the evil intention of the top strongman of the two families, he was unable to prevent this from happening because his cultivation was only at the peak of the Qi transformation period. He had no choice but to follow the strong men of the sect and quickly approach the river bank. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, where the hell are you? Running to the river bank, Lu Yuan shouted the name of Chu Zhongshan in his heart. If you want to resolve the gratitude and resentment caused by the conflict between Huashan Jianzong and the Qin Empire, you can only rely on his friendship with Chu Zhongshan and the unparalleled friendship between Chu Zhongshan and Qin. After all, as a sword maniac of Huashan sword sect, Lu Yuan knows the identity of Qin Wushuang and his influence on the Emperor of Qin. If Qin Wushuang is willing to take the initiative to resolve the gratitude and resentment caused by the conflict, the Emperor of Qin should not object. As the red heart fruit carefully cultivated by the empty eater, it contains the horror of energy, which is completely beyond Huang Lao's prediction. Just took the red heart fruit. The sudden outbreak of terrorist power of red heart fruit directly made Chu Zhongshan break through the 7 grades. After the flesh body broke through the 7 grades, the energy of the red heart fruit didn't even consume 1%, which made the remaining terrorist forces rampant in his body. He endured the pain caused by the collision of terrorist forces, and Chu Zhongshan quickly realized the 4th-level skill of Overlord's Decision. After he was finally able to use the 4th-level skill of Overlord Decision, the terrible energy of Chixin fruit has directly raised his physical level to the peak of 7 grades. Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to use the 4th-level skill to absorb the energy of rampage in his body. The terrible energy of the outbreak of red heart fruit can improve his physical grade at one time and directly make his physical grade break through to the 6th grade. After Chu Zhongshan's physical grade is raised to grade 6, there's still more than half of the energy after the outbreak of red heart fruit. According to the energy contained in red heart fruit for the improvement of physical grade, the remaining energy may directly raise Chu Zhongshan's physical grade to grade 5. Chu boy, hurry to find a way to drain the remaining energy out of your body. You can't continue to improve the grade of your body. Otherwise, you will damage your deep foundation and won't use your body to advance to a higher grade in the future. Seeing the energy of red heart fruit, he continued to improve Chu Zhongshan's physical level. He knew that the improvement of physical level, like the improvement of cultivation level, needed to be step by step. Each grade breakthrough needed to be consolidated and understood, so he immediately reminded. As early as the terrorist energy of Chixin fruit raised his physical grade to the peak of 7 grades, Chu Zhongshan had begun to find ways to dredge the terrorist energy in his body. But whether he integrated into Danshan or expelled the body by using the strong mind, he could not reduce the terrorist energy in his body. Just as the voice of Huang Lao's reminder sounded, when Chu Zhongshan was helpless, he knew the spirit beast in the independent space in the sea, and suddenly sent a message to Chu Zhongshan, asking him to input uncontrollable energy into the independent space. It can digest these energy and convert them into pure energy that can improve his cultivation and physical quality. The spirit beast that assists his practice can also consume the energy formed by the red heart fruit. Chu Zhongshan was surprised and hurriedly guided the terrible energy into the independent space. As if to open the valve, the terrible energy formed by the red heart fruit quickly poured into the independent space. The energy formed by the red heart fruit not only improved the grade of the spirit beast and accumulated enough energy for him to break through the soul period, but also relieved his crisis at this time. After the excess energy in the celestial body in Chu Zhang completely disappeared, Old Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a simple discussion with Chu Zhongshan, he directly used his mind to check the changes of Chu Zhongshan's flesh after breaking through 3 grades in succession to see if there were hidden dangers. Chu boy, your body is basically in perfect condition before you break through the 6 products, but after you break through the 6 products forcibly by the energy formed by the red heart fruit, your body contains 17 hidden dangers. You can't continue to improve the quality of your body until you eliminate these 17 hidden dangers. After careful examination, Old Huang pointed out the hidden dangers brought by Chu Zhongshan's flesh body breaking through the 6 products. "Thank you, Old Huang," Chu Zhongshan thanked. When Huang Laoli used his mind to check his physical hidden dangers, he also used his mind and his own feelings to check his own hidden dangers, but in the end, he only found 11 hidden dangers. If he continues to improve his physical quality after removing 11 hidden dangers, when his physical quality reaches a higher level in the future, the remaining 6 hidden dangers will become a stumbling block to prevent him from reaching a higher level. "Chu boy, don't talk about this for the time being. The strong men of the Qin Empire and the other 8 forces have gone deep into the bottom of the river. Although I used the array to hide the cave temporarily, with the strength of these people, I'm afraid we can get through the passage and come here in a short time, so we must take the treasure behind the wall immediately and keep quiet, leave the wasteland." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan still had questions and wanted to be interrogated, Old Huang quickly stopped him, and then explained while withdrawing the array of Juhuang array. "Let's hurry to get the treasure." After hearing Huang Lao's explanation, Chu Zhongshan quickly stood up and immediately came to the wall pierced by the basic knife technique just now. Without using any real yuan, just relying on the pure power of the 6 flesh bodies, with a simple move, he directly cut the wall in front of him for more than 10 meters. Then, a more terrible pressure came. Fortunately, after the body broke through the 6 grades, the rapid attack force had no impact on him. After he fully adapted to the terrible pressure, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that behind the split wall, there was an independent space emitting milky light, in which 3 things floated. "Chu boy, go in. With your 6th-grade body, the pressure in the independent space will not bring you any danger." When the milky white independent space was completely exposed to the face of Chu Zhongshan, Huang said excitedly. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongshan, holding the benaming spirit knife, encouraged the power of Liupin flesh body and walked directly into the independent space. Originally, he thought that the barrier of independent space would prevent him from entering the space, so he only promoted the strength of the 6 products in advance and secretly mobilized the true yuan in the perfect Dan Tian and intended to force himself into the independent space. However, when he came to the independent space and stepped into the space, he found that the barrier of the independent space was like a bubble, allowing him to pass directly without forming a trace of obstruction. After carefully observing the 3 treasures floating in front of him, Chu Zhongshan's face showed uncontrollable joy. Chu Zhongshan recognized 2 of the 3 treasures. The first treasure is 100 gourmet baron, stones the size of a watermelon. The second treasure is a small pool of raw milk. After careful estimation, the number of raw milk is at least 30 drops. As for the last treasure, it is gray earth the size of a fingernail, but the earth emits a terrible smell of the end of the world. "Huang Lao, what treasure is this?" Pointing to the gray soil the size of a fingernail, Chu Zhongshan asked puzzled. "Chu boy, I feel extremely envious and jealous of your bad luck." Looking at the gray soil floating in the space, Huang Lao made no secret of his envy and jealousy. "Huang Lao, with our relationship, mine is not yours." Feeling the envy and jealousy in Huang Lao's tone, Chu Zhongshan quickly pretended to be generous and comforted. "You know." For Chu Zhongshan's very generous intention, Old Huang nodded with satisfaction, and then explained in detail. "This earthy treasure in front of you is the waste fat finally formed by the accumulation of waste milk for millions of years. Its effect is 100 times that of waste milk and 1,000 times that of the best waste stone. Chu boy, you have waste fat. In the future, your body is likely to break through the 1st grade and become holy." Chu Zhongshan will not consider whether he can become holy in the flesh in the future, but the effect of waste fat is 100 times that of waste milk and 1,000 times that of the best waste stone, which is the reason why he is ecstatic. First, put 100 pieces of top-grade waste stones into the storage ring, then take out the prepared Dan bottle and put the waste milk floating in the air into the Dan bottle. Finally, looking at the waste grease floating in the air, Chu Zhongshan asked, "Huang Lao, what kind of utensils are used to store the waste grease?" "The crude fat is solidified from the crude milk. It can still be stored in the pill bottle." In response to a question from Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao's mind arranged hundreds of miles away from the channel was suddenly touched. "Chu boy, quickly put away your illusory spirit, then destroy the channel to independent space and find a way to leave the wasteland." The idea of early warning was touched. Old Huang quickly observed and soon found Qin Wushhuang and others. Qin Wushhuang and others were lucky. When they opened the channel of the wasteland vein, they directly intersected with the channel formed by the supreme wasteland beast. They soon found the abnormality here, so he quickly mentioned Chu Zhongshan. Using the power of the spirit in the Danshan, Chu Zhongshan left the alone space in an instant. Take out a medium-grade spirit sword from the storage ring and destroy the passage to the independent space by using unfamiliar sword techniques. At the same time, the mind controlled all the illusion mice looking for the barren stone to return quickly. It's too late to check how many pieces of barren stones the phantom creature has collected. Chu Zhongshan's whole brain is collected into the storage ring, and then uses the medium-grade spirit sword in his hand to use the power of the spirit to directly blast to the stone wall above. Qin Wuxuang, who quickly fell to the bottom of the river, showed a look of joy on his face after seeing the mountain hidden at the bottom of the river. However, when the strong man at the top of the king's territory was looking for a place suitable for digging the channel, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It indicates that the strong at the peak of the king's territory don't have to find a suitable position for excavation, and directly let the three strong people around them use their strong cultivation and powerful real tools to forcibly excavate the wasteland. Half an hour later, they dug hundreds of kilometers of the channel, and suddenly a hollow state appeared in front of them. Qin Wuxuang and they appeared in the channel formed after the bodies of wild animals crossed. Looking at the long-standing channel and thinking of the channel hole they didn't find, Qin Wuxuang knew that someone had entered the wasteland vein in advance and used some means to cover up the location of the hole. Worried about the three treasures at the core of Hyungmai, Qin Wuxuang directly ordered the king's top strongman around him to use all his strength and speed up his penetration into the core of Hyungmai. When they were hundreds of miles ahead and less than 100 miles away from the independent space at the core of the barren vein, they suddenly heard the sound of the collapse of the channel in front of them. Minglao, speed up! Through the sound of the collapse of the passage, Qin Wuxuang knew that those who entered the wasteland vein in advance had obtained the three most precious treasures of the wasteland vein. At this time, Qin Wuxuang was destroying the scene and eliminating the residual clues on the scene. Therefore, Qin Wuxuang directly ordered the strong around him to overdraw the potential and improve the speed. Chu boy, it seems that boy is really in a hurry. He even let the king's top strongman overdraw his potential. Huang Lao, who has been using his mind to observe Qin Wuxuang and others, soon noticed the state of the top strong in the king's territory. He deeply admired Qin Wuxuang's decisiveness. He felt a trace of fear for Qin Wuxuang's cold-blooded. Huang Lao, before I leave the wasteland, Qin Wuxuang, can they chase up? Hearing that old Huang said that the top strong man of the other king's territory had overdrawn his potential, Chu Zhongshan quickly asked. Don't worry, Chu boy. Just when you destroyed the channel of independent space, I left a little gift in advance, which was enough for the little guy named Qin Wuxuang to be in trouble for a period of time. Old Huang said with a bad smile. Although old Huang's guarantee made Chu Zhongshan a little relieved, he still didn't dare to delay at all. He still used the power of the spirit in the Danshan to attack the stone wall above his head and accelerate the speed of leaving the barren pulse. The peak that sank to the bottom of the river was not too high. It was only more than 4,000 meters. Under the action of the spirit of Chu Zhongshan, it took only more than a minute to rush out of the barren vein and appear in the center of the bottom of the. Old Huang checked the riverbank quickly to see if there is anyone. The moment he rushed out of the mountain, Chu Zhongshan quickly reminded Huang Lao to observe the situation around the riverbank. At the same time, continue to use the power of the soul to increase your rising speed. Chu boy, don't worry, there's no one on the riverbank. Just as the sky in the middle of Chu was about to blow away the mountain peak, old Huang had already used his mind to check the shore and the range of the river within 100 miles. After rushing out of the river with all his strength, Chu Zhongshan continued to use the power of Huang Lao to continuously inject the spirit into the Danshan to improve his speed, and then turned into a lightning bolt and rushed into the dense forest. At the same time, Huang Lao used the power of the Supreme Spirit to help him completely cover his breath. The moment Chu Zhongshan fled the river and rushed into the dense forest, Qin Wuxuang appeared outside the independent space under the leadership of the powerful king who overdraw the potential. Looking at the channel leading to the collapse of the independent space, Qin Wuxuang's face became gloomy for a moment. Standing beside him, the the king's top strongman, who was ruddy because of overdraft potential, carefully glanced at Qin Wuhuang, who was gloomy. He didn't dare to say a word or dissipate the power gained from overdraft potential. Break through the passage to the core. Take a deep breath. Qin Wuhuang temporarily suppresses his anger and then gives the order to continue. Yes. After the answer, the king's top strongman waved to break through the collapsed gravel and planned to clear the channel leading to the independent space. However, just as his power was about to empty the gravel of the channel, there was a sudden explosion around the independent space. The powerful explosion made the whole waste vein shake violently, whether it was the channel pierced by the supreme waste beast, the channels dug by Qin Wuhuang, and the 8 forces collapsed in the violent vibration of the wasteland, burying all those who entered the wasteland into the rubble. Fortunately, the strength of the people entering the wasteland is ordinary and strong. The rubble formed by the collapsed channel can't hurt these strong people for the time being, but the feeling of being buried alive makes people very uncomfortable. They use their strong cultivation to directly collapse the rubble above their heads, and then one strong person after another appears over nearly half of the collapsed peaks. When the strong men of the 8 forces saw Qin Wuhuang with a gloomy face, a trace of fear flashed on everyone's face, even the strong man at the top of the king's realm of Huashan sword sect. He looked up at the strong ones of the 8 forces. Qin Wuhuang didn't say anything. He nodded to the 3 strong ones around him and the 2 strong ones who followed the 8 forces into the bottom of the river, and then directly took off and left the river. Elder Marshal Brother Liu, what shall we do next? Seeing Qin Wuhuang leave the bottom of the river with a gloomy face, some of the top strongmen of the King's Realm of the Wind family asked. Alas! Although Qin Wuhuang didn't say anything when he left, his gloomy face, which could squeeze out the water, let the top strongmen of Huashan's sword sect know that they had offended the Qin Empire this time. However, since I have offended you, it's useless to worry about it. I don't take this opportunity to collect more barren stones for future cultivation and the next opening of the secret land of the wilderness. Before the secret of heaven is closed, collect as many waste stones as possible. It's hard to find barren rocks, and even harder to find barren veins. We can find barren veins, and they are still 3-grade barren veins. Of course, the strong from the 8 forces are not willing to leave. After receiving the signal from the top strongman of Huashan Jianzhong Kingdom, these people rushed to the collapsed peaks at the bottom of the river and made every effort to collect high-quality waste stones. The higher the quality of the barren stone, the deeper the position is into the barren vein. Therefore, these strong people who rush to the peak can only collect the lower and middle-level barren stones at the beginning. They don't care about it. Because there are nearly 3 days before the secret land is closed, enough for them to collect enough high-quality barren stones. However, just when each of them collected less than 10,000 lower and middle-level barren stones, one vortex after another suddenly appeared in the sky of the secret land of the wilderness. The sudden emergence of the vortex generates a strong suction force, aiming at every warrior in the secret land of the wilderness, whether it is the warrior in the realm of Qi melting period or the warrior in the peak of the king's territory. In the face of the sudden strong suction force, all of them are sucked into the vortex without resistance, which makes many strong people who stay deep at the bottom of the river and are as happy as crazy to collect waste stones, and they are very unwilling. Especially the top strongmen of the king's territory from the Gale family, who risked defending the Qin Empire, were forced to leave the natural wilderness secret territory before they came and collected enough waste stones. How can they be willing? Chu Zhongshan, who fled the river quickly, used Huang Lao's means to hide his breath, exercised the martial arts of Xuanpin's lower body method, and ran quickly to the outside of the valley. There are 3 kinds of peerless treasures at the core of the barren vein. No matter the martial artist in the Qi melting stage, the strong man in the peak state of the king's realm, or even the supreme strong man, he will be moved. Therefore, he must not let anyone find that he has these 3 treasures. Otherwise, after the secret place is closed, he will face the pursuit of the supreme power. Therefore, it is the best choice to stay away from the barren vein and leave the valley at this time. Chu boy, the secret land of the end of heaven will be closed soon, and the rules of the secret land will send you out soon. In order to avoid me being found by the rules of the secret land, I will still use the suffocation secret method and fall into a deep sleep. When you return to the sect, use the secret method I taught you to wake me up. Just as Chu Zhongshan ran to the entrance of the valley with all his strength, Huang Lao, who had been observing the situation behind him with his mind, suddenly felt a danger. After discovering the vortex formed above his head, Huang Lao, who had experienced the experience of the wilderness secret land, knew what would happen next, so he quickly reminded him. Without waiting for Chu Zhongshan's response, old Huang directly used the secret method and fell into a deep sleep. Just when Huang Lao fell into deep sleep, among the hundreds of eddies on his head, the strong suction in one of the eddies was directly aimed at Chu Zhongshan, making him rise in place completely out of control. Before using the secret method, old Huang had already reminded that this was the means by which the secret place rules sent people out of the secret place when the secret place was closed, so Chu Zhongshan didn't panic in the face of uncontrollable body. After his body contacted with suction and vortex, he immediately felt like a vortex he stepped into when he first entered the secret place, and the whole person was pushed forward by the power formed by the vortex. On the 17 giant stone tablets, 17 supreme-level strongmen sit on their own stone tablets, either refining the body and true yuan, or understanding the power of laws, or studying esoteric mysteries. With less than 3 days to go before the end of the world, the 17 supreme-level strongmen are still motionless. If the secret place is not closed, the giant stone tablets on their feet cannot be put away, so they can only stay on the giant stone tablets and wait. Just as everyone was silent in practice and perception, the stone tablet at the foot of a scattered supreme power suddenly began to shake slightly. With the shaking, a vortex gradually floated to the bottom of the stone tablet. The sudden emergence of the vortex on the giant stone tablet not only startled the supreme level strong on the stone tablet, but also surprised the other 16 supreme level strong. The 17th supreme level strongman on the scene, except Jiao Enjun and the great Qin strongman in the chariot, presided over the opening of the wilderness secret place for the first time. The remaining 15 supreme-level strongmen all presided over the opening of the wilderness secret place more than once and knew the whole process of opening and closing the wilderness secret place very well. For the first 15 days after the opening of the secret land of the wilderness, the vortex under the giant stone tablet will continue to exist. The purpose is to prepare for those martial arts practitioners with low cultivation, so that they can end the experience of the secret land of the wilderness through the vortex in advance. On the 15th day, the vortex under the giant stone tablet will disappear automatically and will not reappear until the secret place is closed after 30. At this time, the vortex at the bottom of the stone tablet is obviously a sign before the closure of the secret land of the wilderness. However, there are still nearly 3 days before the secluded territory is closed. Why did the secluded territory close in advance this time? Just when people wondered about the whirlpool at the foot of the giant stone tablet, at the foot of the supreme strength of scattered repair, there were whirlpools of different sizes at the remaining 15 giant stone tablets on the scene and at the bottom of the stone tablet in the center. Although they were very surprised at the early closure of the secret land of the wilderness, they did not interrogate and discuss with each other. Instead, they waited quietly for the return of the martial arts in the secret land, hoping that through the martial arts trained in the secret land, they could understand what happened in the secret land, which led to the early closure of the secret land of the wilderness this time. Although the vortex first appeared at the bottom of the giant stone tablet, at the foot of the supreme power, the first people who left the secret land of the wilderness through the vortex appeared under the giant stone tablet in the center. The first group of people who appeared were 5 martial arts practitioners from the Qihai period of the Qin Empire, followed by the second group of 7 disciples from the Qihai period, who also appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet vortex in the central position. It was not until the third batch of 11 disciples of the Divine Soul period appeared in the vortex under the stone tablet that the martial artists who had been trained in the secret place began to appear in the vortex under other giant stone tablets. Because the guard token made by Liyun sect from Waste Stone has the shortest guard time, the disciples in Qihai period and below have long ended their experience and returned to the sect through the void crack torn by Jiao Enjun. So, when all the martial artists in the secret territory of the wilderness leave the secret territory, among the 9 forces, only Liyun sect has the least number, leaving only 9. Among the 9 people, The one with the highest cultivation is the strong person at the peak of De Dao period from Liangxin Peak, and the one with the lowest cultivation is Chu Zhongshan, who has only the peak cultivation of Qihai period. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation was only in the Sea of Qi period, was able to persist until the secret realm was closed, the 8 strong men above the spirit period who left the secret realm showed a trace of doubt and confusion. When the disciples of Lian's sect left the secret place through the vortex at the bottom of the stone tablet, Zhao and Jun, who stood on the giant stone tablet, immediately looked down for Chu Zhongshan to determine whether Chu Zhongshan had left the secret place of heaven safely. After discovering and noticing that Chu Zhongshan's thoughts were transformed into spiritual thoughts earlier than his accomplishments, Zhao and Jun's face changed. Then he disappeared on the giant stone tablet and appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan. Using the Supreme Divine Mind, he carefully checked the state of Chu Zhongshan and found that his mind not only degenerated into Divine Mind earlier than his cultivation, but also contained the power not weaker than the realm of Divine Soul period in his body. Zhao and Jun couldn't help laughing. "Ha, it's not bad that I'm a disciple taught by Zhao and Jun. It's excellent enough." Laughing, he boasted proudly. Zhao and Jun suddenly left the giant stone tablet, which immediately attracted the attention of the 16 supreme-level strongmen with the same cultivation. When they found Zhao and Jun appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan, they also noticed the state of Chu Zhongshan at this time. Each of the 16 supreme-level strongmen showed a different look on their faces. Like the supreme strongmen of Huashan Sword Sect and Magic Heart Sect, their faces showed a worried look. The strength of Liyan Sect, which adheres to the strengths of hundreds of schools and is all-inclusive, has increased a lot in recent decades. Not only are the Supremes strong more than their 2 major sects, but the top talents of the middle-aged generation and the young generation are far better than them. If it were not for the internal factional opposition of Liyan's sect, there would be bloody conflicts between them at any time, and the overall strength of Liyan's sect might catch up with the Qin Empire. The faces of the supreme strong of the 5 families showed envy and jealousy, because the young and outstanding children like Chu Zhongshan are what their 5 families are eager to get. As long as they can have such excellent children, their family can better inherit and carry forward. As for the supreme level strong of the 8 scattered cultivation, they are expressionless, because Chu Zhongshan's excellence has little to do with them and will not form any competition with their disciples. Lao Jiao, pay attention to the influence. Just laugh proudly and vent your happiness, but you can't laugh wildly all the time, because in this way he will be visited by others as a monkey. Good, very good, nodded to Chu Zhongshan, and Zhao and Jun flashed back to the giant stone tablet. He didn't seem to notice that there were 2 strong men at the peak of the king's territory among the sects, which made the strong men at the peak of the road period from Liangxin Peak swallow the words that had come to his mouth. Magic inflammation, Su Changlao and Lin Changlao. When the whirlpool on the giant stone tablet begins to shrink, it means that all the people have left the secret place. Under the huge stone tablet of Morxinzong, the white old supreme old man of Morxinzong also left the stone tablet, but unlike Zhao and Jun, who was ecstatic, the white-haired supreme old man's face was gloomy. At this moment, he was yelling at a strong man in the real stage. When we returned to our ancestors, after entering the designated valley, we were attacked by a 3-level peak wild beast and temporarily dispersed. We didn't see the 2 elders until the agreed time. Looking at the white old man who rarely gets angry, the supreme old man's face is gloomy. The strong man at the beginning of the Magic Heart Sect Avenue is pale, and his body is a little trembling. Thinking of the 2 tasks that Elder Su and Elder Lin performed when they entered the Wasteland's secret territory, the white-haired Supreme Elder immediately looked up at the direction of Liyan's sect. After discovering that the 2 King Territory Peak strongmen from Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Hall also didn't appear, the white-haired Supreme Strongman's face became more gloomy. Under the huge stone tablet in the center, Qin Wuxuang, who left the secret land of the wilderness, ignored the concerns and greetings of the people around him. He flew directly into the air and flew to the chariot. "Aunt, unparalleled request to talk to the chariot." Straightening up, Qin Wuxuang asked, "Come in." Facing Qin Wuxuang's request, the strong man in the chariot couldn't refuse and directly opened his mouth to let him in. After Qin Wuxuang stepped into the chariot, Chu Zhongshan quietly looked up at the chariot and then wanted to collude with the spirit beast in the independent space to discuss something with it. "Spirit beast, discuss one thing with you," God thought directly woke up the spirit beast, who was trying to refine the remaining energy of red heart fruit. Chu Zhongshan asked in a deliberative tone, "Master, you command." As a spirit beast signing the master-slave contract, whether it is waking up or promotion, as long as Chu Zhongshan takes the initiative to contact it, it must respond immediately. This is the price of being a spirit pet. I want to put some storage rings in a separate space temporarily, but you can't absorb the treasure energy in the storage ring. Can you do it? Although it was a deliberative tone, Chu Zhongshan's tone showed an unquestionable attitude. Of course, as long as I don't get the owner's permission, I can't casually absorb any treasures put into the space by the owner. The spirit beast responded truthfully. So it is. As long as he doesn't have his own permission, the spirit beast can't absorb the treasure he put into the space. If he had known this requirement, he didn't need to discuss with the spirit beast at all. Put the storage rings containing high-quality barren stones collected by the illusory creatures of the true Yuan attribute. The storage rings containing the best barren stones, milk and fat. The storage rings of the 4 kings of the Magic Heart sect and the Liyan sect. The storage rings of 1 peak of the Great Road period. And the storage rings of 3 scattered strong people into an independent space in your mind. When all the dirt was placed in a separate space, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn it, who stole the treasures belonging to the Qin Empire? Shortly after Qin, Wushwang entered the chariot. After Chu Zhongshan put several storage rings into the independent space of knowing the sea, a light and crisp roar suddenly came from the chariot on the stone tablet in the center. With the light and crisp roar, a force that shook the void above Funning City rose from the chariot. Zhao Enjun's face sank when he saw the supreme strongman of the Qin Empire in a sudden rage. Then he appeared in front of Chu Zhongshan in case of an accident. With the extremely strong momentum coming from the chariot, the door of the chariot was opened for the second time. Then, a woman dressed in white dress and with a devil-like figure came out of the door. Although a woman in white has a silk veil on her face, which hides her face, from her noble temperament, charming eyes and snow skin color like jade fat, we know that she is definitely a peerless beauty. The woman in white, who stepped out of the chariot, looked fiercely at everyone who returned from the secret territory, especially the strong ones whose cultivation reached the peak of the king's territory, and was looked at by her for more than 3 seconds. And every force swept by a woman in white with fierce eyes, the supreme strongman of this force, dare not stop or have any opinions at all. Only when I watched Zhao Enjun, the situation changed. Because when the fierce eyes of the woman in white swept over, a momentum far stronger than that of the woman in white rose from Zhao Enjun. At the same time, he asked in a bad tone, "Qin Xinling, what do you want to do?" Seeing Zhao Enjun's tough attitude towards women in white, and thinking about the supreme strongman of his power, a feeling of disappointment appeared in the hearts of many people, especially the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Because before the opening of the secret land of the end of the world, the white-haired supreme old man not only dared not stop the woman in white, but also treated her respectfully, forming a strong contrast with Zhao Enjun at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the Evil Heart sect and the Liyan sect belong to the same 3 sects, these disciples of the Evil Heart sect even have the idea of betraying their school and joining the Liyan sect. There are 3 treasures belonging to the Dakin Empire in the secret land of the wilderness, which have been stolen by those who enter the secret land. I want to find the treasures belonging to the Dakin Empire. Faced with Zhao Enjun's more overbearing question, the woman in white responded with a hoarse voice. Cut! Zhao Enjun despised the answer of the woman in white, and then laughed. All the treasures in the secret territory of the wilderness are ownerless. Whoever gets them is the one who gets them. Others can't forcibly take them away by strength. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun looked at the people of the Qin Empire with great contempt, especially the strong ones above the De Dao period, and said with contempt, "Your own strength is not good. If you don't grab the treasure, let someone with stronger strength come forward and grab it. When did your Qin Empire lose face and skin? Zhao Sijin, don't challenge my patience. Otherwise, I won't introduce you to try my Dakin methods." Zhao Enjun just disdained, despised, ridiculed and despised the words, shaking the double peaks in front of the woman in white up and down, giving people a kind of imaginative lust, but no one dared to take a more look at the scene. "Oh, I'll challenge your patience. How can you bear me?" In the face of the woman in white who was about to act because of anger, Zhao Enjun still provoked. "Lao Zhao, pay attention to your tone of voice. Don't annoy Elder Qin." Watching Zhao Enjun continue to provoke the woman in white, Chu Zhongshan gradually found something wrong, hurriedly pulled him and told him not to continue to provoke the woman in white. "Don't worry, smelly boy, I want to see if this woman dares to fight me." In the face of Chu Zhongshan's reminder, Zhao Enjun not only didn't mean to shrink back, but even said insulting words. "Lao Zhao, don't you see what occasion this is? Is it suitable for you to challenge?" Seeing that Zhao Enjun went too far, even his mother-in-law said this sentence. Chu Zhongshan gradually couldn't suppress his inner anger, and his tone began to be severe. After the conversation between the two people just now, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that they must have had unpleasant things before, maybe even emotional. Otherwise, Zhao Enjun, who is indifferent, will never take the initiative to provoke. However, in addition to their 2 supreme-level strongmen, there were 15 supreme-level strongmen on the scene. 1 or 2,000 people fought greatly, which eventually led to 2 defeats and fear of injury. Chu Zhongshan believed that among the 15 supreme-level strongmen, someone must be aware of wrongdoing, so he must not let Zhao Enjun fight with a woman in white. "Elder Qin, I'm sorry. My master forgot to take medicine before he went out. He has some mental problems. I hope you don't care too much about him for the sake of being a patient." Seeing that he could not suppress Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan quickly put the object of persuasion on the woman in white. If only one of the 2 sides makes concessions, the conflict between them will not arise. Puff. Hearing Chu Zhongshan describe Zhao Enjun as a patient who forgot to take medicine when he went out, the woman in white, who was originally angry, suddenly laughed. Fortunately, as a supreme power, she quickly stabilized her mood. At the same time, the look in Chu Zhongshan's eyes showed a look of tenderness and expectation. "Zhao Enjun, in the face of your apprentice, I don't care about today's affairs with you." For fear that Zhao Enjun's anger would affect her to look for the 3 treasures related to the future fate of the Qin Empire. After the woman in white left a soft or hard word, she began to search the treasures of every martial artist who returned from the secret territory. "Chu boy, what did you say just now?" "I said I was a patient who forgot to take medicine when I went out. I don't think you're looking for a fight." The reason why Zhao Enjun didn't immediately refute the sentence of the woman in white, which was like giving alms, was entirely because he was surprised by the sentence Chu Zhongshan just described him. "Master, although I don't know if you had any conflicts with Elder Qin when you were young, and whether you had emotional entanglement with each other, this occasion is not suitable for you two to have a direct conflict." Just now, the disciple had no choice but to make such a bad decision. Do you want to punish the disciple and hope to implement it after returning to the sect? Seeing Zhao Enjun's face gradually gloomy, Chu Zhongshan knew what he had just described, which made him very angry, but without this method he couldn't calm one of them. Alas! Seeing Chu Zhongshan's sincere and active recognition of punishment for the first time, Zhao Enjun couldn't bear to continue to investigate, so he had to sigh helplessly. "Master, you don't have to sigh or be angry. When today's affair is over, younger martial brother, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Zhao Enjun's sigh made Chu Zhongshan blame himself for his insulting words just now, so he revealed something about the secret realm. With a pick on his forehead, Zhao Enjun was excited for a moment with a sad look, but he soon recovered his calm. Then he looked at the woman in white and watched her use the supreme mind to check everyone who returned from the wilderness, even the disciples of Hueki cultivation. Seeing this, Zhao Enjun looked at Chu Zhongshan with some worry, but found that his expression was calm, as if nothing had happened, and his worried expression was relieved. In the face of the domineering behavior of the woman in white, whether it is Sangxiu, the 5 families, or even the supreme strongmen of Morxin sect and Huashan sword sect, they honestly accept her inspection and dare not resist at all. When the white-clad woman's eyes turned to Liyun's sect, Chu Zhongshan's first reaction was to look at Zhao Enjun. When he found that Zhao Enjun's mouth was slightly raised, he immediately knew that he would refute and provoke the white-clad woman again. He immediately reached out to hold him and took out 5 storage bags on his body, indicating that the white-clad woman could check it. Chu Zhongshan stopped Zhao Enjun's provocation and took the initiative to take out the storage bag, which made the woman in white very useful and gently nodded to him for the first time. Then, Shenian quickly found out all the collections in the 5 storage bags in Chu Zhongshan, but her eyebrows wrinkled slightly after checking. The frown is not because the 3 treasures in the secret place have not been found, but because of the unparalleled qualification of Chu Zhongshan and Zhao Enjun's maintenance, the harvest in his 5 storage bags should not be so little. He noticed Chu Zhongshan's eyes and found that he slightly lowered his head and looked at his chest. He immediately understood what he meant. His mind immediately scanned his chest and found the storage ring hanging on his chest. Thinking of Zhao Enjun's enemies all over the world, and Zhao Enjun's embarrassing position in Ligan's sect, the woman in white immediately understood why Chu Zhongshan was so cautious. Shenian looked at it roughly. After she didn't find the 3 treasures in the secret territory, her Shenian crossed the middle heaven of Chu and began to search the remaining 8 people of Ligan's sect, but the final result was still nothing. Unparalleled, have you seen clearly? Is it the strong man of mankind who took away the 3 treasures, or the wild beast in the secret land of the wilderness who took away the treasures? Except for the 16 supreme-level strongmen who had not been searched, all the treasures of all the martial artists on the scene were collected and checked. In this case, the whereabouts of the 3 treasures were not found. The woman in white immediately doubted Qin Wuxuang's judgment at that time. Facing the question of the woman in white, Qin Wuxuang immediately fell into confusion. At this moment, he was not sure whether it was the strong man or the wild beast in the wasteland who took away the 3 treasures at the core of the wasteland. Forget it, since you can't find it now. When you return to the empire, let Master Wanyan use prophecy to predict it. Seeing Qin Wuxuang, who couldn't give himself an accurate answer, the woman in white said to herself helplessly. After hearing the helpless soliloquy of the woman in white, Zhao Enjun looked calm, but his heart was nervous. Using the means of divine thought transmission, he quietly interrogated Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, the prophet named Wanyan of the Qin Empire is very powerful. You can calculate the whole story through a slightly related thing. If that guy predicts it, you have to be careful of the revenge of the Qin Empire. Master, don't worry. Even if the forecaster named Wanyan becomes a fairy and a god, you can't calculate me through prediction. Chu Zhongshan was confident about Zhao Enjun's worry and responded by means of sound transmission. When fleeing the famine, Chu Zhongshan interrogated Huang Lao for this question. At that time, Huang Lao clearly told him that no matter the level of the prophet of the Qin Empire was high and the means were powerful, he could not predict any information about the middle heaven of Chu. The reason is that among the 3 treasures he harvested, 1 treasure can completely shield the prediction of any prophet. This treasure is waste fat. Because the formation process of crude fat requires not only a large amount of crude milk and millions of years of accumulation, but also the integration of part of the law of time in order to finally condense successfully. Forecasters are really terrible. They can predict the whole story through a small matter that has a certain involvement. However, the power of laws that are involved in time and space alone cannot, dare not, and will not be touched by forecasters. At that time, Old Huang vowed that if the prophet of the Qin Empire dared to predict the secret of waste fat, it would be swallowed by the force of the law of time, ranging from heavy damage to death. In fact, even without Huang Lao's guarantee, Chu Zhongshan was not worried that he would be calculated by the prophets of the Qin Empire. Because after the speculation of the Eastern hegemony, Chu Zhongshan knows that as an earthman whose soul passes through, his destiny is unpredictable, and the future life soul is unpredictable. No one can predict his previous and future generations through prophecy, so he can't predict what he has done in the end. Now that it has been decided to let the imperial prophet predict who took the 3 treasures in the secret territory through prophecy, the woman in white will not investigate the people present, and she will return to the chariot again. However, after entering the chariot, she looked down at Zhao Enjun with a special feeling in her eyes. When she noticed the sky in the middle of Chu, the woman in white showed a trace of tenderness in her eyes and whispered, "My surname is Qin, my name is Xinling, my Royal Highness Yuxin. I am the sister of the contemporary emperor of the Qin Empire. You can call me Aunt Ling in the future." After leaving such a sentence, Qin Xinling returned to the chariot. "Chu boy, when I take back the key to open the secret territory, I will return to the sect immediately." After Qin Xinling returned to the chariot, Zhao Enjun told Chu Zhongshan, and then returned to the giant stone tablet. After the secret place was closed, the giant stone tablet automatically shrunk. An hour later, there was no sign of shrinking of the 17 giant stone tablets, and the eyebrows of the 17 supreme and powerful people on the stone tablets were slightly wrinkled. According to the previous procedures before the closure of Tianhuang's secret place, the key to open the secret place will be automatically reduced within half an hour, after the rules of the secret place send all martial arts out of the secret place. However, this time, the secret place training ended 3 days in advance, and the closing time of the secret place was delayed by nearly half an hour. At this time, the supreme power on the 17 giant stone tablets vaguely felt that something was wrong. This time, I'm afraid there will be unexpected changes in the secret land of the 2 hours later. There was still no movement on the 17 giant stone tablets, but the 17 supreme levels on the stone tablets still stood on the stone tablets and secretly mobilized the power of the laws under their control, so as to deal with them at the first time in case of changes in the secret environment. 3 hours later, 17 giant stone tablets finally had a movement. The stone tablet about tens of meters high began to shrink slowly. The 17 supreme-level strongmen standing on the stone tablet were relieved to see that the stone tablet had changed as before. They also left the stone tablet as usual. After the stone tablet became smaller, they automatically returned to their hands. The giant stone tablet was originally slowly shrinking. After the supreme power standing on the stone tablet left, the shrinking speed soared hundreds of times. In the blink of an eye, the giant stone tablet about tens of meters high was reduced to only the size of a palm. However, the restored stone tablets of normal size did not return to the hands of their respective supreme powers. Instead, they took off one after another and crashed into the void in an instant. Seeing that the stone tablet that opened the secret place hit the void, 15 of the 17 supreme-level strongmen who responded used the power of law to turn into huge palms and quickly grasped the stone tablet in the void. Only Jiao Enjun and Qin Xinling didn't do it. Looking at the 15 giant palms grasping at the void, Chu Zhongshan shook his head secretly. After nearly a month's experience in the secret place, especially seeing the supreme wild beast killed by the rules of the secret place in the barren vein, he knew that the rules of the secret place not only had his own consciousness, but also had very high wisdom, and he knew to pursue advantages and avoid disadvantages. This time, I took away the waste fat formed by the law of time, which may touch the bottom line of the secret realm rules and make it possible to permanently close the secret. If you want to permanently close the secret place, you must take back the key to the secret place. From the beginning, control the stone tablet not to shrink, then shrink slowly, and finally accelerate the shrinkage, which is enough to show that it has a plan to recover the stone tablet. Since it has a plan, and can kill the supreme-level wild animals with the strength of the secret land rules, how can it make the key to open the secret land return to the hands of the supreme powerful? Sure enough, just when those giant palms just touch the stone tablet, every stone tablet touched instantly exudes a force containing special laws. This force directly breaks the palm containing the force of laws, bumps into the void, and disappears completely. Looking at the 17 stone tablets that had completely disappeared into the void, Jiao Enjun's face was still calm, but the faces of the other 15 supreme powers were very ugly, especially the supreme powers of the 5 families. His gloomy face frightened everyone around him. Seeing the completely disappeared 17 stone tablets, Jiao Enjun's calm face flashed a relaxed look inadvertently. Let's go. Turning around, Jiao Enjun stretched out his hand in the direction of Li Yun's sect, and then there was a gap enough for the two to pass through. He gave an order to the 8 people behind him. He took Chu Zhongshan to leave the sky over Funning City first. Watching Chu Zhongshan step into the void, Lu Yuan, standing next to the supreme power of Huashan's sword sect, raised his arm and wanted to shout, but finally put down his arm. Qin Wushuang, who stood in the Qin Empire, did the same thing as Lu Yuan, but after seeing that Chu Zhongshan had entered the gap under the leadership of Jiao Enjun, he also put down his arm. Seeing that Jiao Enjun of Li Yun's sect took the lead in leaving, the strongmen of various forces on the scene also divided the emptiness in front of them and returned to their respective forces. Qianlong Peak, Peak Top, Other Courtyard. After returning to the sect from Funning City, Jiao Enjun didn't have any nonsense with the other 8 people of the sect. He directly took Chu Zhongshan back to his other courtyard. Chu boy, tell me about the process of refining your secret territory. Back to the stone pavilion in the other courtyard, Jiao Enjun motioned after making tea as before. Master, wait a minute. After drinking the clear tea in the cup, Chu Zhongshan motioned Jiao Enjun to wait a moment, then sealed his fingers, exercised his secret method, and began to wake up the sleeping old Huang. Chu boy, I'm back. Huang Lao, who woke up from a deep sleep, felt a sense of relief after feeling Zhao Enjun's breath. Back. In response to old Huang's sentence, Chu Zhongshan took out 9 storage rings from the spirit beast independent heir and then placed them on the stone table. Master, first of all, I'm sorry to tell you that the 2 King's Peak elders of the sect who entered the natural wilderness secret territory were killed by the wild animals of the secret territory, which caused heavy losses to the sect. Draw out the 2 storage rings placed on the stone table. Chu Zhongshan was insincere and said in a very false tone, "Well done." Seeing the 2 storage rings marked out by Chu Zhongshan on the stone table, Zhao Enjun praised him happily as he talked about the process of the killing of the 2 top strongmen of the sect. In fact, Zhao Enjun decided to let Chu Zhongshan give up the chance to enter the secret land of the wilderness after knowing the candidate of the sect to enter the secret land of the wilderness. Because in his opinion, the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Hall arranged 2 powerful kings to enter the secret territory. In addition to competing for more resources for them, they also had the purpose of intercepting and killing Chu Zhongshan. Fortunately, when he got the quota to enter the secret realm, he happened to have an in-depth communication with Old Huang. After learning the news, Old Huang patted his chest to ensure that Chu Zhongshan would not have any accidents in the secret realm of the wilderness, which made Zhao Enjun finally agree to Chu Zhongshan's entry into the secret realm of the wilderness. This storage ring belongs to one of the top kings of the Demon Heart sect. He was killed by wild animals together with the 2 top kings of the sect. Pick up one of the remaining 7 storage rings and point out the unique logo of the Magic Heart sect, Chu Zhongshan said. You know, seeing that Chu Zhongshan pointed out that the king's top strongman of the Magic Heart sect was killed together with the 2 kings' top strongmen of the sect, Zhao Enjun was not surprised, but said with some emotion. You already know. Seeing Zhao Enjun, who was not surprised at all, Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. Since it was known that the Law Enforcement Peak and the people in the Merit Hall hooked up with the Evil Heart sect, why not join hands with the sect's main peak and the Elders' Regiment to destroy them, and let them destroy the sect unity and weaken the sect? Although the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Hall are supported by the supreme-level strong people, with the strength of the sect leader and I, it is not impossible to destroy the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Hall. The reason why we have been afraid to do it is because the Evil Heart sect is an old monster that has not been born for a long time. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan already knew the relationship between the Law Enforcement Peak and the Merit Hall and the Evil Heart sect, and that Chu Zhongshan's idea had transformed into a divine idea earlier than his cultivation, Zhao Enjun finally revealed some secrets that Zhao Enjun didn't intend to disclose in advance. Isn't that old monster a strong man with the title of Supreme Class? Chu Zhongshan asked curiously when he heard Zhao Enjun mention the old monster of Morxinzong. You know, with Zhao Enjun's lawless character, few people can make him feel afraid, unless the other party is a powerful person with the title of Supreme Level, which is an existence he can't resist at all. That's right. Nodded, Zhao Enjun said in an unusually dignified tone. If it's just an ordinary title supremacy, we're not afraid, because the patriarchal senior brother broke through the title supremacy 30 years ago, but the old monster is the top power among the title supremacy, and its strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all the title supremacy in the whole southern region. So strong. Hearing Zhao Enjun's evaluation of the old monster of the Evil Heart sect, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and almost stood up from the stone chair. In addition to being shocked, a trace of incomprehension came to his mind. If the old monster of Magic Heart sect is so powerful, why does Magic Heart sect rank behind Liyun sect and Huoshan Sword sect among the 9 forces? You know, apart from the strength of the young and middle-aged generation, the most important reason for determining the strength of a power is the top power, which is also one of the keys for the Eternal Mainland to upgrade to a higher level. If the old monster of Morxinzong is the top power in the southern region, why doesn't the supreme power of Morxinzong even have the courage to refute when facing the oppression of the Qin Empire? If no one of Liyun's sect can suppress the old monster, why didn't Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Hall have too much advantage in the competition with the sect leader for hundreds of years? As if aware of the doubt of Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Sijin continued to explain. 30 years ago, when the senior brother of the patriarch was promoted to the supreme title, the Qin Emperor of the Qin Empire suddenly came to the Magic Heart sect and named the old monster challenging the magic heart sect. Facing the challenge of the Qin Emperor, the old monster of the demon heart sect didn't pay attention to it at the beginning, because the Qin Emperor was a person of the same age as me and the younger generation of the old monster. There was a difference of hundreds of years between each other. However, the old monster didn't know that there was a genius better than him until the two sides really got to know each other. Because Emperor Qin's strength was not weaker than him, but even better than him. The two sides tore up and killed for nearly 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, Emperor Qin defeated and wounded the old monster, which led to the old monster's latent healing until now. When explaining here, Zhao Enjun picked up the teacup on the stone table, drank a cup of tea water, and then said, "Chu boy, the battle between the Qin Emperor and the old monster is the top battle in the southern region. With my supreme strength, I can't see the battle between them." Fortunately, the patriarchal elder martial brother just broke through the title of supreme. With his strength, I can barely see the process of the two people fighting. It is also the persuasion of the patriarchal elder martial brother that I have been suppressing hatred for decades and didn't really kill the peak of law enforcement. I see. Through Zhao Enjun's explanation, Chu Zhongshan finally understood why the patriarch and Zhao Enjun had been allowing the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit and Virtue to act recklessly. Put away the storage ring on the stone table and leave only the storage ring with 3 treasures. Chu Zhongshan briefly introduced the process of refining his secret land of the wilderness, but the introduction was not as detailed as before. Zhao Enjun didn't care about this. With the transformation of Chu Zhongshan's consciousness and mind, the physical grade has broken through 6 grades, and the breakthrough of the divine soul period is close at hand. With his current cultivation and strength, he can participate in the real core secrets of the southern region, when some less important things can be passed. Shifu, the reason why I say insulting words is because I don't want you to have too much contact with the supreme power of the Qin Empire and keep her attention on us. The reason is that I got the 3 treasures that the Qin Empire has been looking for. Chu Zhongshan always kept Zhao Enjun in mind and wanted to explain to him that he described Zhao Enjun as a patient who forgot to take medicine when he went out. "Oh, what kind of treasure is it that makes Qin Zinling not hesitate to fight with me and search your treasures?" Hearing Chu Zhongshan's initiative to mention the 3 treasures in the secret place, Zhao Enjun asked with great interest when he thought that Qin Zinling was crazy to search the treasures. "Master, please start the guard array of other hospitals." Without taking out the 3 treasures in the storage ring immediately, Chu Zhongshan first motioned Zhao Enjun to start the array defense. Then, he consulted with the old Huang in his mind, and then he personally arranged a set of 5-grade defense array outside the stone pavilion by using some spirit stones, waste stones, and some precious materials. After Zhao Enjun started the defense array of other hospitals, and old Huang arranged the 5-grade defense array, he took out 3 treasures from the storage ring. This is the best barren stone. Because the raw milk and fat were in the pill bottle, Zhao Enjun was attracted by the 100 best raw stones at the beginning. Yes, this is 100 top-grade barren stones, which can improve your body by 3 grades, which is completely equal to the cultivation level. Chu Zhongshan hasn't come and explained yet. Old Huang took the initiative to break away from his knowledge of the sea, and then introduced him. "Brother Huang." Seeing the old Huang who took the initiative to appear in the stone pavilion, Zhao Enjun quickly got up to greet him, and his face showed a look of respect. "Brother Zhao, you're welcome. Please sit down," motioned Zhao Enjun to sit down, and old Huang also sat on the vacant stone chair. Alas, looking at the green tea placed on the stone table and smelling the breath and concentration contained in the green tea, old Huang couldn't help sighing. Cultivation breaks through the soul period and can survive for a long time after refining the body of the soul. It also has some incredible means, but it is a pity that some delicacies in the world are not enjoyed. Huang Lao, don't sigh. Sooner or later, I will help you reshape your body so that you can enjoy all the delicious food in the world. Although Huang Lao used the power of the soul to cover up his appearance and couldn't see his expression, Chu Zhongshan could still hear the reason why he was sad at this time from his sigh. "Chu boy, have a heart." He nodded to Chu Zhongshan, and old Huang turned to Zhao Enjun and said, "Among the 100 top-grade waste stones, you can take away 30 to improve the quality of the flesh. As for the remaining 70 top-grade waste stones, you can leave them all to Chu boy." 30 of the 100 top-grade stones on the stone table were divided and pushed to Zhao Enjun, and the remaining 70 top-grade stones were pushed to Chu Zhongshan. Old Huang explained, "Chu boy, counting the different grade stones you harvested in the secret land of the wilderness, the remaining 7 red heart fruits, and then with the help of 70 top-grade stones, it is enough to raise your physical grade to the peak of the 2nd grade." Yes. Chu Zhongshan didn't have a problem with Old Huang's giving Zhao Enjun 30 pieces of top-grade barren stones. If Zhao Enjun can quickly improve his strength, even if all the 100 best waste stones are given to Zhao Enjun, he has no opinion. This is not Chu Zhongshan's generosity, but that he sincerely regards Zhao Enjun as his relatives in the world. What's more, the higher the level of Zhao Enjun, the stronger his strength, and his security will be stronger. This. Chu Zhongshan had no opinion, but Zhao Enjun instinctively wanted to refuse. As a master of preaching, teaching, and dispelling doubts, he thinks he doesn't take good care of Chu Zhongshan, gives few treasures, and gives less guidance on weekdays. Now, he even wants to accept the treasure that Chu Zhongshan desperately obtains. He feels a little ashamed. Ignoring Zhao Enjun's refusal, Old Huang picked up the pill bottle with raw milk, then motioned Chu Zhongshan to take out 2 empty pill bottles. Take 10 drops from the pill bottle with raw milk, put them into the empty pill bottle, and then put them in front of Zhao Enjun, said, "Brother Zhao, there are a total of 36 drops of 10,000-year-old milk in the pill bottle. 10 drops of milk is enough to make your body break through the title of Supreme, and the remaining 26 drops of milk are left to Chu boy to improve his strength." This. Zhao Enjun didn't want to accept 30 pieces of the best waste stone, let alone the waste milk, dozens of times more precious than the best waste stone. Similarly, ignoring Zhao Enjun's refusal, Huang Lao picked up the pill containing waste fat, narrowed and elongated the fingers of the spirit body, picked down 1/10 of the amount of waste fat the size of the nail cap, then put it into an empty pill bottle, put it in front of Zhao Enjun, and explained, "Here is 1/10 of the waste fat. Compared with the best waste stone and waste milk, it is specialized in the flesh. The effect of waste fat can not only improve the grade of the flesh, but also accelerate the integration of the Supreme Strong into the law, and help you break through the title of Supreme in cultivation." This. Zhao Enjun was shocked and speechless to see that the 3 treasures taken out by Chu Zhongshan were more precious than one, especially the most precious waste fat, which could enhance the role of breaking through the title. At the same time, he deeply understood why Chu Zhongshan tried to avoid conflict with Qin Xinling in the way of self-humiliation at that time. It turned out that the 3 treasures he took from the strong men of the Qin Empire were too precious. "Master, take it." Seeing the heart and hesitation in Zhao Enjun's eyes, Chu Zhongshan probably knew what he was thinking, so he took the initiative to open his mouth and motioned. "Chu boy, since I took you as an apprentice, I haven't given you earth-shaking treasures, and I haven't given you much advice on your practice. I've always felt guilty for being a teacher. If I take these 3 treasures you desperately compete for today, I'm afraid I'll be killed in the stone pavilion." Shook his head. Zhao Enjun suppressed his greed and refused to accept the 3 treasures with a clear attitude. "Master, listen to me first. You're deciding whether to accept it or not." Seeing that Zhao Enjun suppressed his greed and refused to accept the 3 treasures, Chu Zhongshan only wanted to find a way for him to accept them. "First, since I took you as my teacher, the experience of Shura Secret Realm, the demon-level talent revealed during the breakthrough of Qi transformation period, the spirit beast that can control the improvement of law potential and assist in the improvement of cultivation, and so on. Everything you have done for me is far more valuable than the 3 treasures in front of me. Second, the talent and strength I show now have aroused the vigilance of many people. Law Enforcement Peak, Merit Hall and Magic Heart Sect may attack me at any time. Only the higher your cultivation and strength, the more secure my safety will be. Third, if you don't accept these 3 treasures, I'll go to the Zhongzhou Peak and give them to the Zhongzhou personally. I want to face these 3 treasures." He is happy to protect my safety and is more willing to let Zhongzhou Peak add a promising demon disciple. In order to make himself accept the 3 treasures in front of him, Chu Zhongshan threatened himself by changing the court. Zhao Enjun didn't know whether to be angry or happy. Finally, he put away the 3 treasures on the table and closed his eyes. After adjusting his state of mind, Zhao Enjun said domineering, "The short is 1 year and the long is 2 years. No one in the southern region dares to provoke you except those old monsters. Is this my master? After hearing Zhao and Jun's confident and overbearing statement, Chu Zhongshan was relieved and very happy. Chu boy, take out the corpse of the supreme wild beast. I need your master's help to speed up the refining of the corpse of the wild beast. Seeing Chu Zhongshan put away the remaining 3 treasures, old Huang didn't give any nonsense orders. Okay. After a reply, Chu Zhongshan took out the storage ring containing the Baron's stone again, and then took out a large wooden box from the storage ring and handed it to Huang Lao. Chu boy, although your physical grade has been raised to 6 grades, which is equivalent to the realm of the divine soul period, the hidden dangers caused by forced breakthrough need to be dealt with immediately, so you can now return to your own other courtyard for closed cultivation. After Chu Zhongshan took out the wooden box containing the carcass of the wild beast, old Huang immediately issued a guest expulsion order. Although Chu Zhongshan was dissatisfied with this, he got up and left honestly. Sitting on his knees in the secret room of practice, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to practice, nor did he repair the hidden dangers of the flesh, but put 9 storage rings and 2 storage bags in front of him. After nearly a month of refining in the secret land of the wilderness, although the harvest of red heart fruit, top-grade waste stone, waste milk and waste fat is very rich, the harvest of the storage rings of the top strongmen of the 4 king lands is also very expected, so he plans to repair the hidden dangers of the flesh after counting all the harvest. First, take out the Xuanwang's storage bag. Without careful inspection, the mind directly takes out all the items in the storage bag and scattered them in the practice chamber. Spirit stone. The middle-level spirit stones of grade 7, grade 6 and grade 5 do not need to be counted or classified at all. All of them are included in the independent space of knowing the sea for spirit beasts to absorb and transform pure energy, so as to help make a breakthrough in the next spiritual period. The 4th grade lower-level spirit stone is collected into the storage ring specially stored in the spirit stone for daily practice and array arrangement. Elixir. High-grade elixir with more than 6 grades will be stored in the storage ring of elixir, and those with less than 6 grades will be stored in the storage bag, so as to return to the family in the future and improve the cultivation and strength of the people. Weapon, whether it's a medium grade or a low-grade spirit weapon, it's all collected in the storage bag. It's also sent back to the family to enhance the strength of the people. In addition to the spirit stone, pill and weapon, there are 2 treasures in the Xuanwang storage bag, which makes him very excited. The first treasure is unique to Shura's secret realm. It can instantly restore the blood essence of essence, qi and spirit. There are 3 in the Xuanwang storage bag. The second treasure is an incomplete secret technique, called the shadow swallowing method. It is a secret technique that forms a fatal attack by attacking the opponent's shadow. After reading carefully, Chu Zhongshan found that if he wants to practice the shadow swallowing method, he must at least break through the divine soul period and master the means of divine attack before he can practice this set of secret method. Temporarily put these 2 treasures into his storage ring, and all other miscellaneous things are put into the storage bag. He plans to give them to Time Liang to sort them out and store them in the treasure house of other hospitals. Among the 2 storage bags, one is Xuanwang's, and the other is a casual repair in the early days of Dadao period. The powerful man in the period of Tangtang Avenue used a storage bag. Chu Zhongshan didn't bother to check carefully. He just took out all the spirit stones inside. The rest was still going to be handed over to Time Liang for classified storage. Among the 9 storage rings, the most expected harvest of Chu Zhongshan is the 5 storage rings from Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Hall, Magic Heart Sect, and Array Scattered Repair. Chu Zhongshan is full of expectations for the amazing collection of 4 powerful kings, realm peak players, and an array master with an array level of 6 grades. Using Professor Huang's secret method, he forcibly broke the defense array of 9 storage rings. Chu Zhongshan's thoughts entered the storage rings one by one and carefully checked the collection of the 9 rings, but the result disappointed him very much. In addition to the 2 loose repair storage rings, which contain many precious pills, high-quality spirit stones, and varying quantities of spirit tools, there are only some high-quality spirit stones and a pill for healing. There is nothing else in the storage rings of the 4 top kings from Liyun sect and Moxin sect. If it weren't for some magic soldiers with real weapons in these storage rings, I'm afraid he couldn't help but want to scold. Alas! After meditation, Chu Zhongshan soon understood why there were so few treasures in the storage ring from the strong sects. For one thing, they are worried that in case of an accident in the dangerous secret land, their lifelong collection will be permanently buried in the secret land, which is not a great waste for them and their forces. Second, the biggest purpose of their entry into the secret land of natural famine this time is to find the 3-grade barren veins, collect enough barren stones, and clear up enough space in advance so that they can store more barren stones. It seems that it is right for them to prepare in advance, but it is a very unpleasant thing for Chu Zhongshan. Put away the 9 empty storage rings. Chu Zhongshan took 10,000 pieces of lower-level waste stones from the storage bag to eliminate the hidden dangers of the flesh. After the 17 hidden dangers of the flesh disappear, he will begin to prepare for the breakthrough of the divine soul period. As long as the cultivation breaks through the soul period, he can really stand on the southern region and participate in some secrets of the southern region. Because it only eliminates the 17 hidden dangers in the body, it is not to improve the grade of the flesh. It does not need to consume too much waste gas. 10,000 pieces of lower-level waste stone of grade 8 is enough for him to use. At the law enforcement peak less than 1,000 miles away from Ligen's sect, 4 giants, including Li Yanlong, the leader of the law enforcement peak, Su Jishou, the vice leader of the law enforcement peak, LV Weiying, the leader of the Hall of Merit, and Liu Feng, the vice leader of the hall, are sitting in the secret room with their knees bent. At this moment, the atmosphere in the secret room was somewhat depressed, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Brother Li, I didn't agree with the original arrangement of 2 elders at the peak of the king's territory to enter the Tianhuang secret territory. After all, it's too dangerous in the Tianhuang secret territory, and this time they still compete for the 3-grade famine pulse, and one will lose his life. What's the result? The 2 elders of the peak of the king's territory didn't come back. They were obviously buried in the secret land of the end of the world. LV Weiying, who came from the Hall of Merit, continued to complain. Lord LV, as I clearly remember, when the Peak Lord arranged the candidates to enter the Wilderness Secret Territory, you took the initiative to arrange the elders of the Peak Territory of the King Territory. How come you blame our Peak Lord at this time? Seeing that LV Weiying continued to point the spearhead at the Peak owner, Su Sheaji, the deputy Peak owner, quickly retorted. Really, why don't I remember? The fierce eyes looked straight at Su Sheaji, and LV Wei asked with some poor quality in English. Lord LV, when we first discussed this matter, there were not only the 4 of us, but also the Supreme Strong of our second department. Why don't we ask the Supreme Strong to see if they remember the scene of that day? In the face of the doubt and threat from the Lord of the Hall of Merit, Su Sheaji retorted unconvinced. Sheaji, don't say more. To stop Su Sheaji's theory with LV Weiying, Li Yanlong calmly asked LV Weiying, It's my fault to enforce the law in the secret land of the wilderness. I don't know what Brother LV wants us to do. Or Brother Li, seeing that Li Yanlong took the initiative to retreat, LV Weiying's fierce look instantly restored his smile and even claimed praise. Brother Lu, you and I haven't known each other for a long time. We are very familiar with each other. Since you broke in today, you must have figured out what to do, so just say what you have to say. Did not care about LV Weiying's praise, Li Yanlong said calmly in a long tone. Brother Li, you also know that the strong people at the peak of the king's realm can be said to be the pillars of our merit hall. Each of them is a strong person in charge of one's own side. It is the foundation for our merit hall to remain detached from vulgarity in the sect, and it is a wealth that cannot be lost. First of all, Lu Weiying is going to express her grief in exchange for maximizing her interests. Brother Lu, don't talk more nonsense. Please tell me what you need to pay for law enforcement. In the face of LV Weiying's incessant suffering, Li Yanlong directly interrupted, and then pointed out his attitude directly. Okay, since Brother Li is so forthright, the younger brother will be outspoken. Seeing his suffering has aroused Li Yanlong's dissatisfaction. LV Weiying, who is familiar with and understands him, knows that she can't continue to use her previous strategies. She immediately changes her strategy and directly explains her requirements. A quota of 1/10 of the sect's profit every year, the virtual shadow of 3 different types of laws, a 3-grade upper-grade enlightenment pill to improve the power of understanding the laws, 10,000 pieces of medium-grade waste stones from 7 grades to 5 grades, and 1,000 pieces of upper-grade waste stones from 4 grades. Impossible. Without Li Yanlong's consent or refusal, Su Sheaji directly and loudly objected. Although the law enforcement peak is in charge of the life and death of the sect disciples, and a large part of the spiritual veins and industries of the sect. Few of the benefits of these spiritual veins and industries can really fall into their hands. The daily consumption of the sect needs to be divided into a large part, the Yuan Liafeng needs a part, and the first sect also needs a small part. Therefore, the law enforcement peak accounts for a little more than 30% of the income of sects every year. However, the law enforcement peak family has a great cause, and there are many disciples and strong people in the peak generation. More than 30% of the income has been in short supply, and 1/10 of the profit has been divided. Isn't it that the law enforcement peak disciples are trapped in the dilemma of lack of cultivation resources? If 1/10 of the income quota just makes Su Sheaji angry, LV Ying's requirements for the virtual shadow of the law, Wu Zedong and Baron Stone, make him extremely angry. If a warrior wants to break through the road period, in addition to the limit of the spirit and true yuan, the most important thing is to understand the power of the law and be able to borrow the energy of the power of the law. However, the power of the law is not that easy to be understood. The strong in the peak of tens of thousands of longevity belong to luck if they can feel the power of the law. Otherwise, why is the strong man in the realm of Di Dao called the powerful man? Great power, omnipotent, this is the horror of mastering the power of law. However, nothing is difficult in the world. I'm afraid of speculators. In the face of the difficulty of understanding the power of law, some ruthless people who practice magic skills can forcibly break and strip the power of law from the strong people in the Di Dao period, who have realized the power of law through some vicious means, forming a virtual shadow of law. Because it is the power of the law that has been formed, the strong at the peak of longevity only need to integrate into their own thoughts, so they can easily advance to the avenue period with the help of the power of this law. Therefore, the virtual shadow of a law is equivalent to the life of the strong in the period of a road, and its value is not less than the quota of 1/10 of the profits of the sect. As for the perception pill, it is a pill used for the top strong in the period of Di Dao. It is a top pill used to understand the power of the law and deepen the understanding of the power of the law. Its value far exceeds the virtual shadow of the law and the quota of 1/10 of the sect's profit. As for the Baron Stone, if Su Sheaji didn't feel distressed before there was no change in the secret land of the wilderness, even if it was several times more, but after the change in the secret land of the wilderness, it means that the waste stone has no source and belongs to absolute consumables. How could he be willing to give it to the Hall of Merit for nothing? Here you are. After strongly opposing LV Ying's request, Su Sheaji looked directly at Li Yanlong and hoped that he could refuse the other party's excessive request, but Li Yanlong didn't think too much at all. A simple offer made Su Sheaji stunned there. Brother Li, it's refreshing. The matter of the king's peak elder has been exposed. Seeing Li Yanlong's direct consent without worry, LV Ying praised happily, but she was deeply confused. Originally, according to his initial idea, he was satisfied that the other party could agree to 1/3 of the requirements he had just put forward. However, the other party not only accepted it completely, but also had a very frank attitude. In doubt, LV Ying wanted to leave quickly and return to the Hall of Merit to discuss with many senior leaders of the Hall of Merit to see what calculations Li Yanlong had made. Brother Li, I don't think you can prepare the items you need to pay for in a moment and a half, so I'll arrange someone to settle it tomorrow. I'll leave first. He got up and hugged his fist. LV Ying left the secret room with the deputy peak master. Sheaji, do you think I'm crazy? Even the old fox will agree to such an excessive request. After LV Ying and others left the secret room, Li Yanlong calmly said to Su Sheaji for a long time. Lowering his head, Su Sheaji didn't say anything, but the meaning was already very obvious. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanlong directly stood up and waved his hand. A transparent defense layer covered the whole secret room. Then, a force that frightened Su Sheaji slowly rose from Li Yanlong. The slowly rising momentum continued to strengthen. Su Sheaji gradually couldn't bear the more and more terrible pressure, and there was a tendency to climb forward. Fortunately, Li Yanlong took back his momentum in time and didn't let Su Sheaji make a fool of himself. Fengzhu Yu. After the terrible pressure in the secret room disappeared, Su Sheaji directly stood up, pointed to Li Yanlong and said with an incredible look. Yes, a month ago, I not only broke through the chaotic period, but also directly promoted to the supreme level and became the top supreme strength in the southern region. Li Yanlong put his hands behind his back and said in high spirits, Feng Lord, since you have been promoted to the supreme level and the overall strength of law enforcement peak has officially exceeded the merit hall, why do you have to tolerate them everywhere and give them so many treasures? Li Yanlong unexpectedly broke through the chaotic period and was promoted to the supreme level. While Su Sheaji was excited, he was very puzzled about his tolerance just now. Be patient. Hearing that Su Sheaji mentioned the word forbearance, Li Zefeng repeated, followed by an evil smile on his face. Sheaji, you also know that the secret method of my practice needs the help of some strong people with special physique. The things I gave to the merit hall are not only to help them improve their strength, but also to help me advance to a higher level. Sheaji, give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will not only personally destroy the Patriarch and Zhao Enjun, but also completely flat the Hall of Merit, let LV Ying be your slave, and let you vent your grievances over the years. Who? Chu Zhongshan, sitting on the futon in the secret room of practice, breathed a long sigh of relief. If you want to eliminate the hidden dangers in your body, it's hard to say, it's easy to say. It's difficult because you don't know the hidden parts of yourself and can't repair them specifically. Therefore, you need to repair the flesh in an all-round way, which consumes a lot of time and energy. It's easy because if you know the hidden parts of yourself very well, you can repair them targeted. It's easy to eliminate them. When he was forcibly promoted to the 6th grade by the terrible energy of red heart fruit, in order to prevent his foundation from being damaged, Old Huang had already used the Supreme Mind to help him find out every hidden danger in his body and the specific location of the hidden danger. Therefore, using the abundant barren gas in the barren stone and tenacious perseverance, Chu Zhongshan easily eliminated 17 hidden dangers in the flesh in less than half a day. After the hidden danger of the last part of the body was completely eliminated, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt that his body was relaxed. The feeling of ease and freedom not only made his mind more condensed, but also the genuine in the perfect Danshan seemed to be sublimated. Every trace of glittering and translucent genuine gradually penetrated into a gray full of special meaning. Chu Zhongshan felt very happy about this. Because genuine is full of gray energy, it means that genuine has reached the limit of the peak of the gas sea period and has begun to enter the realm of the divine soul period. Consciousness has already changed, and the body has also been upgraded to 6 grades. Genuine is about to enter the soul. Now he can easily break through the soul period by separating and tempering the 3 souls and 7 souls in his soul with the help of Dingsul Pill. If he is well prepared in advance, he can even be promoted directly to the 3rd level of the divine soul period. As for how to break through the divine soul period, as early as before the opening of the secret land of the wilderness, when his cultivation was promoted to the peak of the Kihai period, Old Huang had already introduced it to him in detail, and specially reminded him of the matters needing attention when breaking through the realm. Therefore, if he wants to break through the divine soul period, it depends entirely on his mood. If he wants to break through the divine soul period, he can break through it now. However, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to break through. First, when breaking through the divine soul period, although the movement is not as well known as breaking through the Qi transformation period, the breakthrough of the divine soul period is a transformation of the soul and an internal breakthrough, which can attract the attention of the strong above the same level. With the fear of the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit for his future, when he is in a sudden spiritual period, 100% of them will do it secretly, and even the supreme strong may do it. Therefore, before breaking through the soul period, he must be fully prepared to prevent being attacked by others during the breakthrough. Second, according to Huang Lao, the transformation of mind into divine mind earlier than cultivation is the ability to master the extension of divine mind outside the body in advance. If you can master the ability of mind extension outside the body before the cultivation breaks through the soul period, and the distance of mind extension reaches its own limit, then after breaking through the soul period, the distance you originally extended will increase by more than 100 times. A warrior who is normally promoted to the divine soul stage can only extend 100 meters after his mind changes into a divine mind. Those with outstanding qualifications can extend a kilometer. However, even a demon genius can only extend a maximum of 99.99 meters, which cannot exceed 10,000 meters, because this is the shackle of the rules of heaven and earth. No one can break this rule, even if you are the reincarnation of an immortal god and the rebirth of the demon king. Only when the mind is earlier than the cultivation can we break this rule. If the transformed mind can extend 10 meters before the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, then after breaking through the boundary of the divine soul period, the extended distance of the mind directly breaks through 10,000 meters. That is, 10 if the transformed mind can extend 100 meters before the cultivation breaks through the spirit period. Then when breaking through the spirit period, the distance of the mind directly reaches 100,000 meters. That is, 100 kilometers. If before the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, the transformed divine mind can extend for kilometers, then when breaking through the realm, the extended distance of divine mind will directly exceed 1 million meters. That is, more than 1,000 kilometers. Therefore, before the cultivation really breaks through the divine soul period, he must master the ability of divine mind to extend outside the body. At the same time, he has an ambition to try his best to extend the divine mind to 99 meters before his cultivation breaks through the divine soul period. As long as it can reach a distance of 99 meters, when breaking through the soul period, the expansion range of the mind can not only reach nearly 10,000 kilometers, so as to temper the 3 souls and 7 souls with a faster speed than imagination. As for 10,000 meters, just as ordinary martial artists can't break through the shackles of 10,000 meters when they are promoted to the divine soul period, there are also such restrictions on the transformation of mind earlier than cultivation. Kai. He took a deep breath and remained calm. When his mood was completely quiet, Chu Zhongshan began to understand the secret method of mind condensation taught by Huang Lao, and began to try whether the mind could break through the limitation of knowing the sea and extend out of the body. 10 minutes later, his perception of the secret method of refining the mind reached 3 levels, which was limited to the mind in the sea and barely reached the edge of the sea. However, there was a thick barrier on the edge of the sea, so that his mind could not cross the barrier and appeared outside the body smoothly. 20 minutes later, the perception of the secret method of refining the mind reached 5 levels. The mind limited to the sea can already touch the barrier of the sea. The mind directly collides with the barrier, and the result is that the mind will bounce back directly. Fortunately, the mind belongs to the energy bred in the sea of knowledge, which has the same root and origin as the sea barrier. The rebound force did not hurt the mind. Faced with the fact that the divine mind could not pass through the barrier of knowing the sea, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry. While continuing to understand the divine mind and condense the secret method, he used the 5-layer secret method to temper the divine mind and make it more solid and tenacious. Half an hour later, the perception of the secret method of refining the mind reached 7 levels. The mind trapped on the edge of the sea has been able to attack the sea barrier. Although the attack of the divine mind does not pose a broken threat to the sea barrier, it is also a great progress. An hour later, the perception of the divine mind refining secret method reached 9 levels. The divine mind trapped on the edge of the sea can not only launch a strong attack on the sea barrier, but also under the control of Chu Zhongshan's thinking, the invisible divine mind can transform any tangible object. At the same time, the attack formed by the mind has been able to pose a destructive threat to the sea barrier. In 3 hours, there was only 1 layer of spiritual thought to refine the skill. It took nearly 3 hours in the middle of Chu to be able to feel and understand. At the moment when the mind refining skill was completely transparent, the mind had been attacking the sea barrier for nearly 3 hours, and the attack power was instantly increased by 100 times, making the originally hard sea barrier constantly appear cracks. At the same time, through the imagination of thinking, the mind turned into a sharp spirit knife. With his refined knife skills, he launched a fierce attack on the sea barrier, which made the sea barrier constantly destroyed, and the mind condensed into a spirit knife penetrated the sea bit by bit. Boom! A minute later, with the idea of turning into a spirit knife, the last layer of defense of the sea barrier was completely broken. An invisible roar produced a stormy vibration in the sea. With the roar of knowing the sea, the mind that has been bound is like a bird into the sky and a fish into the sea. A free and unrestrained feeling fills the heart of Chu Zhongshan. The feeling of freedom and unrestrained made him break through the state of mind and cultivation of longevity. In a blowout-like promotion, he soon broke through to the peak of 6 layers of longevity. The mind, which is temporarily separated from the sea and extends to the outside body, is like his eyes. He can clearly see everything in the secret room of practice, even the barren stone turned into powder. More importantly, it extends the mind of knowing the sea. In addition to seeing what the eyes see, the mind can also see some things that the eyes can't see. For example, the underground of the secret chamber of practice is like the tributary of the spiritual channel distributed by the meridians of the human body. For example, in the wall of the secret room of practice, there are precious refining materials that can eliminate the penetration of power and divine mind. For example, the concentration of heaven and earth aura in the practice chamber, and so on. Without opening his eyes, Chu Zhongshan tried his best to extend his mind and see how many meters he could extend at the beginning. At this time, the divine mind has begun to penetrate the wall of the practice chamber and extend to the periphery of the practice chamber. When the mind extended to 50 meters, Chu Zhongshan accidentally saw Zhang Qian's door suddenly opened, and Zhang Qian came out of the room looking forward. The mind followed Zhang Qian and soon found her outside the practice chamber. After seeing the closed door of the practice chamber, a trace of loneliness flashed on Zhang Qian's face. "What's the matter with Brother Chu? He doesn't have a good rest for a few days after the calendar training." After complaining secretly, Zhang Qian turned and left the practice chamber and returned to her guest room. The loneliness that flashed on Zhang Qian's face just now, and the complaint like a little woman made Chu Zhongshan see and hear clearly through his divine mind. For Zhang Qian's mind, he was very clear in his heart, but he knew better that he could not accept Zhang Qian. Chu Zhongshan didn't accept her, not because he was a devoted person and a person who obeyed the vows, but because he felt that he was not suitable for her. The two people were not people in the same world at all. Just like the four beautiful girls in spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the quiet pavilion of the Chu family, it is impossible to have too much intersection with these four girls in terms of his identity, status, strength, and future achievements. In order not to delay Zhang Qian's future, Chu Zhongshan decided to cut the mess quickly and clarify his attitude with her as soon as possible. Forcibly drive the messy thoughts out of his mind, Chu Zhongshan continues to extend his mind and try the final distance that can be extended after his mind is separated from his body for the first time. 60 meters. 80 meters. When the extended distance of Shenian reached 100 meters, Chu Zhongshan obviously felt that the extended range of Shenian had reached the limit, and it was difficult to continue to extend, but he was unwilling to take back Shenian. He wanted to go further, because according to Huang Lao, when the mind is earlier than the cultivation to transform the mind, the distance that the mind can break through the barrier of knowing the sea determines a person's soul grade. Grade of soul is divided into 6 grades: man, earth, heaven, saint, immortal, and God. Among them, the moral character is the lowest, and the divine character is the highest. If it is a warrior who breaks through the divine soul period according to the normal promotion method, the soul level of this warrior can only reach heaven level. Only those martial artists whose thoughts are earlier than their cultivation and transformation of divine thoughts can their souls be promoted to holy, immortal, and divine levels. This is also why Huang Lao and Zhao Enjun were so shocked and excited when they saw that his ideas were earlier than the transformation of cultivation. Because as long as the mind can do this step, it means that his soul is also the lowest holy level. When the saint-level soul perceives the laws of heaven and earth, the perceiving speed is 10 times that of the heaven-level soul warrior, and the force of the law is definitely the top 100 among thousands of laws. When the immortal soul perceives the laws of heaven and earth, the perceiving speed is 100 times that of the heavenly soul warrior, and the force of the law is at least the top 30 among the thousands of laws. As for the divine soul, when understanding the laws of heaven and earth, not only the speed of understanding the laws is thousands of times higher than that of the divine mind of the heavenly soul, but also the power of understanding the laws is likely to be the top 10 among thousands of laws. It is even possible to feel the power of the legendary law of fate, the law of trapped fruit, and the second-ranked law of space. Of course, for the law of time, which ranks first among thousands of laws, even if your soul surpasses the divine level, it is difficult to master this law of time that can affect the existence of all laws. How to judge the grade of the soul is based on the first extension distance of the divine, If the divine mind can break through the barrier of knowing the sea and successfully extend to the outside of the body, before the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period, the grade of the soul will be holy. If the divine mind breaks away from the barrier of knowing the sea and extends within 100 meters, the grade of the soul will be immortal. Of course, the same immortal soul, extending 1 meter and 100 meters, also has a great impact on the grade of the soul, and has a great impact on the power of understanding the law in the future, whether it is the speed of understanding or the strength of understanding the law. If the mind that breaks away from the barrier of knowing the sea extends more than 100 meters, even if it is only 101 meters, then the soul grade will be promoted to the divine product. However, it is difficult to make a holy soul. There is one immortal soul in hundreds of millions. The divine soul basically belongs to folklore, which is not recorded in ancient books. Therefore, if Chu Zhongshan wants to break through the limit of soul, break folklore, extend his divine mind beyond 100 meters, and promote his soul to divine products, it is an extremely difficult goal, or even an impossible task. Having confidence is one thing, but it's really very difficult to do it. It seems that there is only 1 meter between 100 meters and 101 meters, but there seems to be a peak that can't be climbed at all. His mind can only wander back and forth within 100 meters. No matter how hard he tries, he can't break through the difficulty of 100 meters. 1 minute, the extended mind consumed 3 layers, and the range of 100 meters did not move at all. In 3 minutes, the extended mind consumed 5 layers, and the line still didn't move within 100 meters. In 5 minutes, the extended mind consumed 8 floors, and there was still no trend of expansion in the range of 100 meters. At this time, Chu Zhongshan began to feel depressed and discouraged. He had the idea of giving up and continuing to extend. Although he cannot be promoted to the divine soul in the end, the peak soul of Xianpin is enough for him to dominate the southern region and traverse the eternal continent in the future. Chu boy, try your best to break through the 100-meter barrier and make your soul rise completely. Just as Chu Zhongshan was about to take back his mind, old Huang's voice of reminder and encouragement suddenly sounded. The voice of Huang Lao's reminder and encouragement is like a nourishing spirit like dew, which makes the spirit that has consumed nearly 9 floors, as if taking tonic. It directly breaks through the 100-meter barrier like a dragon and a tiger, and makes the extension range of the spirit exceed 100 meters to 101 meters at one fell swoop. Just when the mind broke through the barrier of 100 meters and reached 101 meters, the state of mind cultivation, which had just reached the peak of the 6th floor of longevity, was rapidly promoted at one time and soon reached the peak of longevity, which was only 1 step away from the mind of breaking through the avenue stage. At the same time, when his mind extended beyond 100 meters and reached 101 meters, he felt that he knew the soul in the sea, as if baptized by some mysterious force. It was not only more condensed, but also the 3 souls and 7 souls had a feeling of being separated, as if every soul and every soul could be independent. Although the state of mind cultivation and soul benefit at the same time, the spirit of overdrawing all its strength disappears immediately after it has just reached the range of 101 meters. Chu boy, unexpectedly, I really didn't think of it. I don't know that the rumors that have been circulating for millions of years are not only true, but also broken through by you. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's mind, Huang Lao, who originally encouraged Chu Zhongshan to fight for the last time, was lucky to break through the range of 101 meters but kept sighing. Huang Lao, just now you asked me to try my best. Are you just gambling on luck? You're not sure whether I can finally break through the 100-meter barrier. When the exhausted mind recovered a little, Chu Zhongshan was glad to hear Huang Lao's incredible sigh from his heart. He immediately knew that his encouragement was just gambling in a hurry. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan felt a trace of dissatisfaction. Hey! In the face of Chu Zhongshan's complaint, Huang smiled a little embarrassed, and then said with a correct attitude, Chu boy, although I was gambling just now, it is precisely because of my reminder and encouragement that you can finally break through the range of 100 meters and let your soul really advance to the divine product. Thanks. Chu Zhongshan thanked Huang for his initiative, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the change of his mind after breaking through the range of 100 meters. After careful observation, Chu Zhongshan found that after the divine mind broke through the range of 100 meters, only the spiritual mind, soul, and state of mind gained benefits, and there was no improvement in the physical body and cultivation. Chu Zhongshan was not disappointed. As the saying goes, contented people are always happy. The soul can be upgraded to a divine product, and the state of mind cultivation can be promoted to the peak of longevity. The income obtained from this struggle is enough to make countless people crazy. If you are not satisfied, you are really short of people, snakes, and elephants. Chu boy, did you get any benefits after your mind broke through the range of 100 meters? Seeing Chu Zhongshan reopening his eyes, old Huang asked expectantly. Chu Zhongshan's mind before he breaks through the mind. He can use the power of the Supreme Spirit to check everything about Chu Zhongshan, including the impact of cultivation on his own strength. However, when Chu Zhongshan's mind breaks through his mind, he can not only check Chu Zhongshan's cultivation and strength, but also pay attention to what Chu Zhongshan is doing anytime and anywhere. Chu Zhongshan didn't understand the change of soul grade at all. If it hadn't been for Huang Lao's special introduction to him when his mind degenerated, he wouldn't have tried his best to break through the range of 100 meters just now. Therefore, in the face of Huang Lao's interrogation, he didn't hide the slightest bit, and told Huang Lao everything in detail. After listening to Chu Zhongshan's detailed introduction, old Huang pondered for a while, and then said, Chu boy, for the benefits brought by the improvement of mood cultivation, even if I don't have to explain too much, you should be very clear. I mainly want to talk about the benefits after the separation of 3 souls and 7 souls. The human soul has 3 souls and 7 souls. The 3 souls refer to the heavenly soul, the earth soul, and the life soul. The 7 souls refer to the heavenly rush, intelligence, for qi, for strength, for center, for essence, and for Britain. In fact, the practice in the spirit period is aimed at the practice of 3 souls and 7 souls. Like refining qi, refining body, transforming qi, and the sea of qi, the soul period is also divided into 10 levels, but different from the previous 4 levels. The 10 small levels of the soul period are divided according to the 3 souls and 7 souls, and there is no so-called 3-level distinction after junior high school. If a warrior wants to break through the divine soul period, in addition to the promotion of his mind and the spiritual energy contained in genuine, the most important thing is the separation and tempering of the 3 souls and 7 souls. Only when the 3 souls and 7 souls are completely separated into independent individuals, it is possible to break through the small realm of the divine soul period, one after another. So Chu boy, the harvest after your mind breaks through the 100-meter range saves you the most complex and dangerous steps in the soul period, so that you can temper your soul and increase the speed of cultivation. So it is. Hearing Huang Lao's very detailed explanation, Chu Zhongshan not only has a deeper practice in the realm of divine soul, but also finally realizes the substantive benefits brought to him by the promotion of soul to divine products. Chu boy, now your mind has degenerated into a mind. Genuine has begun to promote the power of the soul. The body has reached 6 grades, and the 3 souls and 7 souls have also been separated. It's time to break through the soul period. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had fully realized the benefits of the promotion of the soul to the divine product, Huang Lao reminded him in a complicated tone. A year ago, in a remote pub in Purgatory City, old Huang realized Chu Zhongshan for the first time because of the guidance of the baby daughter of the owner behind the scenes of Purgatory City. At that time, the cultivation of Chu Zhongshan had only 2 peaks in the body training period. Later, with the help of the exotic animal stew carefully adjusted by Mrs. Wrong, he barely broke through the 3 peaks in the body training period. Now, more than a year later, he has not only broken through the 2 great realms of gas transformation period and gas sea period, but also reached the great realm of breaking through the spirit period, which has blocked hundreds of millions of talented martial artists. In the spirit period, the realm stained with the word of God is enough to illustrate the extraordinary nature of this realm. Huang felt a little afraid of the speed of Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. His desire to reshape his flesh filled him with infinite expectations. Huang Lao, the breakthrough of the divine soul period is not urgent. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan directly rejected Huang Lao's proposal, and then explained in detail why he was not in a hurry to break through the soul period. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Huang smiled and said, Chu boy, the 2 reasons you just mentioned are easy to solve in my opinion. First, you are worried that when you break through the spirit period, the strong men of the law enforcement peak and the merit hall will sneak attacks. You can rest assured. First of all, your master Jiao Jun is at the peak of the supreme level. If he didn't want to enter the realm of half-step title, he would have achieved half-step title. In other words, in the realm of the supreme level, he basically belongs to the top. As for your Liyan sect, I'm afraid no one is his opponent. Secondly, I will help you arrange the 3-level defense array first, which can block any attack below the supreme level when breaking through the divine soul period, and then arrange 3 sets of 4-level self-explosion array, which is enough to kill all the strong people below the peak of the imperial realm and seriously hit the strong people of the supreme level. At the same time, I can barely use the supreme corpse of the wild beast. With the help of the 5 best waste stones and tens of thousands of upper-level waste stones you gave me, I can give full play to the supreme strength and help your master resist foreign enemies. Finally, your master went to the suzerain peak in person for his precious apprentice to successfully break through the divine soul period, and planned to ask the suzerain of the highest rank to protect the Dharma for you in person, so the first problem you worry about will not be the problem. Hearing the preparations made by Huang Lao and Jiao Jun to break through the divine soul period in advance, Chu Zhongshan was moved and didn't say anything. He just kept this kindness in his heart and will repay 10 times and 100 times in the future. Chu boy, as for the second problem you're worried about, it's not a problem to wait for the expansion of God's mind to reach 9999 meters. Do you think that after the soul is promoted to the divine product, it is only the improvement of soul and state of mind, and there is no increase in the divine mind? Although Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything to thank him, Huang could clearly feel the change in his mood. In this regard, while deeply relieved, he continued to eliminate Chu Zhongshan's concerns. Huang Lao, do you mean to say? Chu Zhongshan asked in surprise. Chu boy, when your mind is completely restored, you can try the extended distance of your mind. Without too much explanation, Huang intended to let him personally feel the changes in his mind after his soul was promoted to divine products. Because only by personally feeling can he realize the changes after the promotion of his soul. Yes. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan took out a pill specially used to restore his mind from the storage ring and planned to restore his consumed mind after taking it, but old Huang suddenly interrupted. Chu boy, restore your mind first. I'm discussing with your master to see if you need more preparation when you break through the spirit period. Please, Mr. Huang, thank you for me, master. Holding the pill to restore his mind, Chu Zhongshan sincerely thanked him. However, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's apology, Huang didn't reply, as if he had quietly left after telling him just now. After taking the pill in his hand, Chu Zhongshan began to recover his consumed mind. 5 days later, Qianlong Peak. The peak is not in the hospital. The stone pavilion originally used to drink tea and chat was temporarily removed. The medicine field planted with precious medicinal materials was temporarily removed, and the room used to rest was temporarily removed. At this time, the whole courtyard is like a neat football field. A set of complete edition gathering soul array with grade up to grade 5 is erected in the center of other hospitals. At the point of the gathering array, Chu Zhongshan sat inside with his knees bent and motionless. Jiao Jun, Shen Fengxing, Tian Jun, Huang Fuqi, Dongfeng Yangping, Dongfeng Yuner, Shitliang, Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning were staring at Chu Zhongshan in the array. Everyone showed a different look in their eyes. For Jiao Jun, his eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of appreciation and comfort. In a short period of more than a year, his cultivation has successively broken through the period of body cultivation, qi transformation and qi si. Now he has reached the point of breaking through the period of God and soul. With such an excellent disciple as Chu Zhongshan, he feels that he will be more successful in the first half of his life, and in the second half of his life. For Shen Fengxing, the leader of Liyan sect, his eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of appreciation and regret. At the beginning, when Chu Zhongshan broke through the qi transformation period, he showed his demonic talent. Although Shen Fengxing was very excited and had personally solicited, the solicitation was not strong. Because in his opinion, although the talent of the demon level in the middle of Chu is very excellent, Zhang Zhufeng is not without better demon-level disciples. Now, looking at Chu Zhongshan, who is about to break through the divine soul period, thinking about his youth ceremony just over the age of 18, and thinking of the strange sound of Jiajuan genuine pill from the whole southern region, He envies Zhao Enjun for being able to get such an excellent disciple of Chu Zhongshan, and regrets that he didn't try his best to attract Chu Zhongshan at the beginning. Tian Jun looked at Chu Zhongshan with envy and helplessness. The first time I saw and knew Chu Zhongshan was when Dabai, a disciple outside the sect, was the representative of the sect leader's first generation. He supervised the competition process and selected talented disciples suitable for the sect leader's first generation. Chu Zhongshan's super challenge attracted his attention. The on-the-spot breakthrough made him have the idea of soliciting, and he was able to perform boxing beyond a big realm, which forced him to secretly recruit the master brother Long Xingyun so that he could compete with the Merit Hall for the ownership of Chu Zhongshan. Unfortunately, the moody Zhao Enjun started ahead of time and collected Chu Zhongshan into the Qianlong Peak, which frustrated his idea of trying to attract Chu Zhongshan to join the sect of Patriarch. Now, looking at the little younger martial brother who was 2 big realms away from himself, he not only caught up with him step by step, but also surpassed himself. Although Tian Jun was not jealous, he had the intention of complaining. There was only one look in Huang Fuqi's eyes when he looked at Chu Zhongshan, that was admiration. As a member of the elite disciples of Qianlong Peak who joined the sect at the same time, he not only surpassed Chu Zhongshan in test scores, but also his accomplishments were much higher than his small realm. Now, his cultivation has just broken through the 5th floor of the Qi transformation period. Chu Zhongshan, who was not as good as himself at the beginning, is about to become a peerless strong man in the southern region. How can he not admire him? The eyes of Dongfeng Yangping looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of shock, complexity, helplessness, and joy. When I first met Chu Zhongshan, he was just an external disciple in the period of physical training. If it were not for his mastery of the array and his ability to break the array left by the suspected peerless strongman, it would be impossible to have any intersection with him with his original cultivation and status. It was precisely because of the many intersections between the 2 people that he was shocked, complicated, and helpless about the speed of Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan, who has resumed his relationship with his own sister, will not become his opponent, but will become a powerful help to take over the throne of Tianlong Emperor in the future. The eyes of Dongfeng Yangyun looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of infinite pride and happiness. Because Chu Zhongshan is her lover and the lover she will spend her life with in the future. The better Chu Zhongshan performs, the better his vision will be. However, in addition to being proud, Dongfeng Yuner had a lot of pressure in his heart. Because her brother Dongfeng Yangping once said that the more excellent a man is, the more attractive a woman is. If you want to hold a man's heart tightly, you should not only be beautiful and gentle, but also strive to improve your strength. Only when the strength of each other is not far apart can 2 people really combine together. The eyes of Time Liang looking at Chu Zhongshan are full of pride. As the first and only follower of Chu Zhongshan, the better the talent of following the master, the higher the cultivation, and the stronger the strength. For the followers, they can not only reap substantive benefits, but also improve their identity and status accordingly. Zhang Qian's eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan were full of happiness, anxiety, determination, and other very complex expressions. As for Wang Zhongning, he looked at Chu Zhongshan foolishly, because he didn't know what the state that Chu Zhongshan broke through at this time represented and what the meaning was. Chu boy, everything is ready. I only owe you breakthrough cultivation. Next to the spirit-gathering array of the complete version of the 5 products, there is a small snake about half a centimeter long and similar in color to the ground. This small snake is the supreme wild beast possessed by Huang Lao. Due to the existence of Huang Lao, only Chu Zhongshan and Zhao Enjun know that in order not to expose Huang Lao's existence and continue to be the bottom card of Chu Zhongshan, he will be the last defense for Chu Zhongshan to break through the divine soul period. If Zhao Enjun and Shen Fengxing resist all attacks, Huang will continue to hide as he is now and try not to expose his existence. If Zhao Enjun and Shen Fengxing can't resist all the attacks, Huang Lao, as the last defense, will not only explode the supreme strength of wild animals, but also directly detonate the arrays hidden around other hospitals. Hu spit out a mouthful of turbid qi from his chest. Chu Zhongshan, who has long adjusted his mood, directly mobilized the Zhenyuan in the perfect danshan and began to impact the bottle path of the divine soul period with the powerful Zhenyuan. At the same time, in the independent space in the sea of knowledge, the prepared spirit beast directly inputs the pure energy containing the power of God and soul to accelerate the breakthrough speed of Chu Zhongshan. The complete edition of the 5 products gathers in the spirit array. The fully gasified spirit contains the pure energy of the spirit. Combined with the genuine in the perfect Danshan, it can easily break the bottle path of the spirit period and let him easily enter the spirit. When the cultivation officially broke through the soul period, the already degenerated mind seemed to have taken countless powerful drugs and began to extend and expand crazily. In just 1 minute, the speed of mind expansion exceeded 100 miles. However, this time, the extension of the divine mind from the sea is in the case of a breakthrough in cultivation. The speed of the extension of the divine mind and the movement caused are not under his control at all. 3 minutes later, the mind extended beyond 1,000 miles. The law enforcement peak, in the independent space of the peak owner, is crazy absorbing the blood essence and law of a strong man at the peak of the avenue period. Suddenly, Li Yanlong was awakened by a special wave of mind, slightly sensing the wave of mind, and Li Yanlong's face changed. Then, he directly threw away the peak strongman of the avenue period who had completely lost his life, and then restrained his breath. When the breath dropped to the peak of the imperial realm, he got up and left the independent space and went directly to a secret realm in the deepest part of the sect. 5 minutes later, the sky in the middle of Chu broke through the spirit period, and the extended range of the spirit reached 2,000 miles. In the Hall of Merit and Virtue where people come and go, only in the room of the Hall Master, LV Ying is trying his best to refine a seemingly irregular LV Ying. He is also awakened by a special wave of divine thoughts. After carefully feeling the wave of divine thoughts, LV Ying said to himself, "How is it possible that he can break through the divine soul period so quickly, and the wave of divine thoughts has exceeded 2,000 miles?" After returning to consciousness, LV Ying, who was talking to herself, immediately put away the seemingly indistinct rules being refined, then got up and left the room and went straight to an independent space in the depths of the sect. 7 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan broke through the period of divine soul, and the extended range of divine thoughts reached more than 2,700 li. A mountain peak with red blood, a blood lake full of red blood, and the red-robed ancestor who was sinking into the blood lake to refine red energy were also awakened by a special wave of thoughts. He also felt the thoughts that affected him, and his face changed. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the period of transforming qi, I knew his talent was extraordinary, but I didn't expect that his talent demons reached such a degree that in less than a year, his cultivation not only broke through the period of divine soul, but also his divine mind could extend thousands of kilometers. After talking to himself, the blood-robed ancestor couldn't help looking up at the depths of the sect, with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. After thinking for a while, the ancestor of Blood Robe finally clenched his teeth and left the blood lake and went straight to Qianlong Peak. 8 minutes later, the sky in the middle of Chu broke through the divine soul period, and the extended range of the divine mind reached 3,000 miles. At the peak of Zhangzhou Peak, the source of Sanpin's spiritual pulse, Zayashan, who is fully absorbing the pure aura of spiritual pulse, feels the fluctuation of this divine idea. Zayashan, who has inherited the blood of the ancient king, knows very well what it represents when the realm breaks through the divine soul period and the divine mind extends more than 1,000 miles. Divine soul, according to legend, only the reincarnation of the immortal god can the demon king achieve this state. Today, it was achieved. Zayashan immediately felt the master of this divine idea. When the master who found that his mind fluctuated was the eldest martial brother, who often talked about it, always praised Yaojia, and always regretted that he didn't attract Suzerain Peak, but he didn't pay much attention to Chu Zhongshan, Zayashan's previous contempt disappeared in an instant. The soul can be promoted to divine products. Even if Chu Zhongshan is not the reincarnation of immortals and the rebirth of the demon king, he must not be an ordinary person. As Zayashan, who has the inheritance and memory of ancient blood, he immediately felt the meaning of making friends. Originally, he wanted to get up to protect the Dharma for Chu Zhongshan, so as to close the relationship between the two people, but just now he sensed that there was a master he knew very well and understood in the 3 strong breath in his mind, and the idea of getting up suddenly went out. If the person who wants to sneak into Zhongshan is not strong enough to be honored as supreme, it is not enough for the master to slap him. He has no chance to make a move except as an audience. If the person who wants to sneak into Zhongshan has the highest strength, the master will have a hard time dealing with it. Even if he goes up, it's not enough for others to slap him, so it's useless to go. Therefore, Xiaoshan calmed down again and continued to refine the pure aura of the source of the spirit pulse while paying attention to the situation of the Qianlong Peak. 10 minutes later, Zhongshan broke through the divine soul period, and the speed of the extension of the divine mind suddenly began to increase sharply. The extension range soon exceeded 4,000 li, 5,000 li, 8,000 li, and 9,000 li, and reached 9999 li. The speed of the extension of the divine mind finally stopped. At the same time, in the process of the special fluctuation and extension of the mind, I don't know how many powerful beings have been disturbed. These strong men either get up and go straight to the Qianlong Peak, or use their strong mind to observe the Zhongshan, where the top of the Qianlong Peak is breaking through the realm. Younger martial brother, please. When Zhongshan broke through the divine soul period, the extended range of his mind was far beyond Shen Fengxing's expectation. Feeling that the extended range of his mind finally reached 9999 li, he couldn't help but remind Zhao Enjun with a bitter smile. "It's a little trouble," Zhao Enjun said with the same ugly look. Although before the breakthrough of Zhongshan, Huang specially reminded him that it was the breakthrough of Zhongshan's divine soul period, which was somewhat different from others. We must make sufficient preparations in advance, but we didn't clearly say what the different performance was, so Zhao Enjun didn't really take it to heart. As a strong man at the top of the supreme level, he doesn't know how many geniuses he has seen break through the divine soul period, among which there is no lack of geniuses at the demon level. When they break through the divine soul period, even if their divine mind extends to 9999 meters, it will attract a small part of attention at most, and won't cause too much sensation. However, when Zhongshan broke through the divine soul period, the range of divine thought extended to 9999 li, which had never been heard of. I don't know how many old monsters of the sect were shocked. Among these old monsters, either their strength is not inferior to that of Zhao Enjun, or their identity is very high and their background is deep. Each of them is extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, at the beginning, he listened to Huang Lao's request and accepted the face to invite the patriarch to come to the battle in person. The strength is no less than that of his old monster, which is handed over to Shen Fengxing to deal with. The old monster with high status is taught to him, who never pays attention to the sectarian etiquette and law. Qianlong Peak is a forbidden area within 100 miles. Anyone who dares to enter within 100 miles without my permission is the enemy of Zhao Enjun. Seeing that the top strongman of Huangjing from a certain faction was about to approach the 100-mile range of Qianlong Peak, Zhao Enjun took off directly. While taking off, he exuded a strong murderous spirit. With the murderous spirit on his body, he threatened with murderous spirit. After hearing Zhao Enjun's threat, the emperor's top strongman, who was close to the Qianlong Peak, immediately stopped his body. After thinking of Zhao Enjun's bloody massacre 100 years ago, the emperor's top strongman quickly retreated. Zhao Enjun's fame in Li Yun sect can indeed frighten many strong people, but there are not many people who are not afraid of him in the sect. Just now, when the emperor's top strongman stopped moving forward and quickly retreated, a emperor's top strongman from the veteran regiment ignored Zhao Enjun's threat and stubbornly stepped into the 100-mile range of Qianlong Peak. Seeing someone not only not afraid of their own threat, but also active provocation, Zhao Enjun's face suddenly became gloomy, and a trace of breath full of destructive power gradually rose from his palm. "Elder Zhao, you are the deacon elder of the inner sect, and I am the deacon elder of the elder regiment. My identity and status are one level higher than you. According to the sect rules, when you see me, the first thing to do is salute, not threaten me like this." Feeling the power of destroying rules rising from Zhao Enjun's palm, the strong who stepped into the imperial territory within 100 miles of Qianlong Peak did not bear the slightest fear, but blamed Zhao Enjun for not understanding etiquette. The accusations from the law enforcement elders of the Presidium not only stunned Zhao Enjun in the air, but also shook his head secretly. As the sect with the longest inheritance time in the southern region, I don't know when to start. The veteran group, which originally didn't intervene much in the affairs of the sect, not only frequently intervened in the affairs of the sect and competed for the cultivation resources of the sect, but also intervened in the selection of sect disciples and brazenly developed its own power, which has obviously exceeded the responsibilities of the veteran group. Behind the law enforcement peak and merit hall, although there is the support of the old monsters of the evil heart sect, as the head of the sect, Shen Fengxing, who has the treasure of the town sect inherited by Li Yun's sect for hundreds of thousands of years, is not afraid of the threat of the old monsters. The reason why he tolerates the excessive law enforcement peak and merit hall everywhere is that he is really afraid of the veteran group hidden behind him. At this time, seeing the pedantic deacon elder of the veteran group, Shen Fengxing had the idea of sorting out the veteran group in his heart. However, the premise is that Zhao Enjun must break through the title of Supreme, and his two disciples must also break through the chaotic period and advance to the Supreme level. Only in this way can he be sure that when rectifying the Veterans League, he will still suppress the law enforcement peak and the Hall of Merit, so that they dare not make trouble easily. Zhao Enjun, do you need me to say it again? Seeing that Zhao Enjun didn't pay attention to himself, the deacon elder from the veteran regiment shouted angrily. Zhao Lengzi, I haven't seen you for more than 30 years. You are still so pedantic. It seems that I need my blood robe to help you clear your head. Just as Zhao Enjun could not suppress his inner anger and planned to take the deacon elder from the veterans regiment and let those strong people who were coming to see if Zhao Enjun still retained the means of a bloody butcher 100 years ago, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. I've seen Zhao Changlao in the blood robe. The old man in blood robe who landed hundreds of miles away from the Qianlong Peak first greeted Zhao Enjun with a fist, and then looked at the deacon elder of the veteran group with disdain. Zuyuanya, I disdain to talk to you, a demon who lives on blood and takes pleasure in killing. You can either stand there honestly or go back to your blood peak. If you dare to meddle, don't blame the elder for telling the elder and locking you in the back mountain to think about your career. The sudden arrival of the old man in blood robe changed the face of Elder Zhao of the Elder Regiment, but he was not afraid of the threat of the old man in blood robe when he thought of a supreme elder he had just joined in recent years. Seeing Zhao Lengzi, who had seen himself before and hid away obediently, now had the courage to threaten himself, which surprised the old man in the blood robe. At the same time, he also wanted to measure each other to see if the other side had the courage to threaten himself. Zhao Changlao, I've known Zhao Lengzi for hundreds of years and have accumulated deep gratitude and resentment with each other, so if there's anything wrong with Zhao Changlao, we'll talk when we solve our gratitude and resentment. Turning to Zhao Enjun, he explained that the ancestor of blood robe was like a blood devil, and directly jumped at Zhao Lengzi with strong blood gas. Zuyuanya, aren't you afraid of the sanctions of the elders? Seeing the old man in blood robe rushing towards him, Zhao Lengzi looked afraid of change and threatened. Ha, everyone in the whole sect doesn't know my blood robe. I'll kill whoever I want, protect whoever I want, and who can control me. Seeing that the other party is still pressing himself with the elders, he is also from the elders group. There are also the blood-robed elders who are the supreme backers in the elders group, roaring wildly. Zhao Enjun knew his intention when he thought about the old man in blood robe who took the initiative to block the deacon elder of the veteran regiment. Although with his strength and style, he is not afraid of the retaliation of the veterans group. If he kills the deacon of the veterans group, he will completely stand on the opposite side of the veterans group. He is already the peak strength of the supreme level. He can break through the title of the supreme level in 1 year or 2 years. He is not afraid of the revenge of the elders. However, Chu Zhongshan has not grown up. If the object of the revenge of the elders is transferred to Chu Zhongshan, with the strength, resources, and interest groups formed behind the elders, Chu Zhongshan will stay in Qianlong Peak all his life. Otherwise, the result of going out must be a narrow escape. The blood-robed old man is different, not to mention that both of them are from the veteran group. The status of the blood-robed old man is higher than that of Zhao Lengzi. Moreover, the speech before the blood-robed old man began to work has shown that there is a grudge between him and Zhao Lengzi, so he won't cause any trouble to Chu Zhongshan. Unexpectedly, just because he appreciated Chu Zhongshan, he took the initiative to take such a big trouble. Zhao Enjun reluctantly recognized the old man in blood robe and admitted that he was a person who could make deep friends. Although Zhao Lengzi is also the peak strength of the imperial realm, his realm is completely accumulated by resources, which is different from the strong man who used to kill and take blood to improve his strength. Therefore, Zhao Lengzi was beaten and retreated as soon as the two people got involved. After 10 moves, he was directly hit on the back by the ancestor of Blood Robe, resulting in serious injury and vomiting of blood. Seeing that the blood on the Blood Robe ancestor was getting stronger and stronger, Zhao Lengzi, who knew his fighting style, knew that the other party had been determined to kill. For the sake of his small life, Zhao Lengzi stubbornly took the blow of the Blood Robe ancestor, and then with the help of this force, he fled directly to the Yuan Old Regiment in the depths of the sect. Fortunately, Zhao Lengzi was smart this time and didn't leave any threats. Otherwise, the old man in Blood Robe who has killed interest doesn't dare to pursue him directly. Seeing Zhao Lengzi, who took the initiative to escape, the ancestor of Blood Robe poohed with disdain and said contemptuously, "Waste." Then he flew directly to Qianlong Peak, but stopped when he was 100 miles away. Then he hugged his fist and said, "Zhao Changlao, the movement of Zhongshan child breaking through the divine soul period is too big, which has attracted a lot of attention of the elderly. They are very interested in mastering the skill of divine mind, extending nearly 10,000 miles when Zhongshan breaks through the divine soul period. So Zhongshan is not only dangerous when breaking through the divine soul period, but also has a lot of trouble after breaking through the divine soul period. Yes, I didn't expect the boy to break through the soul period so much." Zhao Enjun deeply agreed with the blood-robed ancestor's words. At the same time, he couldn't help complaining about Huang Lao. Since you know that Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough in the divine soul period will cause such a sensation, why not make it clear directly? If you really make it clear, he will help Chu Zhongshan choose a place with few people to break through. In this way, it won't attract so many people's attention. Zhao Changlao, although my cultivation of Blood Robe is not as high as you and my strength is not as strong as you, my reputation is much louder than you in the sect. Many old monsters are still afraid of my existence, so I want to protect the Dharma for Zhongshan for a period of time. I don't know if I can do it." Seeing Zhao Enjun, he didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough in the divine soul period would cause such a sensation. For fear of his lack of preparation in advance, the ancestor of Blood Robe asked in a low voice, "Elder Blood, it's very kind of you to protect the Dharma for Chu Boy. I don't know if it's the blessing he has cultivated for several generations. How can I obstruct it?" Zhao Enjun was deeply moved when he saw that in order to protect the safety of Chu Zhongshan, the ancestor of Blood Robe asked himself in a low voice. At the same time, Zhao Enjun flashed in front of him and sincerely invited him. "Elder Blood, please." With a swing of his hand, Zhao Enjun motioned. "Thank you." Reaching out, hugging his fist and thanking him, the old man in Blood Robe flew directly to the Qianlong Peak. But when he was 10 miles away from the other courtyard at the top of the Qianlong Peak, he suddenly stopped and turned around to guard the safety of Chu Zhongshan at this position. For the actions of the blood-robed ancestor, whether Zhao Enjun or the Patriarch Shen is so popular that Huang, as the last line of defense, is greatly touched in his heart. Although the blood-robed old man acted perversely, killed people like hemp, and had a violent character, it was precisely because of his arbitrary character that he could sincerely treat the people he liked and really form a life-and-death relationship. Looking at the blood-robed ancestor, who stopped 10 miles away from the other hospital, Zhao Enjun really regarded him as a friend and a brother who could live and die together. Shen Fengxing regards him as the best candidate to take over the position of law enforcement peak in the future. He is a fellow disciple who can act selflessly, fully abide by the rules of the sect, and do his best for the development of the sect. And Huang Lao plans to come up with a set of secret methods that can improve blood, so that he can use this method to improve the probability of breaking through the supreme level. After breaking away from the mind of knowing the sea and extending the range of 99 miles, it began to return in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, the mind returned to knowing the sea again. The separation of the divine mind from the sea is only the second step to break through the divine soul period. If you want to really advance to the divine soul period, you must also separate the first of the 7 souls, Liying soul. Separating 3 souls and 7 souls is the most difficult barrier to break through the soul period. The peak genius in the Qihai period of nearly 9 floors finally fell on this step, and finally can only stop at half the soul period. However, This pass is much easier for Chu Zhongshan than the extension of God's mind for nearly 10,000 miles. Because when the soul is promoted to a divine product, the 3 souls and 7 souls have already been separated. What he needs to do next is to temper the separated first soul. Li Ying's soul, Huang not only introduced a lot of skills about how to hammer and refine souls, but also taught him a special handprint secret method. With the help of this special handprint warrior, he can improve his speed of soul tempering by nearly 10 times. Li Ying's soul, as the soul-controlling desire among the 7 souls, is the easiest to separate and the best to temper. With the help of sufficient aura in the spirit-gathering array and the continuous input of pure energy from independent space spirit beasts, Chu Zhongshan, who has long thought about tempering the handprint, absorbs the aura to increase the power of the divine soul in the Danshan, while condensing the handprint to temper the separated Li Ying soul. It only took less than 5 minutes for Li Ying's spirit to be tempered by a third. When Chu Zhongshan tried his best to exercise his power and spirit, the 3 strong men at the peak of the Imperial Realm approached the Qianlong Peak together. When they were hundreds of miles away from the Qianlong Peak, one of the 3 had white hair, but the energetic old man stepped forward and said, "Elder Jiao, if you count according to your generation, your master and I are martial brothers of the same era, and our personal relationship is good, so I asked you to call you nephew." Jiao Enjun didn't oppose or approve of the other party's intention to bring the relationship closer. He just looked at the 3 people indifferently and didn't say a word. "Martial nephew Jiao, the disciple who is breaking through the spirit period at this time must be your own disciple." God glanced at the sky in the middle of Chu. When he wanted to further observe, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. The white-haired old man knew the defense array already arranged at the top of the peak, so he had to pay attention to Jiao Enjun. Jiao Enjun didn't have any words for a long time. He still looked at the 3 people in front of him indifferently. "Since I'm your apprentice, I'm also his martial uncle. As an elder, I have the power and responsibility to protect the safety of future generations." So the 3 elders plan to help him protect the Dharma in person. "I think martial nephew Jiao won't object." The white-haired old man was not only rude in mouth, but also excessive in action. He walked directly through the 100-mile restricted area designated by Jiao Enjun. Poof! A palm power containing the power of law directly cut off the sleeves of the white-haired old man. Jiao Enjun said coldly, "That palm power just now is just a warning. If I dare to step into 100 miles, I will kill it." Looking at Jiao Enjun's gloomy look and listening to his cold tone, the white-haired old man immediately withdrew from the range of 100 li, but his face was unusually gloomy and asked, "Nephew Jiao, what do you mean?" After a cold look at the white-haired old man, Jiao Enjun still didn't say anything, but a strong murderous spirit rose from him, which showed his attitude. "That is, the palm just now is just a warning. If you dare to come forward, you will be killed." If according to the identity and status, the white-haired old man doesn't know how much higher than Jiao Enjun, but the gap in strength and the means of bloody butcher make the white-haired old man dare not easily come forward to provoke, in case Jiao Enjun is really poisoned. For a moment, the 3 old men with white hair were neither advancing nor retreating, which put them in a very embarrassing situation. "Hee, I haven't seen you in 100 years." Younger martial brother Jiao's anger is still so strong for a long time. Just when the 3 white-haired old people were in a very embarrassing dilemma, a light laughter sounded, which made the 3 white-haired old people secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, I haven't seen you in 100 years. Yuli Yanlong is still alive. How can my anger disappear?" Jiao Enjun sneered and said sarcastically. Although the owner of the light laughter hasn't appeared yet, the sound of the light laughter is too familiar to Jiao Enjun. As soon as the familiar laughter rings, he knows who it is. As Jiao Enjun's sarcastic voice fell, a middle-aged man in his 40s, handsome and noble, appeared next to the 3 people, including the white-haired old man, 100 miles away from the Qianlong Peak. Later, he respectfully saluted the white-haired old man and said, "I've seen Martial Uncle Jing, Martial Uncle Gu and Martial Uncle Jiang. Nephew Li, don't be polite." Li Yanlong, the leader of the most powerful faction and the helmsman of the strongest faction, has a respectful attitude, which makes the white-haired old man surnamed Jing very useful, while politely pushing and praising. "Nephew Li, you are the leader of the law enforcement peak. You are in charge of sect punishment. You have a high position and weight. Your identity and status are much higher than the 3 of me. It is reasonable that we should salute you first." Martial Uncle Jing, you are welcome. You are the elder of Yanlong and a meritorious person who has developed the sect. Yanlong should salute both in love and reason. Li Yanlong is still polite. Zhao Enjun, 100 years ago, why did your master put you in Siguo Cliff? It's because you are arrogant, disrespectful to your elders and misbehave. Li Yanlong's arrival made the old man surnamed Jing seem to have found a backer. Taking Li Yanlong's performance as an example, he began to criticize Zhao Enjun's rude impoliteness to him just now. He didn't care about the old man with white hair at all. Zhao Enjun looked directly at Li Yanlong, and a trace of dignified power gradually appeared on his face. Because shortly after Li Yanlong appeared, he suddenly received a voice from Huang Lao. The content of the voice was, "Brother Zhao, the man who just appeared is not the strength of the peak of the imperial realm, but the supreme-level strong man. Moreover, he still practices one of the 10 taboo skills of the devil way, which can devour the blood and laws of the martial arts and improve his strength." Zhao Enjun has not only known and seen the heaven-swallowing magic skill, but also had contact with people practicing this skill. He knows the strength and strangeness of this skill, as well as the side effects of practicing this skill. Seeing that Li Yanlong chose to seal and destroy even the devil in order to improve his strength, Zhao Enjun had to lament Li Yanlong's madness. Seeing that Mingaming is already a supreme strong man, but still shows the strength of the peak of the imperial realm, he has to admire Li Yanlong's forbearance. Although he knew that Li Yanlong had secretly practiced the magic skill that even the Devil Road had to prohibit practice, Zhao Enjun did not expose him, but withdrew his dignified look and looked at Li Yanlong expressionless. After reminding Zhao Enjun that Li Yanlong's strange place had just appeared, old Huang immediately woke up Chu Zhongshan, who was trying his best to exercise his power and spirit, and told him to spare some energy and be vigilant against Li Yanlong's sneak attack at any time. After all, the cultivation of heaven's swallowing demon skill to the extreme is the power that can devour the blood essence and law of the martial artist. Li Yanlong is already a supreme cultivation, that is to say, the cultivation of heaven's swallowing demon skill has reached a very high level. The purple blood in the body of Chu Zhongshan is highly respected by even the spirit of Dan Pavilion. In case the blood in the celestial body in Chu attracted Li Yanlong's attention, he secretly used sneak attack means, and Huang couldn't take precautions if he didn't mention it. Huang Lao is the magic skill of swallowing heaven so powerful. Although Huang Lao forced him to wake up from the training of Li Ying's soul, Chu Zhongshan, who had long been separated from 3 souls and 7 souls, could spare part of his energy to talk to Huang. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan was not angry that Huang Lao disturbed his breakthrough. Chu boy, the magic skill of swallowing heaven is an immortal genius of the magic way when my body was not damaged. With the help of the set of mental power skills created by the magician at that time, combined with dozens of secret skills of the magic way with swallowing means, the magic skill can devour the blood essence and laws of the martial arts. Since the birth of this set of skills, it was immediately banned by the 13 most powerful people at that time. No one is allowed to practice. If anyone practices privately, he will be scared and will never enter reincarnation. Taboo skill. Hearing that Huang Lao attributed the magic skill of swallowing heaven to the taboo method, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking up at Zhao Enjun. Because he didn't understand that since Zhao Enjun already knew that Li Yanlong's practice was still taboo to swallow the magic skill of heaven, why didn't he be exposed directly and let him become the object of everyone's shouting, which could not only reduce the pressure to protect himself, but also take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the law enforcement peak and lay a good foundation for killing the law enforcement peak in the future. I don't understand, but Chu Zhongshan knows what's in front of him and can't deal with it for the time being, so he reserves part of his energy to prevent the possible sneak attack by Li Yanlong. He continues to train Li Ying's spirit and strive to break through the divine soul period quickly, so as to help Zhao Enjun and jointly deal with the current dilemma. Li Yanlong, I don't welcome you at Qianlong Peak. Go away. Although he doesn't intend to expose Li Yanlong's taboo cultivation skills, Zhao Enjun won't give him any good face. A word to go away is enough to explain his view of Li Yanlong. Younger martial brother Zhao, it's been 100 years since the gratitude and resentment in those years. Can't you still let go of the hatred in your heart? In the face of Zhao Enjun's ruthless expulsion, Li Yanlong looked the same, still maintained a polite attitude, and tried his best to resolve his grievances with Zhao Enjun. Li Yanlong's gentlemanlike performance immediately won the favor of the white-haired old man and others. When he saw Zhao Enjun's eyes, he obviously showed a trace of disgust. Unfortunately, they also underestimated Zhao Enjun, or they regarded themselves too important. Zhao turned a blind eye to the disgust in their eyes. For a long time, he looked at Li Yanlong coldly. When he entered the 100-mile restricted area, he directly forced him to expose his supreme strength. As if he had seen through Zhao Enjun's ideas, Li Yanlong did not move his body at all and had no intention of entering the 100-mile restricted area when he maintained his polite gentleman demeanor. Li Yanlong didn't step into the 100-mile restricted area, and Zhao Enjun couldn't break his promise and take the initiative to attack Li Yanlong, so the scene fell into silence at once. Just when the scene was silent, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. With a surprised voice, a middle-aged fat man with a slightly fat body appeared outside the Bailey Forbidden area of Qianlong Peak. It's the Lord of LV Hall. Without looking back, Li Yanlong recognized who it was and said hello with a smile on his face. Master Li Feng. LV Ying first responded to Li Yanlong and then asked Zhao Enjun. Younger martial brother Zhao, elder martial brother Li and 3 elders have all arrived outside the Qianlong Peak. Why don't you invite them into the Qianlong Peak? It's against the way of hospitality. Hum. With a cold hum, Zhao Enjun gave LV Ying a cold look and still said everything, but there was a trace of expectation in his eyes, hoping that he could step out of the 100-mile restricted area and give him reason to release his accumulated anger. Younger martial brother Zhao, you and I not only have no resentment or hatred, but also can treat you on weekdays. Is that your attitude towards elder martial brother? Zhao Enjun's contemptuous attitude made LV Ying very dissatisfied. He shouted and scolded while stepping into the 100-mile restricted area. Just when LV Ying's first foot entered the 100-mile restricted area, Zhao Enjun, who had been ready to do it for a long time, appeared around LV Ying like a blink. First, he fixed him with a strong momentum, then raised his palm containing the power of law and patted him directly on the head. Facing the sudden attack of Zhao Enjun, LV Ying, whose cultivation is only the peak of the imperial realm, not only has no fear, but also has a smile of conspiracy success on his face. Although LV Ying's reaction was very strange, Zhao Enjun, who was strong and powerful, did not stop attacking. The palm of his hand containing the power of law still continued to pat LV Ying's head. When the palm of his hand was less than 10 centimeters from LV Ying's head, a force of law that was not weaker than Zhao Enjun rose directly from LV Ying's head. The rapidly rising power of the law directly attacked Zhao Enjun's eyes with a thunderbolt. Hum! Looking at the sudden attack of the force of the law, Zhao Enjun gave a cold hum with a constant look and patted LV Ying's palm. At the same time, a force that was several times stronger than the attack of the law rose from his body. This force formed a black faucet with a big mouth open, which directly swallowed up the attack of the force of the law. Poof! Just as the black faucet swallowed the power of the law, the palm containing the power of the law also slapped LV Ying on the head. The palm containing the power of law is like a steel knife, and the fragile mind is like a west claw. The sharp steel knife cuts on the west claw, and the result is that the west claw is split in two. Zhao Enjun, damn you. Watching Zhao Enjun not only devour the power of the law he secretly arranged on LV Ying, but also directly kill LV Ying, the lord of the Merit Hall, an angry roar came from the depths of the sect. Cut! Zhao Sijin disdained the roar from the depths of the sect, and then said in a provocative tone, If you are not convinced, you can come and see if I dare to kill you. In the face of Zhao Enjun's naked provocation, the supreme power in the depths of the sect immediately calmed down. He thought about whether he was Zhao Enjun's opponent in the place of latent cultivation. Seeing that his head was patted in half and his body fell directly on the Hall of Merit at the bottom of the mountain, not only the white-haired old man and the 3 strong men in the peak of the imperial realm were directly scared away for more than 10 meters, but even Li Yanlong could not help but clench his fists and flashed a look of fear on his face. LV Ying is not an ordinary person. He is one of the 4 major forces of the sect. The leader of the Merit Hall controls 1/3 of the industry of the sect and has a different position in the sect. People like Zhao Enjun didn't even hesitate and directly slaughtered them. This makes Li Yanlong truly understand that Zhao Enjun's blood and ruthlessness with the improvement of his strength Not only did it not weaken at all, but it continued to strengthen. At the same time, through Jiao Enjun's power of directly swallowing the law of the supreme power just now, Li Yanlong guessed that his cultivation might have reached the supreme peak. In this regard, he was both envious and very jealous, and the idea of continuing to tolerate gradually arose in his heart. Jiao Enjun did not hesitate to kill the master of the Merit Hall, which completely shocked everyone on the scene, whether it was the strong man staying hundreds of miles away from the Qianlong Peak, the supreme strong man in the depths of the sect, even Shen Fengxing and Tian Jun in the other courtyard of the Qianlong Peak looked at Jiao Enjun in shock, with a different look in their eyes. As the leader of the Hall of Merit, LV Ying has become more and more domineering in recent decades with his identity and backers. It not only controls 1/3 of the industry of the sect, but also participates in the competition among talented disciples and secretly cultivates his personal forces. It is definitely one of the biggest cancer of the sect. Shen Fengxing had wanted to destroy him for a long time, but he was always afraid of the backers behind him and the strong maintenance of the veteran league, so he didn't move him. Unexpectedly, just stepping into the set 100-mile restricted area, Jiao Enjun directly killed without scruples. Shen Fengxing couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly about Jiao Enjun's perverse character and unexpected style. For Tian Jun, when the Lord of the Hall of Merit was killed, his inner thought was very simple, that is, happiness and excitement. Since taking over the responsibility of Longxingyun and dealing with all the affairs of Zhang Zhufeng, Tian Junzhizhang has felt the hegemony and arrogance of the Hall of Merit. Every time he went to the Hall of Merit to get the resources originally belonging to the Zhang Zhufeng, he was not only made difficult by the deacon elders of the Hall of Merit, but also withheld a lot of practice resources. Even ordinary disciples ignored him, which filled Tian Jun with resentment. If it were not for his poor strength, he would have wanted to kill the Hall of Merit with a sword like Chu Zhongshan and force them to make an apology to themselves. Now, Jiao Enjun directly kills the Lord of the Merit Hall, which has a great impact on the Merit Hall. I'm afraid the Jedi in the Merit Hall won't dare to make trouble and embarrass themselves as before. This is the consequence of trespassing into the restricted area. I can tell you clearly that no matter how noble his identity is, as long as he dares to violate my will of Jiao Enjun, there is only one result, that is death. Looking up at the distance and watching, and using his mind to pay attention to the strong here, Jiao Enjun threatened very domineering. Although dissatisfied with Jiao Enjun's overbearing threat, no one dared to provoke at the scene. After all, at the foot of the Qianlong Peak, the Lord of the Hall of Merit, whose head was patted in half, is lying there quietly. Seeing that no one dared to challenge, Jiao Enjun put away LV Ying's storage ring, and then directly asked the ancestor of Blood Robe to enter other hospitals. Because Chu Zhongshan, who is breaking through the Divine Soul period, has reached the most critical moment. As the most easily separated and tempered Liying soul among the three souls, Chu Zhongshan took only more than 10 minutes to completely temper and form. The original Liying soul, like smoke and fog, formed a reduced Chu Zhongshan at the moment of successful tempering. The only deficiency of beauty lies in the lack of a kind of spirituality in the shrinking sky of Chu. At the moment when Li Yingpeng was completely formed, Chu Zhongshan had a strong momentum. This momentum was like Tianwei. He was guarded in other courts. Everyone except Shen Fengxing pushed back forcibly. Fortunately, Shen Fengxing timely deployed the defense layer and covered Tian Jun and others in the defense layer to avoid being pushed out of other hospitals by the strong momentum. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to attract more people's attention, so he planned to use the potential that had reached the 10th floor to control his momentum and completely consolidate his cultivation in the first floor of the Qi God period. However, just as he had just mobilized the potential that had been raised to the 10th floor, the potential that could change the color of heaven and earth and completely solidify the surrounding environment not only completely changed its role, but also the shrouded scope began to compress in an instant. In the process of rapid compression, he lost his ability to master everything, so that he could not quickly consolidate his cultivation after breakthrough through potential. At the same time, the momentum of rapid compression has gradually formed a momentum that is not weaker than that of the realm breakthrough. The power generated by the addition of the two momentum directly stirs the clouds 10,000 meters above the top of Qianlong Peak, exposing many people who originally stayed 10,000 meters high to the public. Zhao and Jun, who returned to the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak, ignored this. While being alert to the situation around him, he carefully observed the state of Chu. The first momentum rising from Chu Zhongshan's body contains a strong spirit breath, indicating that he has successfully tempered Li Ying's spirit among the 7 spirits, officially promoted to the first level of the spirit period, and became a peerless strong man. In the second rising momentum is full of Jin Rui's spirit, which means that he has just risen to the 10th floor. He did not pass the stage of half-step Daoyi and directly promoted to the complete Daoyi, which was completely beyond Zhao and Jun's expectation. Fortunately, he was used to the evil performance of Chu Zhongshan, and soon accepted that he could directly advance to Daoyi without passing the stage of half-step Daoyi. Many strong people who are paying attention to Chu Zhongshan around are also shocked by the 2 momentum rising from Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, they had a strong interest in the cultivation methods of Chu Zhongshan. It can extend the mind of 99 miles, successfully temper the separated soul in just a dozen minutes, directly control the sword intention of promoting the power of the law of destruction when breaking through the soul period, and the various performances of Chu Zhongshan when breaking through the soul period have completely aroused the greed of these people. Although they have not yet stepped into the 100-mile restricted area designated by Zhao and Jun, they have already secretly prepared and turned their attention to the depths of the sect, waiting for the emergence of people who can really suppress Zhao and Jun. The momentum formed by the breakthrough of the realm, and the momentum formed by the promotion of the 10-layer potential, and the intention of the knife are gradually integrated together, and soon a brand new momentum is formed. This momentum not only continues to rise, but also has a wider and wider range of influence. The powerful momentum formed by the breakthrough of the realm is gradually integrated with the terrorist momentum formed by the promotion of the sword, and soon forms a brand new momentum. The new momentum continues to rise, and the scope of influence is becoming wider and wider. Minute later, the 2 momentum fully integrated together reached 100 miles, that is, extended to the restricted area designated by Zhao and Jun. In 3 minutes, the influence range of the fusion momentum reached 500 li, which forced the strong people who stayed around in the spirit period, longevity period, avenue period, and king territory to continue to retreat. Because in the face of this new momentum, even the top strongmen in the king's territory feel a little hard to resist. Only those who are strong in the imperial realm can stand there as stable as Mount Tai and not be affected by the new momentum after integration. 5 minutes later, the influence range of the fusion momentum reached 1,000 miles, and nearly 20 peaks were shrouded. The influence of each peak on this momentum was either to stimulate the defense of the peak, or to evacuate all the peaks, and continue to retreat with the expansion of the momentum. 10 minutes later, the influence range of the fusion momentum reached 3,000 miles, which was basically close to the depth of the sect. The closer it is to the mountain in the depths of the sect, the stronger the strength of the warriors on the mountain, and the stronger the defense of the mountain. Therefore, there are significantly fewer people who stimulate the defense of the mountain and those who take the initiative to evacuate. Half an hour, as like as 2 peas, the influence of fusion is 9,999 li, which is the same as the distance extended from the sacred mind. At this time, the momentum of the whole faction is almost covered by 1/3 of the whole faction. In 1/3 of the area, there are countless places where the great heights of the Emperor's Peak are in the depths of the sects, the place where the strongest ones are in the original, and even some independent parts of the old Patriarch Regiment. Also affected by this new, because they have always been concerned about the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan. When influenced by momentum, the vast majority of the top strong in the imperial realm basically rely on their own strength to easily resist the influence of momentum, and then calmly look at the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan. However, for the supreme strongmen and the elders in the independent space, the momentum of Chu Zhongshan is obviously provoking them and not paying attention to their elders who have made outstanding contributions to the sect and are now the pillar of the sect. About 9,000 kilometers away from the Qianlong Peak, there is a beautiful peak about kilometers high. A middle-aged man who looks about 30 years old waves away the momentum shrouded in it, and then the sound waves formed by the force of law directly attack the Chu Zhongshan at the top of the Qianlong Peak along the momentum. Zhao Enjun's first reaction was to fight back immediately when he saw that a supreme strong man took the initiative to attack Chu Zhongshan, but Huang Lao, who was hidden around Chu Zhongshan, secretly preached to stop him. "Brother Zhao, I have consumed so many precious materials to decorate the 3-level array. Can it be broken by a mere minion who has just been promoted to the supreme level? Watch it." Perhaps because he was very convinced of Huang Lao, the power of the law just mobilized dissipated quickly, and Zhao Enjun looked up at the incoming sound wave. When the sound wave containing the power of law attacked the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak, an invisible barrier directly bounced back the sound wave. Except that Zhao Enjun, Huang Lao and Shen Fengxing heard the cold hum, Tian Jun and others didn't hear any sound at all. Seeing the sound wave containing the power of law, it was rebounded by the array of Qianlong Peak, and with the help of the rebound force, it annihilated the power of law contained in the sound. The strong man who has just been promoted to the supreme level is very dissatisfied. Then, he mobilized the power of the 7 layers of spirits, and then combined with the power of the law he just controlled, he turned into a giant crocodile about 100 meters high and ferocious, and quickly flew towards the Qianlong Peak. "You want to die." See the other side directly using the supreme means, with the rule of law to gather strength than his weak line of the supreme creature. Vincent Chayo, in a furious snore, stretched out his hand and hammered it in the chest, directly spurting blood, and then mobilized the power of the law he controlled, and put the blood into the power of the law. A giant black dragon roared up to the sky, and then directly met the giant crocodile. The black dragon containing Zhao Enjun's blood has 50% of Zhao Enjun's strength. As a cultivation, it is the supreme level peak. Half of its foot has entered the title of Supreme Zhao Enjun. For Zhao Enjun, the black dragon with 50% of his strength almost has the combat power of the supreme level middle level peak. The giant crocodile formed by the other party using 70% of the power of the spirit, and the power of the law barely reaches the supreme level at most. Therefore, the first move of the black dragon to meet the giant crocodile is to wave its tail and directly shoot the giant crocodile back to the original road. It looks like a giant crocodile whose shell was shot back. The black dragon didn't give up chasing and killing. It exudes a strong murderous spirit. Its target is not only the giant crocodile, but also the supreme power sitting on the mountain. Damn it. As a creature that contains the power of its own laws, the giant crocodile has the same intention as the supreme power. The power of the dragon wagging its tail just now is obviously higher than that of the first level of the supreme level. Don't say that the giant crocodile he gathered is not the opponent of the black dragon. Even if he is himself, he is also not the opponent of the black dragon. Therefore, looking at the approaching black dragon, the supreme power gave the giant crocodile an order to resist desperately, and the whole person ran directly to the mountain where the elder regiment is located. Although the giant crocodile has a desperate heart and has no strength, it was ripped open by the sharp claws of the black dragon in just 1 second, and then turned into a pure energy, which was directly swallowed by it. Just after the black dragon swallowed the giant crocodile, the supreme power who was desperately fleeing suddenly paused, and then his breath was directly weakened by more than half. The giant crocodile formed by using the power of the spirit, and the power of the law is not only connected with his mind, but also the spirit and the law are his own original power. If it is broken up, it can be transformed into countless original power and returned to his body. However, the condensed giant crocodile was swallowed by the black dragon until it swallowed his original power. This consumption is fundamental and has a great impact on his own strength. It will take at least 2 to 3 years to restore the original power just consumed. Turning his head and looking at the black dragon, the supreme power flashed endless hatred on his face, and then went straight to the mountain where the veteran regiment was located. The black dragon, which swallowed the giant crocodile, did not return to the Qianlong Peak. Instead, it directly pursued and fled to the supreme strongman of the veteran group. Although the speed of the supreme power is very fast, the speed of the supreme power is much slower than that of the black dragon who is proficient in speed. When the black dragon chased the supreme power, Chu Zhongshan, who could not control when the black dragon chased the supreme power, Chu Zhongshan, who could not control his momentum, regained control of his body when the momentum expanded to 99 miles. Without any hesitation, he directly took back the powerful momentum after integration, and then with the help of Huang Lao's description, he used his just-promoted mind to look directly into the depths of the sect. Just because of the expansion of his unconscious momentum, he led to the attack of the supreme power, and an unknown anger rose in Chu Zhongshan's heart. In any case, he is also a disciple of the sect and a genius with a talent of demon level. The sect should pay attention to it. At the same time, it is a good thing for sects to show amazing momentum when they break through the divine soul period. As the supreme strongman of the sect, it's okay if you don't protect yourself. Just because the momentum spreads to your place of latent cultivation, you attack. It shows that you have no capacity, and it also shows that you hide evil intentions and have bad intentions. Without suppressing his inner anger, Chu Zhongshan directly stood up, removed the 5-product gathering spirit array, and then walked to Jiao Jun. While looking directly at the depths of the sect, he listened to old Huang introduce what was happening in the depths of the sect. At the same time, my heart is calculating how to deal with today's disaster. Just when the supreme power has just reached the depths of the sect, an environment is more beautiful, and the aura has been completely atomized. It is about thousands of meters high and comparable to the mountains in the fairyland on Earth. The black dragon chasing it also just reaches the top of the mountain. Less than a kilometer away from the supreme power, the black dragon directly waved its sharp claws and grabbed the supreme power stopped on the mountain. Livestock, you want to die? Just as the black dragon's claws were about to catch the supreme power, a contemptuous voice sounded. With the voice of contempt, a big hand like blocking the sky and the sun stretched out directly from the mountain where the veteran regiment was located and took the initiative to meet the black dragon. Damn it. Looking at the huge palm appearing from the Yuanlao peak, Jiao Jun couldn't help cursing. Jiao Jun's anger changed Chu Zhongshan's face and quickly asked Huang Laoxun, who was hiding in his sleeve. Huang Lao, what's going on? Chu boy, the owner of the giant palm is only the supreme level high level, and its strength is not stronger than your master. But the giant palm has nearly 9 layers of strength of the supreme power, and its power reaches the supreme level high level. Your master's illusory black dragon contains only 1/5 of his energy, and its strength barely reaches the peak of the supreme middle level, so it must not be the opponent of the giant palm. Huang explained in detail. The cultivation has broken through the divine soul period, and the extension of the divine mind has reached 99 li. Chu Zhongshan can see what is happening in the depths of the sect through his own strength, but the black dragon and giant palm that are fighting are supreme strength, and his cultivation can't see their energy and means. Huang Lao also needs to introduce the process of the fight in detail. Old Huang, if the black dragon is scattered by the giant palm, will it have a great impact on my master? Chu Zhongshan asked with some worry. The higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between small realms. After reaching the supreme level, a small gap is almost equivalent to the gap between the divine soul period and the Qihai period. In other words, the black dragon must not be the opponent of the giant palm, so Chu Zhongshan is worried about whether Jiao Jun will be hurt after the black dragon is defeated by the giant palm. It has a great influence, because your master is a black dragon condensed by his own blood and the power of controlling the law. The black dragon contains his original power. If the black dragon is directly smashed by the giant palm of his hand, and then swallowed or annihilated, it will do great damage to the original power. Looking at the black dragon head and giant palm that are fighting, old Huang introduced with a dignified look. Can hurt the power of the source. Although it is not clear what is the power of the source, it can be called the source, which must be very important for the supreme power. Therefore, staring at the black dragon and giant palm, Chu Zhongshan's small heart also raised it. Deep in the sect, looking at the giant palm photographed to him, the black dragon looked unusually dignified. His body quickly retreated. At the same time, he spit out a mass of energy containing the smell of destruction from the dragon's mouth and directly met the giant palm photographed. Then, the powerful dragon tail went down and up, and a divine dragon whirled and directly attacked the wrist connected with the palm. The energy containing the breath of destruction directly blew on the giant palm, made the giant palm pause slightly, and then continued to shoot at the black dragon. But it was such a slight meal. the dragon tail attacking from bottom to top accurately attacked the wrist, causing dozens of small cracks in the palm and wrist. At the same time, the black dragon waved its sharp claws and directly met the giant palm. Accurate vision and excellent counterattack. Brother Jiao's move is very powerful. Seeing that the black dragon was obviously weak in strength, he not only successfully resisted the attack of the giant palm by using the excellent counterattack, but also defeated the channel of the power input of the giant palm by using the other party's carelessness. Old Huang couldn't help praising him. Damn it. Dozens of small cracks were blown out at the wrist connecting the palm, resulting in the weakening of the power of the spirit and law of the input palm, at least dozens of times in capacity and speed. The giant palm, which could play the supreme high level, soon weakened to the supreme middle level. Fight against the black dragon at the peak of the supreme middle level, with the strength of the supreme middle level. The owner of the giant palm knows that he is not an opponent. Therefore, he plans to gather a huge palm and defeat the black dragon with double click. However, seeing that the breath weakened to the middle level of the supreme, the black dragon was powerful, opened his mouth, and planned to devour the giant palm directly. With the precedent of the giant crocodile being swallowed, how can the owner of the giant palm be willing to swallow the palm containing his own spirit and law? So he immediately stopped condensing the posture of the palm, and then smashed the giant palm. The smashed giant palm turned into countless energy and returned to Yuanlao Peak one after another. In this regard, the black dragon did not pursue, but turned his body and returned to the hidden dragon peak. Looking at the black dragon, whose strength is obviously at a disadvantage, not only has it not been swallowed up or broken up, but with rich combat experience, the other party has to take the initiative to retreat due to its accurate control of the war situation. Chu Zhongshan is relieved, but also sincerely admires Zhao Enjun. Zhao Enjun not only admired Chu Zhongshan and Huang Lao for his victory over the strong, but also admired Shen Fengxing standing in other courts, Li Yanlong hundreds of miles away from Qianlong Peak, and several supreme strongmen in the depths of the sect. Especially Li Yanlong, 100 miles away from the Qianlong Peak, his eyes are full of strong fear. Using the way of shaking the palm, the supreme power from Yunlei Feng is finally out of the crisis of being swallowed up by the power of God and law. However, the thought of condensing the supreme high-level giant palm and dealing with the black dragon at the peak of Zhao and Jun's condensing the supreme middle level not only failed to defeat each other, but forced by his opponent, he had to take the initiative to break his palm. A strong sense of humiliation rose in the heart of the supreme power of Yunlei Feng. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the spirit period, he extended his mind for nearly 10,000 miles, shrouded the momentum for nearly 10,000 miles, and almost alerted the people of the whole sect, which led to the battle between him and Zhao and Jun just now. The strong sects above the spirit period saw that they were defeated by Zhao and Jun at a disadvantage, and they also saw it clearly. For the supreme strong of Yunlei Feng is an indelible humiliation. Unless one day he can really beat Zhao and Jun. Fortunately, he still knows himself clearly. He knows that he is not Zhao and Jun's opponent now, so he temporarily suppresses his inner anger and plans to oppress Zhao and Jun as a veteran and let him pay for his reckless behavior just now. Zhao and Jun, younger martial brother Yuangshuan, is not only the supreme power of the sect, but also your fellow martial brother. Defeat his reckless attack. Why swallow his original power? Yunlei Feng asked sternly, "Dare to deal with my disciple and disturb my disciple's breakthrough. Don't say it's the power to devour his origin. I even dare to devour him. Believe it or not." Facing the question of Yunlei Feng, Zhao and Jun responded more domineering. "Bold, is this the attitude you should have as an inner sect deacon elder towards sect elders? Is this the attitude you should have as a younger generation towards sect elders? Is this the attitude you should have as a sect younger martial brother towards your fellow martial brothers?" 3 questions in succession, each of which can push Zhao and Jun into the abyss. According to Zhao and Jun's arrogant character, he disdained to refute the other party's questions, not to mention he didn't know how to refute, so he just gave a cold hum to show his attitude. Zhao and Jun disdained to refute, but Chu Zhongshan had to pay attention to it. After a secret observation just now, he found that he had broken through the spirit period, which was completely different from the sect's attitude towards himself. When breaking through the Qi transformation period, whether it is the Veterans League, Law Enforcement Peak, Merit Hall, or other factions, they all rush to accept themselves as disciples. However, when breaking through the divine soul period, in addition to the blood-robed ancestors who took the initiative to stand on their side because they appreciated themselves, countless strong people of the whole sect did not seem to expect their own breakthrough. Perhaps they were full of greed for the various means they showed when breaking through the divine soul period. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan must stand up and refute. First, let himself and others stand at the highest point of morality and win the support of some neutral and strong people. Second, he must also find ways to eliminate the greed in some people's hearts, so that he can continue to stay safely in the sect. Otherwise, in order to save his life, he can only choose to escape the sect and become a Sanxu who may be pursued at any time. Master, I don't know who just scolded you. If you want to refute the other party, you must know who the other party is, so Chu Zhongshan first knows the origin of the other party from Jiao and Jun. The old man, surnamed Fu and called Fu Zhujun, was the last demon-level leader of the Merit Hall. He broke through the supreme level 100 years ago. When the senior brothers took office, the old man automatically hid behind the scenes and became an elder of the veteran regiment. After briefly introducing the origin of the other party, Jiao and Jun looked at Chu Zhongshan and asked, "Chu boy, what do you want to do?" "Master, you don't need to worry, just watch." After telling Jiao and Jun, Chu Zhongshan looked directly at the elder peak in the depths of the sect and responded loudly with the power of the soul. "Younger generation, Chu Zhongshan, have you seen Fu Yuanlou? Boy, you are just a small core disciple of the sect. You have no right to talk to me. You'd better roll aside and wait for me." In the face of Chu Zhongshan's respectful greetings, Tu Jun mocked with disdain. Although Chu Zhongshan was very angry about this, he chuckled with the same look. Because he knows why the other party despises him so much, I'm afraid the reason is Jiao and Jun. In addition to Jiao and Jun's humiliation of defeating the strong with the weak just now, it also lies in Jiao and Jun's reckless killing of the Lord of the Hall of Merit, which must make the soldiers from the same faction very angry. He is not Jiao and Jun's opponent. He dare not vent his anger on him, but he can vent it on himself. Put yourself into the army and respect you, elder. It's just because you live a long time, not because you are worthy of respect. No revenge is not a gentleman. Since the moment he dealt with the Black Dragon, he had an irreconcilable gratitude and resentment with each other, so Chu Zhongshan smiled and directly changed his face and shouted, "Boy, you want to die." Chu Zhongshan's obviously insulting reprimand made Fu Zhujun's anger soar, and he gnashed his teeth and threatened, Put yourself into the army, whether Chu Zhongshan wants to die or not. I can't decide if I want to come to you, a useless Yuan. The reason why I talk to you is to refute the 3 questions you just asked my master." Chu Zhongshan didn't want to waste too much time in the army, so he just fought back insultingly and began to seize the highest point of morality. "Fu Zhujun, let me refute your first question first. Is this the attitude that you, an inner deacon elder, should have towards sect elders?" "Well, I can tell you clearly that this is the attitude my master should have. Because at the beginning of the establishment of the sect, in order to prevent the Patriarchal League from manipulating the sect, several ancestors of the establishment of the sect formulated a series of regulations specifically for the Patriarchal League. Among them, the Patriarchal League should not interfere in any affairs of the sect. If there is any violation, they should immediately recover their accomplishments and expel them from the sect. Fu Zhujun, just now you interfered in the battle of my master, and you have violated the sect rules. I have the right to ask the leader Li Feng of the law enforcement peak to implement the rules immediately." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's first question refuted, he put it into a smile despised by the army and didn't take it to heart at all. The corners of Li Yanzhen's mouth rose slightly, showing a mocking smile. Chu Zhongshan didn't care about this. He also knew that Fu Zhujun could not accept the punishment of the sect rules, and Li Yanzhen could not implement the sect rules. After a pause, Chu Zhongshan then said, "Next, I refute your second question. Is this your younger generation's attitude towards the elders of the sect?" Chu Zhong took a step from the sky and said sarcastically, "Put yourself into the army. You still have the face to say this. Who doesn't know that the Black Dragon is still a spirit thing condensed by my master with his own blood essence and law? It can basically represent my master himself. You open your mouth and shut your mouth, bastard. This is what you should say as a sect elder. In the face of an old bastard like you who doesn't understand etiquette, doesn't know tutoring and doesn't know shame, even I won't respect you, because you don't deserve respect at all. Bastard, you damn it." He doesn't know etiquette, family, shame, and is not worthy of respect. Chu Zhongshan's direct slap on the face and crazy fan back and forth makes Tu Jun, who can't suppress his anger, leave Yuan Liafeng directly and rush to Qianlong Peak. He plans to slap him to death and dare to humiliate his Chu Zhongshan. However, when he saw Zhao Enjun actively standing in front of Chu Zhongshan and his frightening momentum rising, he stubbornly stopped his flying body, and then looked at Zhao Enjun and Chu Zhongshan standing behind him. Looking at Tu Jun, who stopped his body and didn't continue to fly to Qianlong Peak, Li Yanlong secretly said it was a pity. If Fu Zhujun can rush to the Qianlong Peak, or the 100-mile restricted area designated by Zhao Enjun, with Zhao Enjun's style of doing what he says, he will attack Fu Zhujun with all his strength. With Zhao Enjun's strength, he must be able to kill or inflict heavy losses on the army. If Fu Zhujun is really killed or seriously injured, when he eradicates the Hall of Merit in the future, the Hall of Merit without Fu Zhujun will be vulnerable. Finally, let me refute your great and supreme strongman. He was stunned by a little man who had just broken through the soul period. I think he will become the laughing stock of the sect in a long time. I'm afraid he won't appear in front of the public in a short time. However, I'm afraid that those who have suffered such a great humiliation into the army have forged an irreconcilable hatred with themselves. In the future, the death of one person must be the end of the hatred. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan did not have the slightest regret, but only the infinite power to face difficult challenges. He can be promoted to the supreme level, and his body generally reaches more than 5 grades. Therefore, he fell from the air and was not killed. However, the impact caused by the falling of tens of thousands of meters from a high altitude made him completely sober up.